Never, ever panic on an airplane. Never worry about a damn thing until a flight attendant is worried. Never, ever worry about anything on an airplane. Anything. Until you see a visible sign of a flight attendant, maybe a little
being
uneasy.
Panicky.
Well, not even panicky, because their job is to maintain chill.
But you can tell.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm your flight attendant. And while we went through some turbulence last night and maybe dropped 50, 100, 200 feet, plane ain't going down. Okay?
Back to the red line. Everyone has to get out. 5 seconds to go in game 2. Rimmed all the way through. And against the odds, Vegas comes into Denver and wins both games to take a 2-0 series lead.
Okay, folks, please calm down. We have decided not to land in the ocean, okay? We have spoken with our control tower, and apparently the force of these winds are just gonna end up ripping the plane into different parts, okay, before we land.
Landeskog towards the net. That misses MacKinnon. Glove save Hart. He'll hang on. The game is over. A night you don't want to remember in Vegas. The Avalanche, a 3-0 lead in the first. Vegas scores 5 straight goals to win 5-3 and take a 3-0 series lead with a chance to sweep the Avalanche Tuesday night.
Okay, so just make sure all of your items are neatly stowed beneath you, just in case the plane does rip in half. You will have your items with you on your half.
Okay, so I was driving in this morning. I was thinking about where I wanted to start. And the first thing I want to do is say this, that unfortunately, as all the misery of the Avs stuff happened over the weekend, our brother, Vic Lombardi, lost his father over the weekend. I do want to say one thing off the top about that before we get to some serious Avs business, which is getting to know over the last 7.5 years, Vic, his family, and his father and their story. It is truly one of the greatest stories of the American dream you can think of. It is somebody who came to this country with nothing, who made a life for himself, created a beautiful family, and made an impact felt on a whole bunch of people around him. The cases of Alzheimer's are just, it is one of the most heartbreaking things ever. And my heart goes out to Vic for the loss of his father, because he is truly, and I say this with as much passion as I can conjure up this morning, one of the greatest American people that I know for what he has accomplished and what he did with his life coming over here, and one of the truly hardest working people and one of the greatest people. Upon hearing his story, knowing the struggle and what he's built here, he's just the absolute best. So my heart, first of all, goes out to our brother Vic, who lost his father over the weekend.
And Brett, echoing what you said, my grandma, she had her brain rotted away by dementia, and she passed when I was a preteen. And just watching what that does to someone, that in and of itself is a fate worse than death. That is just the worst thing. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies, like seeing what that did to my dad, watching his mom go through that. So Vic, my heart's with you, man. It's one of the toughest things you'll go through, watching that happen to a family member, and at least Easy's at peace now.
Exactly right. And so our hearts go out to Vic, and obviously Easy, who is just an unbelievably awesome person. So I want to say that first. Now, to the Avs side of things, I'll tell you this, and I questioned where to start, okay? Because I'll be honest with you, I have been wrong on this show more times, forget that I can count, that if Nelly were to grind through the tape of all the time that I've been here and all the times I've been wrong, you could make hours upon days of takes that have been terrible and wrong from me.
Championship windows!
And it's funny. Keep that clip in mind. It's funny that that's the one that you play because I have been dead wrong about so many different things. But this is an opinion show. I'm here to tell you what I think. I never tell you that I'm right about anything. I'm here to tell you what I think is the case. And so I got no problem being wrong about stuff. That doesn't bother me. It comes with the territory. If you are in, not the prediction business, I'm not into giving you predictions, but it is kind of like, well, I think this guy's a good player and this guy's a good player, and then if they're both good, then good things should happen, or this guy stinks and then this is going to go poorly. It's not about being right or wrong, but I'll tell you this. This one has shaken me. And here's why. I watched an entire season's worth of this hockey team producing at the best in the NHL level. I witnessed 2 straight playoff series where did they roll through competition in a dominant way where they're beating teams 5-0 every night? No, but this is the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's not how that works. You win 8 of 9 games to start a playoff run. That gave me confirmation of what I saw in the regular season. So they go out and lose game 1. And me and Moser on the air on Friday, heading into this weekend where they got 2 games before we get here on Monday, Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day to everybody. And how I'm feeling this morning is this sense of I can't believe what I'm witnessing. It has shaken my faith in what I believe that my eyes tell me. Because I think we'd all agree during the regular season, outside of what? There was a 3 to 4 week stretch before the Olympic break in which the Avs didn't play good hockey, but it was a combination of Landeskog and MacKinnon were hurt. Maybe it's just the grind of the regular season got to them. They saw a long break coming up. You take your foot off the gas. I mean, all of that is explainable. But it's shaken my faith in believing what my eyes have told me. And I don't know if that's a me problem as much as it is an Avs problem. And here's, I guess, what I'm getting at. When you have an extended stretch throughout the course of years of a team that is going to be in the mix for playoff runs and championship runs, and you get to this point where you kind of feel like you're reaching the tail end of the really nice window. And at this time, I have a strong, firm belief that this team is the best team in the league. And for 3 consecutive games, you've watched this team get punched in the mouth at crucial points in the game without response. That's what hurts. That has what's been shaking my belief in what my eyes tell me. And everybody who, I've seen, look, I've been on Twitter over the weekend. I've seen what people have said, making fun of me and Moj for not panicking on Friday. But the reason I wasn't panicking was because I had a wealth of evidence to go back to point to like, all right, so they lost game 1. Big deal. This team will bounce back. They didn't. And it's shocked me. And beyond that, I think it shocked the team that they've gotten into situations in which They need to make a play. Last night, you're up 3-0. That looked like so funny. First period comes and goes, and I thought to myself, that's what a desperate hockey team looks like. One with their backs against the wall, championship mentality. They're down 0-2. They need to win game 3. They're going to come out and just start swinging. And God, did they in that first period. Jump out to a 3-0 lead. Vegas gets that split power play. They score really quick in the second period. They're given they go get another one immediately afterwards, and there's no response. And I don't know what about that is fixable now. And I'm not talking about this year or this series. I don't know. And we can talk about, oh, well, MacKinnon got hurt in the middle of that game and Val went out. That all happened after you blew the lead. It's not about that. But it's more, and I'm blown away that I'm saying this because I never thought I'd have the conversations about this Avalanche team that resemble the ones that we just had a few weeks ago about the Nuggets, which is, where is the ability to respond? Where's the killer mentality? Where is the you get punched in the mouth, I respond to you punching me in the mouth by throwing haymakers the other way? It just hasn't happened. And in that sense, it started over the weekend. It started before game 2. Well, really after game 2, I suppose. You got game 2 at home. You need a response after losing game 1. And I don't think this is a small thing. And Nelly, I'm sorry, I should have sent this to you. There was so much that was going on over the weekend, I didn't. When Jared Bednar went to the podium after game 2 and was asked about Kale. And his response was, well, when Kale returns, that's going to be Kale's decision. I can't help but read between the lines here. And reading between the lines tells me, again, this is opinion. This isn't fact. This isn't something I know. This is my opinion on these things, which I've been wrong about a lot. So take that with a gigantic salt lick grain of salt. It felt to me like Kale's cleared. He doesn't want to play. I don't know if that's calling out a toughness thing. I don't know if that's calling out a mental toughness thing. I don't know what that is. But here's I guess what I'm getting at. I had no problem with Bednar doing that because it's the playoffs. And if you are good enough to hold a stick, healthy enough to hold a stick, you probably should be out there and play, because then if you aren't, there's a whole bunch of different questions about what are your teammates thinking about you? Do you have the ability to trust these guys? I remember when Val 4 years ago had his foot split in half and he still played in the Stanley Cup final. I don't know what to do with what I'm witnessing. It would be as if you had a very even-keeled, smooth operating parent. Maybe it's your mom. Your mom's just a go-with-the-flow kind of person, never gets upset. And you watch your mom melt down in the middle of an Arby's or something like that. And you're like, I don't know what's happening here. It's exactly how I felt about the Avs all weekend. I was witnessing a team that did not exist. Say what you want. If you want to be somebody who is Mr. I told you so or whatever, that's fine. You want to call me an idiot for being wrong? Totally fair. I was dead wrong. But what you can't tell me is I expected that to happen. I don't think there's a single person that looked at this Avs team and would have said, you know what? I think this team's a little mentally weak. Because that's what it looked like all weekend. And what kills me is it's the exact same thing we were talking about with the Nuggets. And I just didn't think that trait could have been inside this Avalanche team. I thought with the competitiveness of guys like Nathan MacKinnon and Gabe Landeskog and everybody else, if they ever felt that punch in the mouth, you were going to get an immediate response. And it just hasn't happened. So 303, there's plenty that we will talk about with this. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I mean, this feels not just like sort of the end of a season coming up. This feels like the end of an era. Because I don't know where you go from here. The Nuggets made changes last year. So they had a disappointing end of their season this year. Okay, well, maybe it's just beginning of new era sort of kinks that you got to work out. I don't know what the Avs do from this moving forward because there are some big problems, and I'll lay a few of them out next.
Jared, down 0-2, is there a greater urgency to get Cale Makar back, or is the timeline kind of the timeline on him?
There's urgency to get him back, like, since he's gotten hurt, like, you know, but it's going to be Cale's decision on when he's coming back, you know, like he's doing all the work he can possibly do to try to get back as fast as he can, and we get word he can play, then that's great. But like, I don't make that decision for him. But yeah, there's urgency to make sure everyone is in and available, and everyone's playing as well as they possibly can.
So that was Bednar after game 2. And here's the problem. Again, it is Memorial Day. We are usually off, but because of all the things that have happened over the weekend, welcome into the program. And on this day, we always ask you to please remember and honor all the fallen members of United States Armed Forces on a day like this and those who made the ultimate sacrifice. So,
And just one note on that, Brett. I I made the mistake once of texting my friend in the Navy who is alive and was an active service member. And I texted him, one of my buddies from college who went into the Navy after he graduated. And I said, hey, man, appreciate your service. Happy Memorial Day. Let me know when you're back in town. It's been a while. And he texts me back. He's like, man, don't wish me a happy Memorial Day. I'm alive.
Yes.
Like, that's not how this works, dude.
This isn't for people who have served in the military. It's for those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, which is, you know, there's different days for different things, but this is one of those. So just keep that in mind, what this day is about. Now, that statement from Bednar after game 2. How do I put this? I go back. Remember, this is not a day of me defending anything I've said. I've been dead wrong about a bunch of things during this series, basically everything during the series. But it takes me back to before game 1 when Bednar was on the show, and I asked him the hokey, stupid Brett question, which I did, which is about, you know, are you taking your car to game 1 or whatever? And he gave the answer, and then Cale didn't play, and everybody said, "Yeah, you idiot. That's why you don't ask it in a cutesy way. You ask a direct question." But I wonder, have the Avs thought that Cale was going to play, and then Cale just didn't the first couple of games? If you go back a few years, the year before the Nuggets won the title, Jamal Murray was trying to return from his knee injury. He was in practice. And if you remember, there was Jamal is physically cleared to play, but Jamal himself was not cleared mentally to play. That he didn't trust it. And I don't know if that's kind of what was hinted at there, that Cale's physically cleared, but Cale was holding himself out. I don't know. That certainly is what it sounded like to me. And that's why a whole bunch of people got on Bednar after game 2. And it was, I can't believe you'd call out one of your best players like that. And to me, it's kind of like, well, if he's cleared to play, this team obviously needs him. I actually kind of like the idea that you just want to tell the truth. Now, look, whatever happens at the end of this series is going to happen. I'm expecting if things, especially if you lose tomorrow, there's going to be, you know, we're in for big changes. And that's everything being on the table. And I would assume that includes the coaching staff. And I'm just being honest with you guys because I don't know anything else. I don't know how to do this job other than just telling you what's on my mind. You guys know this. I have a relationship with Bednar, okay? Not to the extent of some guys that are around him every day, but I like him. I know him. You're not going to hear me call for Bednar's job. It's just not going to happen. And it's because of my personal thing with him. But I know if things end the way that they look like they're going to end, that stuff's going to happen. And I don't know what that's going to be. But I'll tell you this. I don't think that you can have this series go the way that it's gone, given the expectations and the pushing of the chips to the middle of the table. without some sort of bigger thinking at the end of the year. And you only have limited options. That's it. You don't have assets. You don't have draft picks. You have most of these guys signed for long-term contracts. But let's be honest about this here. I am so completely and utterly disappointed in the lack of production that you've gotten from people that you put your faith in. I think you have gotten so little out of your top line over the course of this series. And that includes Nathan MacKinnon in that. MacKinnon just hasn't been as impactful as you would hope. And then he takes the slap shot off the knee and very obviously was compromised towards the end of that game. But by the point he took the slap shot off the knee, you blew the lead already. You know, in the case of somebody, and I've mentioned this over and over again, the huge sort of bugaboo that you've had in this run to get another Stanley Cup, basically ever since you won back in 2022, you needed to have a second-line center that produced. And we're sitting here 12 games into the playoffs, and Brock Nelson has 3 points, 2 of them coming from empty netters. A complete and utter no-show for a guy that was, I think, a whale of a player during the regular season. Marty Necas, who was someone you threw kind of full faith in, saying this guy, despite the fact that he has this sort of moniker as a playoff deflator, playoff start, Marty looks like he's playing some good hockey, maybe not throwing stuff in the back of the net, but setting up players. No, even last night, early in that game, had a hell of a play. Sort of turn around, wrap the backhand over to Kadri, score, like beautiful. But when you're paid the way that Marty Necas has been going to be whatever paid, when you have the moniker as somebody who is seen as a top 3 player on the team, you need to put the puck in the back of the net. And so many different guys have been absolute no-shows for this team in this series. And really throughout the course of the playoffs, but it's been magnified now that you needed people to step up and they just haven't. And I don't know where to go from here with that. We can talk about coaching staff and we can talk about scheme and we can talk about, you know, what's happening on the power play and this and that. Bottom line is, your best players need to produce. They haven't. And make no mistake, you can go back to last year against Dallas and say, man, what a weird sequence that is. You get matched up with a really good hockey team. You get some weird bounces that go against you in that series. You take it to a Game 7. Maybe you even want to say that Dallas got a little bit lucky towards the end of the game and somehow came out on top. And I think all of that would be reasonable. This is inexcusable. This team is too good. They're too damn good to have a series go awry like this. And I never in a million years, it's not that I certainly thought that the Avs were winning the Cup. Like, I did. And that's now not happening outside of an absolute miracle. And so, yes, this sounds like the show that we're doing the show leading into the postseason, but it's like, are you really going to go and win 4 straight? I mean, probably no. It's not happening. So I don't know how else to talk about this in an honest manner other than the way that we're doing it. I thought this team was going to win a Stanley Cup. This team certainly had the talent to do it. They looked every bit the part the first 2 series heading into this. Vegas is a tough hockey team. They aren't this. This will be looked back on, I think, and look, I'm no Colorado sports historian, but it's gotta be one of the most disappointing, gut-punching sort of slap in the face with reality sort of series that will ever exist in this town's history. I completely thought this team was one thing, and it's the complete opposite. We asked the question, for a team that hasn't faced adversity pretty much all season, you have been the best team in the league from start to finish. How do you respond when you get hit in the mouth a little bit? And this is what you get. It makes you feel sick. And again, the question is like, kind of, what do you do from here? And the answer is, I don't know. What can you do? You're in a similar place now to where the Nuggets are. You have virtually no assets to work with. You have guys under contract. You kind of committed to the idea. You have a whole bunch of guys signed too late in their careers that you're going to eat sort of the tail end of those contracts when their game starts to decline for the immediacy of what this team was supposed to be this year. And to have this, to be down 0-3 is just an unfathomable thought. And the question is, well, why are you down 0-3? Why did this thing go so awry? And the answer is simple. You bleeped down your pants. You got hit in the mouth and you didn't respond. And it's literally the one thing that bothered me most about the way that the Nuggets season ended. Somebody, and now this is not the exact same, but you got called out by a member of the opposing team who essentially called you soft and then went out and proved it. And nobody called you out from Vegas here. But through their play, they said, I don't care if we're down 3-0 after the first period. Watch this. Came back, put a couple of goals on you, and you're waiting for the Avs to do something, and instead, they decide to give up 3 more. Unimpeded and uninterrupted. The sense of urgency, the stuff that I saw earlier in the playoffs, physical play, willing to go and do the dirty work, all of that's gone by the wayside. And I'm going to play it again. So we gave you Bednar on Makar after game 2. This was a follow-up. Saturday morning from DMac.
When you said last night it was Cale's decision whether he plays or not, I'm curious if you could expand on that, meaning medically, has he been cleared by your medical staff and it really is just up to Cale?
So he's dealing with an injury, obviously, and he's been in the gym strengthening and testing it on the ice. So, Cale's the only person that knows when he's good enough to play. That's why it's his decision, right? We know what the injury is. We know what he's dealing with. We know that we're going to expect him back at some point. But you got to get to a level of being comfortable with what you're dealing with and the pain tolerance. And depending on what he's dealing with, he will tell us when he's ready to play.
I don't know how else to translate that. And I'm not even saying that this is the case. This is my read on it, okay? Here's how that reads to me. He's been cleared. He's holding himself out. And I think in the hockey world, with guys dealing with, we always get that injury report when the seasons end for whatever team, whether it's after you win the cup or after the first round, second round, whatever. You get that laundry list of this guy's going in for surgery. This guy's got this thing. He's got a hip. He's got a back. He's got a knee. This guy's got broken ribs. This guy's got a broken hand. This guy's got this and that. It's the ultimate tough guy sport. If I'm going to play through the pain. And I don't know if Cale is unable to do that or unwilling. And those are two different discussions. But if it is unwilling in the first 2 games, that kind of gives you a read, I think, on what's happened to the team over these first 3. You got to be tough. You got to be tough physically. You have to be tough mentally. And this team, in at least the mental department, doesn't seem to have it. And I am so disappointed because it's the worst way to lose. It's one thing to go out and just say, you know what, that team's better than we are. That's something I can live with. You know, if you go back a year ago, when the Broncos made the playoffs in Bo Nix's first year, and they played against Buffalo in the wild card round, and they get absolutely demolished. I forget what the final score. What was it, Nelly? Like 31-7 or something like that, right? You go out, you play Buffalo, you get your butt kicked. When we got to the show on Monday, and all of you guys listening, it wasn't this feeling of, man, the Broncos really blew it. You got to the show, we talked about it, and it was sort of a shoulder shrug of like, hey, Buffalo's just better than you right now, and that's okay. That's something you can live with. What you can't live with is this team isn't better than we are. This team's tougher. That will drive a fan crazy because it's not about talent anymore. It's about the ability to respond to adverse situations. And in the last month, you've had two examples of teams that mentally didn't have it. And that's where you're left going, well, what do we do now? That's where you see where the Nuggets are at. That's where you see where the Avs are at. And I just didn't think in a million years I'd be saying this about this Avs team with this level of talent. So 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
given what happened in that game and where the series is at now, like what is kind of the emotion at the moment from you and from your group that you've noticed?
Well, it's low. It's as low as it can get, because you got a big hill to climb, and it's what the next 24 to 36 hours is for. You got to find a way to get over it and regroup and go again.
It's Bednar in the post game. I'll be honest, I don't know if there's anything that that can happen here in the next week, even if they make it that far. Like if the Avs lose in 6 games, like I don't think that changes really anything. The only thing they could do is come back, win 4 straight, and pull off a miracle. And that's just not going to happen. I just don't think mentally they're in a place where that can happen. And you know what? I've been wrong about virtually everything else so far this postseason, so I hope I'm wrong again. But I just don't know. I don't know after witnessing what we did, and especially, it'd be much different if we came into the show today, they won last night, and now it's a series where you're down 2-1. You would still have this feeling of like, well, maybe they can bounce back now that Kale's back in the lineup and find a way to rattle off a few in a row. But to have a 3-0 lead after the first period where you play, it looks like your best hockey maybe of the entire postseason, only to have that squashed over the next, period, like 8 minutes. I mean, that game went from the Avs putting up 3 in the first to a tie game in, 12 and a half minutes? That's all it took? As fast as you took a 3-0 lead, you gave up a 3-0 lead. And then the third period starts, and it's gut check time. It's time to test your mettle. And you just shrunk in the moment. All of the cool stories that you had from the regular season. Really good stretches of play from Brock Nelson. Marty Necas getting 100 points. Wedgwood playing at the best level of his career. And all of it kind of slowly dissipated. You just couldn't find a single piece to hold on to after that first period. And too often, especially in this series, you've not put together 60 consecutive minutes of decent hockey. It's been, we've been really good for about 12, and then you disappear for 20. Or in the case of yesterday, good 20 minutes to start, terrible final 40. I don't know what you do. I never thought I'd be sitting here discussing the Avs in the same way we discussed the Nuggets, which is ultimate disappointing finish to the season, one in which you feel like changes should be abound, and you start to think about, well, how do you go about shaping the roster in a way that this won't happen again? And the answer is, I don't know. I have no idea. You have so many things, and this is, look, it's the beauty of a team that does it, and it's also the giant inherent risk, and I would rather have it this way than the opposite. I will say that on the front end. But when you push your chips to the middle of the table to try and win a championship and it doesn't work, there is a sort of like, well, now what feeling. The Avs were totally committed to winning a cup this year. And I think from a front office perspective, this is absolutely and was absolutely the right call to make. Sign these guys long term. You feel like you got a team you believe in. Give away draft capital to acquire guys at the deadline. Fill this roster with veteran players that you trust. And then hopefully go out and have a cup to show for it. And for it to end, at least it looks like it's going to end here, well, now what? Again, it's shaken my faith in belief in trusting what my eyes tell me. And I genuinely want to ask you guys, it's not that there weren't flaws within the team. The team had flaws. Every team has flaws. Championship teams have flaws. But never in a million years did I think that the biggest flaw they seemingly had was a mental deal. You got punched in the mouth. How are you going to respond? That's happened to them. It happened to them in the Minnesota series. They got punched in the mouth a couple of times, responded to it. But Vegas, it feels like kind of broke them. And I don't know what to pinpoint it to. I do think the questions surrounding Kale the first couple of games of this series really, really threw a wrench in things. Because you're going to hear a lot of this from me today because, again, if I don't have the answer, I'm going to tell you I don't have the answer. But I think you guys can tell as well as I could. Responses coming out of the first couple of games, responses from Jared Bednar post-game after game 2 surrounding Kale were weird. Kale is going to decide when he returns to the ice. How often do you hear that in hockey? Oh, well, when the guy returns, that's going to be his decision. It's usually, what's the status of X player due to injury? Well, first of all, they don't really give you an update. But it's more about, hey, physically, he's just not quite there yet. And that does not sound like what I heard. And if this is a toughness thing again, then this is, you can improve technique-wise your ability to shoot. You can find this, you can do that. You can schematically change things up. You can do things differently. You saw it last night. They moved the lines around. Marty Natchez was playing on the second line. They bounced Lekkonen up. They did this, they did that. But if this is a mental thing, you can't fix him between the ears. That's not something that gets fixed with work and training. So it's tough. When you look at this situation that the Avs find themselves in, it's just like never in a million years did I think we'd be here on this day discussing being down 0-3, especially, you're down 0-2. That sucks. You lose the first 2 games at home. This team's too good. They're going to respond. And by golly, did they in that first period. I mean, just an amazing, aggressive, pedal to the metal, backs against the wall. This is how a team who is this level good responds when they're desperate. And for that to totally disappear over the next 40 minutes was truly shocking. So, you can join Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio at Ryan House on 14th and Market tomorrow night as the Avs look to stay alive in the Western Conference Final. Nate and Andy broadcasting live starting at 3. We'll have Nate the MacKinnon giveaways, including a signed stick, a signed puck, a signed photo, along with great deals like $7 Ryan House lager half liters and $12 liters. We'll see you tomorrow at Ryan House. So, you can always watch the show on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can watch on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. As we're doing the show here on Memorial Day, remember those who have paid the ultimate price for our freedom. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Never, ever panic on an airplane. Never worry about a damn thing until a flight attendant is worried. Never, ever worry about anything on an airplane. Anything. Until you can see a visible sign of a flight attendant, maybe a little
being
uneasy.
Panicky.
Well, not even panicky, because their job is to maintain chill.
But you can tell.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm your flight attendant. And while we went through some turbulence last night and maybe dropped 50, 100, 200 feet, plane ain't going down. Okay?
Back to the red line. Everyone has to get out. 5 seconds to go in game 2. Rimmed all the way through. And against the odds, Vegas comes into Denver and wins both games to take a 2-0 series lead.
Okay, folks, please calm down. We have decided not to land in the ocean, okay? We have spoken with our control tower, and apparently the force of these winds are just gonna end up ripping the plane into different parts, okay, before we land.
Landeskog towards the net. That misses MacKinnon. Glove save Hart. He'll hang on. The game is over. A night you don't want to remember in Vegas. The Avalanche, a 3-0 lead in the first. Vegas scores 5 straight goals to win 5-3 and take a 3-0 series lead with a chance to sweep the Avalanche Tuesday night.
Okay, so just make sure all of your items are neatly stowed beneath you, just in case the plane does rip in half. You will have your items with you on your half.
All right, so welcome in. I was questioning where to start this morning, Moj, and first and foremost, I want to say this, and I think it's fitting that on a day like Memorial Day, where we honor those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, we get the news over the weekend that our brother, Vic Lombardi, lost his father, and it was a hell of a thing. For years, the last 4 years, his father dealt with dementia, and I think that if you were to draw up like a movie script, the story of somebody who accomplished through hard work and determination the American dream, I don't think you could find a better story than Vic's father. I
don't think you could either.
An unbelievable human being who was, I think, in almost every way, had every admirable quality that you'd want in anybody that surrounds you in your life, family, friends, whatever. Just an incredible human being, and our heart breaks for our brother Vic. So, Moj, go ahead if you got something you want to say as well.
Well, Brett, I think you said it correctly. Loved Easy, great man, always so kind to me, so accommodating. He was a really funny guy.
Yeah.
And when we got the word, well, it just, people don't know what goes on the inside because they don't need to.
Mm-hmm.
But you and I and Vic have talked an awful lot about this over the last several years as the decline has happened. And you and I hadn't seen Easy in a little while. The last time I saw him, he and I shared a sandwich together, and that was good, but I could tell that it was not going to be good from that point on.
Yeah.
And I love Vic's family. I love his siblings, love his mom. They've all been awesome. It's just it's just so tough because you know that Easy is released from the bonds of dementia, and that's a great thing. But the loss for the Lombardi family it's overwhelming.
Yep. So our thoughts and prayers obviously go out to our friend and our brother on this program, Vic, and his family. Now, to the Av side of things, here's what's crazy, Moj, and I'm watching both of these games over the weekend, but especially yesterday. And one of the things that we discussed was the idea of the Avs have not been tested really the entire year. They have been the best team in the sport from start to finish this year. They have not faced adversity all that much. So you're down 0-1 in this series. All right, well, let's see how you respond in Game 2. Well, Game 2 doesn't go your way. Game 3, you go out and you play what might be the best period of hockey that you've played the entire postseason to start the game. And it looked every bit, Moj, like a championship caliber team with their back against the wall making a response of, this is not happening. We are not going down without a fight. And to watch that completely fall apart over the ensuing 40 minutes after that first period, I'm being dead serious, Moj. I'm watching the game almost with my faith in my sports analyzing acumen shaken, being like, how is it possible that my eyes have lied to me like this? That all the things I believed this team was has crumbled in front of me. It was jarring.
Yeah.
Like almost scary for me.
That is correct. It's an excellent way to put it, Brett. It's because what you were seeing before was true, but what changed? Right? What changed? Last night, I had a unique perspective on this game. I put myself out with the fans, believe it or not. I wanted to kind of get in the belly of the beast. But it allowed me to get up close and personal from my vantage point and really watch this hockey game and see minute behavior. And let me tell you, Brett, after that first period when Vegas came out and they score in the second half of that power play that continued over, obviously, to period number 2, and the Avs had multiple of those and didn't do squat with them all series. When I saw that goal go in, and it was pretty quickly, and Stone puts it in the backdoor play, I saw a shift in the Avalanche team that I really haven't seen before. Mm-hmm. Now, I think they've been working hard in game 1, working hard in game, okay, that kind of thing. But what I saw last night, it's a 3-1 hockey game. And, Brett, I saw a disconnect right away. And what it was, I guess it's subtle and it's slight, but you can tell the disconnection is there. And then that's when things start to compound. Then they're doing it to themselves. It was really a shock for me to watch that team that has so many guys on it that have won a Stanley Cup. They know what to do. They've responded. Anytime they've been sort of punched in the mouth, they've come back and re-punched. I mean, obviously it was that way against Minnesota, for crying out loud, but the evidence was right there in front of you. And so to see the way they responded and the way they disconnected and got on their heels, and I don't want to say panic because that's not the right word for it, but they were out of sorts. I was blown away, and I saw guys making uncharacteristic plays, things they wouldn't do. They compound things to themselves, and they're still fighting hard, and they still want to win. It's like this overall theme permeated through the squad, and before you know it, it's 3-3. And then when it's 3-3, I don't care if you're going to the third period tied at 3. I have not seen that out of this team before. I don't know where it came from. I don't know how it happened, but it's incredibly disappointing, and they're dealing with more than that now too.
It's one thing, and I think this is why I'm still pissed this morning. Like, I'm so bothered by this, and I think I know the reason why. So last year, Moj, the Broncos with rookie quarterback Bo Nix. I mean, last year, not this past postseason. They make the playoffs kind of unexpectedly, and they make the wild card round. They face off against Josh Allen and the Bills. And what happened? That first year with Bo Nix, they got crushed.
Well, they got punched, yeah.
I mean, they got demolished. And we got on the show on Monday, and us, along with every Broncos fan out there for the most part, open up the microphone, and what did we say? Hey, man, that team's just better than you. I'm not going to sit here and be pissed. The Broncos weren't good enough yet. The Bills were way better. Right. That's what happens.
It was completely expected.
You can live with that. When you know a team's, you just aren't as good as the other team, that's something you live with. You're like, you know what, they're just better. And sometimes that happens. I can't believe that this Avs team, who has all of the ability in the world, has all of the opportunity in the world to be another two-time Cup champion. That's how this team, talent-wise, is put together. And it feels like You're down 0-3 in this series because mentally you're weaker than the other team. That's the only thing that you can come to. And what kills me, Moj, is I just did this damn show a month ago talking about the Nuggets. And not once did I think that the Avs would be in the same position.
I didn't either. And Brett, again, when we do the final recap of this season, we're going to get more into that, I'm sure. And as of right this second, because there's still a series, Game 4 to be played, we're not going to get all of that from the guys inside that room. But you're right about that. Last night, it was not a physical thing. And they're like, well, Vegas out-hustled us in the second, and Vegas out-hit us in the second. These are what Avs said. I'm like, that may be true, but the reason that that's happening is because, number one, they're a good hockey club, but number two, the Avs are allowing it to happen. And it was just really surprising to me to watch the way that team, and they didn't fall apart, but they started to leak oil where before they wouldn't leak oil.
Yeah.
Tough, ugly sweep of the Kings in round number one, but not an easy game to play and not a fun game to play. Hey, Minnesota, man, even game one, that wild, crazy jerk game one against Minnesota, you punched them right back in the mouth, and you won a game in which 15 goals were scored. You showed evidence of being yourself, symptoms of yourself. And somehow in this series, especially last night in the second period when you had a 3-0 lead but gave up a power play goal, that just it's not just that it went away, Brett, it's with the rapidness of it all. It was the quickness and the inability to recapture and almost being stunned by what happened to them, or it's a fear that permeates through the team. It's not like you don't want to feel that way. You're not trying to feel that way. It's just there, and it's causing your team to fall apart.
And there's a number of different things that we need to talk about, but I'll tell you this much. For where I thought the Avs would be and how I thought they'd respond at times of this adversity. And look, man, this isn't about being wrong. I've been wrong about a million things. It's, again, I'm questioning my ability to evaluate things after watching what's happened with the Avs, because in no world did I even dream that this was a scenario. Moj, we asked the question heading into the weekend on Friday. I said, guys, rank these from most likely to least likely, that the Avs are down, or that the Avs are up 2-1, down 1-2, or down 0-3, and all of us were like, well, they're not going to be down 0-3. That wasn't a remote possibility. And yet...
And the reason... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, and yet we're sitting here today talking about a team that's just fallen apart, and I'm looking around, and it's the same sort of names that we mentioned, but most what is it now, 12 games into the playoffs for the Avs? Brock Nelson sitting at 3 points. 2 of those are empty netters. It's like, how is that a complete no-show throughout the entire course of the playoffs? How is Marty Natchez, and look, good play last night, little spin around pass to Kadri to get things going, but as far as putting the puck in the back of the net, not happening. And I'm not going to be here and saying excuses. Well, MacKinnon took a slap shot off the knee. You blew the lead already by that point. Like, you totally squandered 3-0. That's not an excuse.
Brett, you're right about that. And when I go back to what I'm saying on Friday and the flight attendant thing and all this, it's because I've been around this team every step of the way from before training camp. It was different. The focus was different. The want was, maybe a little different. But certainly everything about it was set up to make a run and to win. And so I sit here with you this morning on this Memorial Day Monday, and I'm blown away by it. I really am, because this is the scenario that I could not envision. When you said 1-2 or 2-1, I'm like, okay. Vic said, well, maybe 50-50 on that, right? We're going to throw out the 0-3 because of that. At this point, still is not a possibility.
Right.
And then after that game, number 2, all of a sudden you're like, well, that was illogical. That game 2 was illogical. 3-1 loss, and you had a 1-0 lead. Then again, Brett, it was that 10-minute mark or their first goal for Vegas on Friday night, and you changed who you were as a team.
Yeah.
Because of that one goal, which is completely uncharacteristic of this squad. And there's a lot of time to figure out what happened, but we still have a game to play. But this is a monumental task of proportions that I can't even calculate to you right now. It just ain't happening.
So a lot more to discuss with this as we go along. 303-504-0925. We'll be here with you guys all day today, breaking down what happened over the weekend. Stick around.
This is the ultimate crucible. How do you expect your team to respond?
We're not there yet. I don't know. Everyone's down and in the dumps right now. And we, like I said, that's what the next 36 hours are for, to get our team back to where our focus is in the right place. And seems like a tough hill to climb, clearly, obviously, especially against a team like Vegas. But, I mean, you just got to break it down. Shift at a time, 5 at a time, period at a time, game at a time. It's kind of what we've been talking about for the last couple, because of those stretches that we're having that are hurting us. And then just answering, like, if they have a push, that we have to be able to push back, and you just got to break it down now. You got to chip away at it.
It's Bednar after the game, and I'll say this. We're biased on this show, obviously. We have a relationship with Coach Bednar. So if you're looking for the Fire the Coach show, I mean, I'm just being honest. That's not going to be me. That's not what I do. I'm not saying that, if they lose tomorrow, that changes aren't going to happen or whatever. You just aren't going to hear that from us. I just, in the sake of honesty to you guys, I want to let you know, like, Moji's a friend. So, I mean, what are you going to do? But here's the thing. I'll say one thing about what Bednar has done and what he said post-game last night, over the weekend. He got heat for it. I don't think people are used to hearing a coach this honest in the postseason. And I think that's part of the reason why he caught the grief that he did. When he said this about Kale.
Jared, down 0-2, is there a greater urgency to get Kale Makar back, or is the timeline kind of the timeline on him?
There's urgency to get him back, like, since he's gotten hurt, but it's going to be Kale's decision on when he's coming back. He's doing all the work he can possibly do to try to get back as fast as he can, and we get word he can play, then that's great. But I don't make that decision for him. But yeah, there's urgency to make sure everyone is in and available, and everyone's playing as well as they possibly can.
Here's what my reaction was, and Moj, this is just my opinion. No anything else. When you hear something like that, here's the translation. And it feels a lot like Jamal Murray back in 2021, the year before or 22, the year before the Nuggets won the championship. When Jamal Murray was cleared physically by doctors, they said he's good to go. But Jamal did not want to go because mentally he didn't feel like he was ready. That's what that sounded like to me.
Right.
And he's telling the truth here. So I don't know, do you guys want the coach to tell the truth about a situation going on or not? But
well, yeah, go ahead, Brett.
No,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Moshe. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying he's explaining what's going on. Kale is definitely injured. He can't. I don't think he can really wind up for a slap. One of the big Kale Makar slappers. Everything's wrister. Everything.
Yeah. So
clearly something's going on. I think he's just laid it out there. I mean, this is what this is what the scenario is.
Well,
now, does that mean you're throwing your guy under a bus? Is that what people are reading into?
Well, that's it sounds like that's the claim, and I don't think that's it. I do think there's a certain level of maybe this tone was in there. Hey, man, everybody's dealing with something. Everybody's got something bothering them. Everybody's got this. We need guys to go out there and go. Like, we need it. We need you. I bet you there's a part of that was in that statement, and I bet you that's a part of the reason why Kale played in Game 3.
Yeah.
I mean, look around, Moshe. Wedgwood said after the game, I don't got the audio in front of me, but they were asked when MacKinnon takes the slapper off the knee, and it looks like he can barely put weight on his leg, and he goes out there, tries to give it a go a couple of times, and I remember in the third period, he goes to the bench after a really short shift. He was out there for maybe 15, 20 seconds. Goes back to the bench, and Bednar, there's a camera on him, and he asks him, can you do power play? Like, he's just asking, like, is there anything you can – you're so important to what we do. Can I at least get you out there to, line up a one-timer or something like that on a power play? But bottom line was this, Moj. Wedgwood said you're going to have to kill 29 to take him off the ice. Like, you're going to have to kill him because he is not going to leave.
True.
And I just think to a certain level, maybe there were guys looking at Kale like, I know you're hurting, bro. We need you out here, though. You might not be 100%, but you at 70% might be good, better than the alternative, because there was a follow-up on Saturday morning from DMac to Bednar.
When you said last night it was Kale's decision whether he plays or not, I'm curious if you could expand on that, meaning medically, has he been cleared by your medical staff and it really is just up to Kale?
Like, so he's dealing with an injury, obviously, and he's been in the gym strengthening and testing it on the ice. So, like, Kale's the only person that knows when he's good enough to play. That's why it's his decision, right? Like, we know what the injury is. We know what he's dealing with. We know that we're going to expect him back at some point. But you got to get to a level of being comfortable with what you're dealing with and the pain tolerance, and depending on what he's dealing with, he will tell us when he's ready to play.
So, Moser, again, this is just my read on it. I don't know anything else, but I'm just trying to read between the lines. That's all. Just trying to, whatever is said by Coach in those two statements there and whatever is being talked about with Kale, I'm just trying to see in between what's actually happening. That's all.
Agreed. By the way, if Nate can go tomorrow, I'll probably be shocked because he was in so much pain.
Yeah.
And that guy is so tough, and he wants it so bad. When he gets out there and he does that push and he just has nothing, you know it's bad, right? I mean, you can probably get a pretty damn good idea what he's dealing with there because it went right above the top of the shin pad.
Well,
Awful.
there's that one play, Moj, where the puck was kind of, it was a loose puck. It was a mad dash. If Nate gets there, maybe he gets a breakaway. And in most situations, Nate would beat that man to the puck, break out in front of him, and have a clear shot to the net. And he got beat to the puck. And I'm like, oh, God. That's
Correct.
how you know how bad that's hurting him. He didn't have that extra gear.
Right, when we talk about Jared too, I mean, last night, was Jared a problem when they're having a great start and they're up 3-0? You know what I mean? They're up 3-0 after one. Something disconnected in this particular series. And again, I guess we'll go back to game 2. You've got a 1-0 lead. And Brett, here's part of the symptomatic nature of what's going on with this team. You have a 1-0 lead for the first 2.5 periods of that game, game 2, Friday night. But what you didn't do, which you typically would do as a Colorado Avalanche, you're going to build on that.
Yeah.
You're going to bear down. You're going to get that next one. So it's not an issue when they score with 10 minutes to go to, quote, tie the game, and now you get into a little bit of a panic mode. They didn't do that. They made a push. 0 finish for the rest of that. Look, Ross scores in the first period, and from that point on, you can't put another one by Carter Hart the rest of the game. Certainly you can't put another one or 2 more by him in the next 40 minutes of hockey.
Yeah.
That is so unlike this particular team that maybe I should have been startled even more then, and not as startled as to what happened last night when they gave up that power play goal to start the second period, and it's a 3-1 contest. Now, where's the blame lie in all of that? Is it a messaging issue? Is it a personnel issue? Is he needing to be, quote, relieved when they're up 3-0 last night and they're right back in this damn series because they should win that game 6-2? We'll get to all of these as we go on here and, again, wrap up the entire season and wrap up the entire series. But, I mean, look, it's not for me to decide. The powers that be are going to go through and understand exactly what went wrong where with this club.
Well, I'll tell you this. Like, when it comes down to discussing Bednar and the coaching role in being down 0-3, totally fair discussion. And that's why I said, like, if they get swept here, I'm assuming there's going to be, I don't know what the changes will be, but some major changes after this. I don't know what they're going to be. But let me ask you this.
Avs have never been swept in a postseason series.
Yeah, but just let me ask you just on surface level. You want to blame the coach? I think that there's plenty of blame to go around for a number of different people. It's the same way I kind of feel about Adelman in the Minnesota series. Like, is maybe the coaching or messaging a part of the problem? Yes. But I don't think you're losing this series because coaching is, 100% of the blame. I don't understand. Like, it is completely confounded me. Because I watched last night, Moshe. You made changes. You moved Natchez down to the second line. You changed up your power play. You did this. You did that. You've done a number of different things to try and provide a spark. Brock Nelson's got 3 points. 2 of them empty netters in the postseason. That's for your second-line center and a guy you gave a contract extension to. That's not acceptable. Marty Natchez has a single goal throughout this postseason, through 12 games. Not acceptable. Val, who's done a whole bunch of good things, and I've said it, I think that he's played good defense. He's been good on the penalty kill. I know he left the game last night with an injury. But as far as being on the score sheet, has been largely a no-show in the postseason. These are major key contributors that you have paid big-time dollars to, that you have given long-term extensions to with the idea these guys are going to carry us when the games matter the most, and they've done nothing. Like, that's the problem here. And we can go about, again, if you want to slice up a pie chart and say coaching is this amount, and then this player is this amount, and then penalty kill is this, and power play is this, and goaltending's here, you can divvy that up however you want to. And I do think that coaching is certainly a part of the puzzle here when it comes to blame. But you need your best players to show up when the game matters most. And there have been numerous examples of guys that have been absolute ghosts for 12 straight games.
Right. And this is where I struggle with my blame putting and where it goes, and because I know how hard it is to win in the postseason. And this is no excuse making here. I just know that it's hard. Do you remember when Bednar laid out before the playoffs began, or maybe it was right after, everything that has to happen for a team to win? You remember the list he came up with? Or was that after the Kings series? I guess that's before the Minnesota series.
You got to be good. You got to be lucky. You got to be physically tough. You got to be mentally tough. Like, he went through 8 different things. Yeah.
And sometimes you may have 7 of those.
Right.
Of the 8, or 4 of the 5, or whatever. And it's that one that comes and goes. Maybe you don't even lack it. It maybe just comes and goes a little bit. It's going to cost you. When you're down to the final 4 teams, it will cost you. I go back, and this is where my dichotomy lies. I go back because I was there, and I think a lot of the younger ones, they don't recall. There's no recollection of what it was like. But the Avalanche were awesome, and they won in 1996, dude, and they had Hall of Famers all over that roster. You know what I mean? And then, Brett, the next year they lose to Edmonton in the first round. Whoa, that blew us away. Then the next year the Red Wings get them. Oh, the hated rival. Okay, it's going to come back. And then they lost in the West Final 2 years in a row to the Dallas freaking Stars. Mm-hmm. And you're like, you got to be kidding me. Now, they didn't win again their second cup until 2001. So that's a 5-year gap. I'm just saying, we're sitting here now for the Avalanche at year 4. Imagine going through those years with one of the best teams on the planet, loaded with Hall of Famers, and that team can't get it done, right?
Yeah.
For another 5 years. Yeah, the late, great Pierre Lacroix, I know it drove him absolutely insane. Now, you can't win every year, but I think he thinks that, and like we think, you should have had at least one more out of that team. Yeah. Maybe 3 out of 6 years, 3 out of 7, like somewhere in there, right? Because you can't win every year, and everybody knows that. But you're missing one cup in there somewhere, and it's because of one of those things either didn't show or it came and went. It feels like that's what we're doing here with this Avalanche squad. And Nate laid it out before the season. We knew we weren't winning in 23. We knew we weren't winning in 24. Last year, we really thought we could win, and we lost to Dallas in that friggin' Game 7 third period. And this year, back to the West Final, and just little things during the course of a game, you're finding yourself on the wrong end, and that's how it goes, and it sucks beyond belief.
It's to me, again, when you start to slice up and divvy up who's to blame for what and who's got the majority of it, this is my fallback is always going to be mostly on the players outside of, I think, some really special circumstances. Nate MacKinnon, who had a goal in every game during the Minnesota series, hasn't scored against Vegas. Hasn't scored. Val Nichushkin, who has been a very, very reliable player for you when he's been on the ice over the last few years. He's got one in this series, but hasn't been noticeable. Brock Nelson's got nothing for you. There's too many examples of guys who are too relied upon within this roster that have just not produced in this series. And when your best players aren't doing enough, like, again, we're 3 games into this series. You're down 0-3. And if I ask you what's been the best line for the Avs, it's been like your fourth. It's been your depth. You can't win a series when your depth is the best thing about your team. You need that along with your top players playing like top players. And here's where they find themselves in some trouble, and this is the big concern. You know, I wouldn't want to have it any other way, but this is the reality of the situation. The Avs did what every fan base should want their team to do. They recognized their team was really good, and Moser, they pushed all their chips to the middle of the table, said, damn the future, we're going for it. But when it doesn't work and you get the result that you have right now, you have no draft assets, you have very little cap space, they have committed long-term years with the idea, Moser, when we get to the tail end of some of these contracts of guys on this roster, we know it's probably not going to go well, but that's going to be worth it for the short term of the window and trying to capitalize on it. But when you don't capitalize on the window, now you're just paying taxes somewhere down the road for something you didn't get the short-term success out of. And that's the problem that you find yourself in. You know, outside of a miracle of winning 4 games in a row here against Vegas, I don't know what the next step is. I don't know where you go. And that's scary.
I don't disagree with you. It's hard. I mean, it really is. And fans don't want to hear that because they want to hear win. They want to hear cup. And everybody believed that it was not only a distinct possibility, it could be very likely that this team could capture it second. And in the span of, 5-6 days, it's all fizzled. And it's a hard thing to come to grips with as you're sitting here on a Memorial Day Monday morning at 6 in the morning in Vegas and saying, damn, I mean, that's pretty much it. Because, again, this team, if Nate plays tomorrow, I'll be shocked.
Yeah.
Val's injured. Kale's not 100 clearly, and I know other guys are dealing with some things. It's a reality when it smacks you in the face, Brett. It's not a fun place to be. And again, you're talking about us and the fan base. Everybody in that room wants it too badly.
Sure.
It's just that they're not dumb. They know where they are, and they know the missed opportunity.
303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere in the world on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Plenty more to discuss next. All right, so a few texts coming through here, and it's open for you. 303-504-0925. Getting a lot of questions about the coaching part of this, and look, I'm open to it. I want to know what you guys think. I thought that Bednar tried to make adjustments in that game. He moved guys around. He moved Natchez to the second line and maybe try and give them a pop. He switched things up on the power play as far as personnel. There's a lot of different things that I think he tried to change, and it just didn't work. And bottom line is, I think the players make these moments. They're the ones responsible for it. When you're talking about 3 games into a Vegas series and MacKinnon hasn't scored and Brock Nelson's got 3 points through 12 games and all these different details, it's like I don't know what more you're looking for here. Your best players have to produce. You can't be 3 games into this series talking about the best line that you can throw out there as your fourth. I think it's great to have depth. I think it's one of the things that makes championship teams is depth, but that is in addition to the top players doing their job and the top players producing. So I don't know. I am so confused, and I said this at the beginning of the show. I'll repeat this multiple times today. This series has me more flummoxed than anything I've seen. Like when the Nuggets lost to the T-Wolves, it wasn't that surprising because I just kind of looked at it and I was like, well, you know what? I just don't think they got it. They got the mental toughness part down. They got bullied and they didn't respond. But I watched the Avs in previous series, including the one against Minnesota. They responded. And all of a sudden, you get to this series when the games mean its most against a team like Vegas, and when they got punched in the mouth in each successive game, there was no response. And I don't get it. I don't know how that just doesn't happen. Because this team is built in a manner to respond. They have the talent. It's one thing to get beat by a team that's better than you. It's another thing to get punched in the mouth by a team that, look, you can't be down 0-3 and say that you're better than the opposing team. I'll tell you this, they're at least talent-wise on par. And that's as I guess, softly as I'm going to say that. Because when it comes down to Avs versus really anybody in this league, I would have taken the Avs in a 7-game series. But whatever that they had all regular season, the first 2 series of the postseason completely disappeared. And it's more about the stuff that's between the ears. This just, it feels like they lost a sense of togetherness as a roster. They couldn't pull it all back together and overcome a little bit of adversity. You know, and I thought Bednar was really honest in the post game about like how are your guys going to respond in game 4? And he's like, I don't know.
This is the ultimate crucible. How do you expect your team to respond?
We're not there yet. I don't know. Everyone's down and in the dumps right now. And we, like I said, that's what the next 36 hours are for, to get our team back to where our focus is in the right place. And seems like a tough hill to climb, clearly, obviously, especially against a team like Vegas. But, I mean, you just got to break it down. You know, shift at a time, 5 at a time, period at a time, game at a time. It's kind of what we've been talking about for the last couple because of those stretches that we're having that are hurting us. And then just answering, like if they have a push, that we have to be able to push back, you know. And you just got to break it down now. You got to chip away at it.
I mean, I think that's as honest as you can get. How's your team going to respond? How the hell do I know? I mean, I thought if I get a response, it would have been in the, midway through the second period when Vegas was making a storm back into that game. Like, there is no excuse, Moj, talent-wise, for what this team is. You go up 3-0 with your back against the wall. Like, that first period is exactly what you wanted to see. Our season's on the line. We need to make a gigantic push to make sure that we're still in this. If they won that game yesterday, Moj, you're probably thinking to yourself, hey, Cale Makar's back in the lineup. You just won a game. Could you win the next 3 out of 4 or whatever? Yeah, 3 out of 4. Yeah, you could. You totally could. But to watch them collapse in the last 40 minutes was just, how the hell could you predict what's going to happen in Game 4 now after that? There's no way.
Brett, I'm gonna try to find the right words to the behavior that I saw. It's not a lack of intestinal fortitude, but it's something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not panic, but it's something around that. It's because it's not full-blown panic, yet the team was clearly affected by that power play goal. That power play goal and the Vegas push right there clearly affected them. And then you get problems that compound. Let me explain. On the second goal, Sam Malinsky's in the near corner. He's got the puck after a faceoff. And it's sort of, the puck rolls on him a little bit, but he takes his time, and he elects to try to throw it up the wall with a backhand, where Mitch Marner does a great job. And what did I say? I said Vegas is sealing off the walls really well. They did it from the start in Game 1. He seals it off. Then you get, okay, here we go. Then here comes the shot, and Wedgie is trying to block her into the corner. He literally punches it right into the slot off the dude and goes bang, bang back in the net with a quick shot. That's a situation there where you have the puck on your – this is how it happens, Brett. You get the puck on your stick. You're looking for somebody to dish it to, but – that ends up in the back of your net. That just in this scenario in the Western Conference Final, that can never, ever, ever happen. Yet it's happened more often than not. The third goal. Manson gets blasted at the blue line. No call, no nothing. And it's not anything different than what Nelson had happened to him, where he went to the box earlier in the game. Nothing different. But he gets blasted at the blue line. No call. And he's looking for a call. Meanwhile, the Vegas Golden Knights keep the puck going around. And then this is where now you're completely disconnected. And you don't know, you're not regrouping in your own zone on the fly quickly like this, like you typically would. Now you're going, oh, crap, where's my guy? And before you realize that's your guy, he's deflecting it. Wedgie's making the save. Then he's poking it home off the post.
Yeah.
And these things, Brett, I'm telling you, I've seen it 1,000 times. In a West Final, you may be able to get away with it against a lesser team or first round, whatever. You simply cannot against this team or in this situation, this scenario, this point in the postseason. It will cost you way more often than not. And these are the mistakes they're making and the things they're doing. Where the difference between winning and losing on any given night can be this small, they're not doing it, and Vegas is doing it enough to tilt it to 3-0.
Yeah, you know what? It's so difficult. We can break down little moments of the game and what happened here that led to this, and if you did this differently, then this goal isn't scored, or maybe you need to put the puck on net more. And I hate to make this so vague, but it is kind of how it feels to me. The problem that I have, and the reason why there is so much like sort of anger that I feel this morning, is when you get beat in a way that feels like mentally somebody won up to you, mentally somebody's tougher than you are, more together, less panicky, And it's amazing how even as a fan watching, and Moj, I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about here, because you can feel it in arenas sometimes. You know when a fan base can see, even when you're up like 3-1, Vegas scores on the split power play, they make it a 2-goal game. You felt it. You felt like something was just sinking.
Right.
And it's amazing how that permeates through a TV screen or through an atmosphere at an arena. You know, it's the same sort of thing years ago when Hackett was the head coach of the Broncos. And remember when Broncos fans left the game before overtime?
Oh, yeah.
They knew. They knew, just like the players knew, just like the coaches knew, just like everybody, like the opposing team knew, like everybody
Right.
just knew it, that it was, despite the fact that you got a 2-goal lead and you played an amazing period of hockey to start things out, you felt that air leaking out of the balloon. And it's like you couldn't find where the hole was. And you just
Correct.
knew it was going to be totally deflated and then would float
And
off
Brett,
like that.
It's such a great point because you know what? Now that you've said that, do players know? Yeah,
Hell yeah,
players
they know.
They know. Now that I think about it, they played that second period last night like a team that not outwardly says it or maybe even thinks it, that, God, maybe we just don't got it. But the doubt is there enough that it affects the whole game. Do you know what I mean? It's the doubt, that much of a doubt. I mean, it might not even be palpable, but it's got to be there somewhere because it's making them behave like they don't behave. That's it.
Yep.
That is it.
So,
And losing.
303-504-0925. So we'll get to some more audio from Bednar after the game here in just a little bit. And again, I don't know what to do here. I don't want to go full like off-season show because technically there is games left to be played. I think we would all be absolutely aghast, blown away if the Avs came back and made this, forget winning the series, made it a series given what's happened over the last couple of games. But a lot more to get to here. Stick around. Hey, this is Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, introducing a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets. You can do it in the NBA, the MLB, and the NHL, and here's how. You go to your Fanatic Sportsbook app, you build the squad from the sport that you want, then you pick your market, and there's a whole bunch of things you can choose from, whether it's points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals. Then finally, you set your target. So if you like hoops, you can pick 4 players to combine for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 batters. Then sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. But here's the thing. If one of your players doesn't perform up to the standard that you like, well, guess what? The rest of your squad can pick up the slack. That's the beauty of Squad Bets. Your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. You can track it live and cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets. It's only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Just given what happened in that game and where the series is at now, like what is kind of the emotion at the moment from you and from your group that you've noticed?
Well, it's low. It's as low as it can get, because you got a big hill to climb, and it's what the next 24 to 36 hours is for. You got to find a way to get over it and regroup and go again.
It's Bednar after the game. Again, just if you guys are just tuning in, our thoughts, our hearts, our prayers all go out to our friend Vic, who lost his dad over the weekend, and getting to know Easy over the last 7.5 years. I truly think, and it's fitting on a day like Memorial Day where you honor those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Having a battle with dementia over the last 4 years has been a brutal process, but he is truly, if I had to tell the story of an American dream, people coming over from anywhere in the world and making a life and a beautiful life for his family, for his children, I think you can point to no better example than Easy, who is just an unbelievably awesome and admirable human being. So our thoughts go out to Vic and his family at this time, who losing a dad.
He's built.
Brutal.
He and Bambina, man, did it right.
Yep.
And wanted a better life for themselves for sure, but drove to work his butt off.
Yep.
To provide for his family and to build a family, a successful family. He and Bambina did an amazing job. And you're right, Brett, when you're talking about American dream type of stuff, Vic sent out that little video that concluded with Easy on the back of his scooter yesterday morning. And just to hear Easy explain, why'd you leave Italy? Why'd you come here, and why Denver, and so on. And I can't express my sympathies enough to the Lombardi family and to Donna and to Delio and Mario and Bambina and all the family. I've been to Easy's village, in Italy on multiple occasions. They treated me, and I guess maybe that's the way why it hurts so bad for even me. It's not my father. Treated me like gold. I've met all of his cousins. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've been in it. I had to crawl through trees inside of his old house. There's trees growing up in the middle of his old house and snakes and whatnot, but I climbed in there and weaved because I wanted to be in that house because he was just such a great guy, and I appreciated him as a man and as a father. And it's a sad, sad day.
It is.
It really is. We've got our job to do. We're going to talk hockey today and perhaps a couple of other things. But more importantly, for the entire Lombardi family, our heartfelt sympathies and much love to all of them.
100%. Now, to the hockey part of this. The Avs are now down 0-3. And there was an answer from Bednar, and it was to start the presser. And it was just like, what's changed when you talk about this was in the context of from the first period to the second period and beyond last night, but I think this could apply to this series in general. It was what changed after the first period.
Everything. Yeah, first 9 minutes, it was kind of looked like portions of game one for me and parts of game two where we were mismanaging the puck, like breakouts. And then, they just got more competitive, and we didn't stay with that intensity for me for 9 minutes. And, a little bit of communication and some talk, and, we just didn't dig in and match their intensity at the start of the second quick enough. For me, it was 9 minutes, those 2 goals, pretty much an onslaught. And then after they scored the second goal, we had the TV timeout, and things kind of started to change a little bit for us. We got the power play, we got a couple Nelson chances in on the rush and more zone time, and and then they just chipped away at that 1-goal lead and ended up winning the hockey game.
It's just, I feel like just quickly here, Mo, sorry, the change between the first and second period feels like the change between the first 2 series of the playoffs and this one. You feel like you got control. You got something that you believe in and you trust, and there's a level of want to and grit and execution that all looks good. And then out of nowhere, it's almost like when you get hit with a little piece of adversity, the team, instead of responding in a strong way, crumbles. Like, there's no other way for me to explain this other than you sort of peed down your leg for the last 2 periods, and you had no response for, Vegas, when they scored on the power play, they're down 2 now instead of 3. It's not a big deal. Buckle down, play decent hockey, execute properly, and you are still in prime position to win. But it felt, just watching through the television screen, and you were there, Moj, it felt when Vegas got that first goal, you just knew more were coming. And I don't get it.
Yeah, Brett, I think you laid it out perfectly. Did it completely collapse? No, but did it dissipate quickly? Yes, maybe that's it. It was a quick dissipation of that oomph, that, and again, this goes back to you can't fool players. They know. They played that second for that 9 minutes, and I don't know why that is, but they played like they didn't believe in themselves.
Yeah.
They played like they thought that maybe their 3-1 lead is fool's gold. I'm trying to simplify this the best I possibly can and put it in layman's terms the best I possibly can. But to me, that's what it was like. It's like, we're still up 3-1, but we really shouldn't be, or that kind of thing. It's almost like you manifest your own collapse because something is permeating where, and maybe not with every, and here's the thing, maybe not with every guy, but with enough guys that it causes the disjointed nature of their play, and then they start compounding their own things. Now, again, that goes away and they get back to being themselves, but it's these little stretches, or in this case, a long stretch of 9 minutes, where that's the number one vibe and that's the number one thing, and that's the number one reason why you're now down 3-0. So that's as simple as I can put it. Now, the real question is going to be, when it's all said and done, why did that happen? How did it happen with guys who have shown repeatedly a fantastic ability to respond? And I go back, last year they lost that Dallas series in the third period of Game 7 with a 2-0 lead. Completely different scenario, though, Brett. Completely different. They just kind of got a little bit, and again, the one off Sammy G's skate. You know what I mean, right? And so it was a different scenario as to why you lost. But man, even in that first round, Dallas, a hell of a club. When they punched you in the mouth, you punched back.
Yep.
And maybe it took a while, but it's you see what I'm saying?
And
you got a little bit. But the reason you lost is not nearly or not even remotely close to what you're doing now to lose games.
Right. And that is, to me, what hurts the most this morning is I just did, a week's worth of shows about a month ago talking about you lost a series because mentally the other team was stronger than you were. And that's the Nuggets. That's what happened in that Minnesota series. In much of a similar fashion, especially after Anthony Edwards and Dosunmu and everybody else leaves the lineup, you look at it on paper, you're like, you're better. You are better talent-wise than the team you are facing right now. And the reason why you aren't winning is because the opposing team between the ears is stronger than you are. And I never would have thought I'm doing the same thing with this Avs team because it felt like they had all of that. It felt like they had the talent combined with the mental makeup to be able to overcome even a little bit of struggle or adversity or whatever. And in these last couple of games, you're looking for someone, anyone, to give you a spark and set a tone. And it's, to be honest, Moj, I think that maybe a couple of guys have done that. The issue is those guys are the ones that are playing on your third and fourth lines. I haven't seen it from your top players. And it's part of the beef that I have right now when people are pointing to, And I get it. I think that there is a heavy load of responsibility on everybody, including the coaching staff. But when I look at production from the guys that you are paying the most money, the guys that you are relying the most upon to do things for you in the biggest of games, you cannot succeed without Nathan MacKinnon scoring. You cannot succeed when Brock Nelson, your second-line center, has 3 points in 12 playoff games, 2 of them being empty netters. You cannot succeed when Val Nichushkin has 4 points throughout the course of this postseason. You can't succeed when those guys aren't playing up to a certain standard. It's just impossible. And when you look at the opposite side, man, Vegas has their guys producing. Howden has been dangerous all series long. Dorfiev has been dangerous all series long. Marner has made play after play after play. That's how you win. But when you can't get production from your top guys, what are you supposed to do here? What am I supposed to be evaluating? In the trouble, and I'm sorry that I'm rambling here, Moj, but it's just everything's coming together at once now. The trouble in all of this is the guys that you are relying upon the most are the ones that are under contract for years. And I don't know what happens now. I don't know where you go. If you end up losing tomorrow and getting swept, or if you lose in 5, or if you lose in 6, it doesn't matter. None of it changes when you lose in this series. The only thing that can change is if you win 4 straight and make the Stanley Cup final. That's it. But we're talking about a borderline impossibility.
That is correct.
Those guys need to produce,
here's the problem
and they aren't.
when you ramble like this. When you ramble, I got to start writing stuff down because you're making some very good points. It's just that you move on to the next thing, and I forget what the hell I was going to say about that thing, and then that thing, and then that thing. If it was about want, if it was about because they haven't been lazy, they haven't, just. I don't want to say been asleep, although a couple little scenarios they were in this series so far. It's been poise at times. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I know how good this team is. I know the belief system inside this team. I know how poised they are. Typically, what is the reason? Why is it happening? And I don't know how to put it any more simply than this. And you may think I'm oversimplifying, listeners, but this is the scenario. This is how you lose not only games but series. You've got a 3-2 lead, and you've just shown, especially on that second goal, 2 bad plays in a row. You compounded your situation. It's 3-2. Fine. Nelson still has a breakaway opportunity that rings off the crossbar. You still had a power play in there too, where you're all of a sudden, if you're back up 4-0, that time has been that tide has been stemmed, and you're back to playing your game. The fact that you don't score that goal, the fact that power play does look like it did, even though I thought Hart made some really good saves and they had a couple really nice deflections and they did this and they did that. The fact is you didn't score. And because you didn't score, it's now still a 3-2 game. Yep. Manson gets blown up at the blue line. There's no call. He's pissed. Everybody's now disjointed because his guy is deep in the zone and he's trying to get back into the play and he's looking, where the hell's my guy? And then boom. That's what cost you not only a game, even though it's 3-3 after 2, it cost you that game, and now it's cost you the series. That just that stretch of time in one game. It's remarkable how that works in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
303-504-0925. I know we sound dour here, but guess what? You can join Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio at Rhinehouse on 14th and Market tomorrow night as the Avs look to stay alive in the Western Conference Finals. Nate and Andy going to be broadcasting live starting at 3, and we'll have Nathan MacKinnon giveaways, including a signed stick, signed puck, and signed photo, along with great deals like $7 Rhinehouse Lager half liters and $12 liters. See you tomorrow at Rhinehouse for Game 4.
Brett, I know it's probably not funny to other people, but to me, I had something funny I was just going to say about Andy and about Nate and Andy at the Rhinehouse.
I can't read.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to save it. I don't feel like being funny today, man. There's a lot of bumness going around.
No, come on, make me laugh. I need a good chuckle. Please.
It's gone out of my head now too. This has been a rough, God, since last, not even Wednesday. You lost game one, big deal. But really since Friday afternoon, it's been a friggin' bummer of a time.
Well,
man.
a texter makes a good point,
Bummer.
and I think that this sums it up pretty good. It's like, truly, he said, boys, this is the first day of the whole season where I think the Avs will not win the Cup. Like, that's how I feel. Like, even when they were down 0-1 in this series, I was like, they'll be fine. Bounce back, win game 2.
Mm-hmm.
Even, again, I'll mention this. If they had won last night, I'd be like, man, Makar's back in the lineup. The team looked right. They took a 3-0 lead after the first period. Like, I think I'd still have that belief. But you can't have it now. You're down 0-3. This hasn't happened in basically the history of the sport in this scenario where somebody's come back and won this way. Like, crazy. So, 303-504-0925 back after this.
Guys, dealing with low testosterone is not a fun thing. Doesn't make you a bad person. Just means maybe you're getting a little bit older because guys in early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. You probably didn't know that. Before you know it, you're like, man, I just don't feel like I used to feel. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can absolutely help you with low testosterone and other men's issues. And right now, their advanced medical strategies are killer, featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. You treat the low T and other hormonal issues, and it also helps you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, sex drive, and much, much more. Be sharper at work, stronger in the gym. Don't be older, take control. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, so call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
From your perspective, how did you guys kind of end up in this spot here in this series? What changed from this series versus the last couple?
I don't know. It's a good team we're playing. It's a really good team. Like for me, I guess the story, even like because I can take parts of the game too. It's like getting out and sustaining, or getting to our game and sustaining our game for a full 60. That's against difficult competition. If you make a mistake, they capitalize on it. Like they're very good at finishing off their chances. Poor start to game one cost us the game. Played a great game after that. 9-minute stretch in the second period today cost us the game.
That sound. That sound is everybody. Play that again, Nelly. Just do that on a loop, please. Yep.
Yeah.
That sound
Pretty much
sums up everything you need to know about this series so far.
This spot here in this series, what changed from this series versus the last couple?
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
now
a lot. And Brett, stop for a second.
Yeah.
It's exasperating because you thought you had it, and you know what? You do have a lot of it. But again, in this scenario, you're talking about a semifinal is what this is, the Western Conference Final. You can't even let up for a little bit, and if you do, you got to get lucky that you don't get scored on. You got to get lucky that it doesn't cost you the game or the series. And you've let up enough or been disjointed enough that it's cost you every single time. You're not really getting away with anything at all. And part of it, too, and this is where, let me be a little bit funny here. It's not even funny, but it's damn truth. This is me as an emotional being. It's that team. It's those guys.
Sure.
It's this fan base. I'd like to make I sat in the stands for a great portion of the game last night. I'd like to make a proclamation about the people around me, but I'm not going to do it because it's just going to sound like sour grapes. But listening to that guy, listening to the PA guy shout at me.
Yeah.
Listening to the blonde girl who's giving away prizes to Jimmy and Susie and everybody else up and down the aisles, screaming over the speakers and penetrating my soul. It's these guys you're losing to. It ain't Edmonton, right? It ain't like McPickles is finally getting his or something like that. You know what I mean? It's these friggin' dudes who honestly, until they made the coaching change, they were this close to missing, for God's sake. But when you capture something, Brett, when you capture something and you're feeling, even if you're dumb at times and do stupid things, but you're feeling that kind of invincibility as a club, that can carry you a long way, and that's what Vegas is riding right now.
All right, can I get allow me to be a bit speculative, okay? Because
what?
There's things that you hear, and there's things that can be translated through context. And I consider myself pretty good at being able to read between the lines of what somebody actually means without saying it. And this is what I want to do. And there's a couple of texts, and I'll address these. One being this. You guys are basically saying that Vegas was an unworthy opponent with a temporary coach. Now Vegas is giving them the belt. I remember when Brett and Moser were like, oh, well, we beat the Wild, so the next team isn't going to be a match at all because we already beat the best team. I just want to say on the front end of that, I did say before this series, before it started, that I think this goes a minimum of 6 games, probably 7. Yes, I thought the Avs would win this series. I did not think this would be easy. I said it repeatedly that this was going to be a tough series. Not in my wildest dreams would I imagine you being down 0-3 to start it. 1. 2, I talked about it this series, and the biggest issue I have with it is that I think there's a difference between being beat by a team that is equal or better than you talent-wise, and that's something that is much easier to live with. And the comparison I made was last year with the Broncos when they played against the Bills in the postseason, Bo Nix's rookie year. and they lost 31-7 or whatever the score was. And I got on the air the next day and I just shrugged. I was like, yeah, the Bills are better than you are. I don't have an issue with this. You made the playoffs. It was a good year. You obviously weren't talented enough to beat them. That's fine.
Because you were ahead of schedule. Everybody knew it.
Yes.
Everybody did. This Avalanche team, Brett, is right on schedule. And you know what? The plane pulled away from the gate in Game 3 last night without him in that second period.
The issue that I have is you aren't losing this series because Vegas is a better hockey team than you are, talent-wise, skill-wise, player-wise. You are as – it's hard to say this when you're down 0-3, but I think everybody knows what I mean here. On paper, you are as good, if not much better, than what Vegas is. Not to say Vegas isn't good, but that's how talented I think the Avs are. The reason you feel this way is because you're getting beat upstairs, and a texter says, well, who do you mean by mentally soft or not mentally tough enough? And this is where I try and read between the lines. I try and translate into real terms what somebody means to say without saying it. This.
Jared, down 0-2, is there a greater urgency to get Cale Makar back, or is the timeline kind of the timeline on him?
There's urgency to get him back, since he's gotten hurt, but it's going to be Cale's decision on when he's coming back, he's doing all the work he can possibly do to try to get back as fast as he can, and we get word he can play, then that's great. But I don't make that decision for him. But yeah, there's urgency to make sure everyone is in and available, and everyone's playing as well as they possibly can.
This is where I try and read between the lines. And Moj, this is just opinion. This is just me speculating. But I consider myself pretty good at reading between lines on things. Cale was cleared to play. Cale held himself out. That's my read on it. And in the sport of hockey, above all else, when you have a season end, and Moj, you see the laundry list, the old 1700 scroll of this player's getting a knee surgery, a back surgery, a hip problem, a hand, a rib, a whatever, right? Everybody's got something that they got to clean up after the season because they're all playing through something.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me not to imagine that if I'm reading between the lines correctly, that Cale's keeping himself out when he's been medically cleared to play, that doesn't have a few people in that locker room looking at him saying, bro, get your ass on the ice. We're all hurting. That's all I'm saying. I don't know that to be the case, but I'm just trying to read it. And could that mess with some sort of internal camaraderie? I don't know. Maybe. But something seems off.
Well, Brett, I don't know either. But it's interesting you bring that up because it's got to be something.
Yeah.
It's got to be something because this is not the same team. It's got to be something because this is not the team that we even saw in the Minnesota series. Did Minnesota play them tough? Yeah. Did Minnesota punch them in the mouth a couple times?
Sure.
Yeah. And what did they do?
Did Minnesota come back from a 3-0 deficit? And then you went on to win the game anyway? Yeah.
Correct. It's so something, some sort of dynamic shifted and changed in the midst of all this. And I think for part of the fan base too is this, and maybe even for me. Let's say you're down 3-0 right now, but you've been playing your butts off and you lost 3 overtime games, let's say, okay?
Sure.
And one of them in double overtime. That's a whole lot different than they scored a power play goal. When you're up 3-0, they scored a power play goal, and somehow it caused you to just mentally lose it for about 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a difference in how it's the how you're losing that is the concern. You know, I go back to the Nuggets too, and you were so right about that. It's not that they lost to Minnesota in 5 games, but it's how they lost. It's especially after that game too. And
you get called out.
You lose. You get called out, and there's nothing. There's nothing. You know what I mean? And that's where you're going. Okay. That there's deeper issues here. And with this Avalanche team, I don't think the issues are incredibly deep, but I'm trying to tell you, I've said it before, I'm going to say it 1,000 times again. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, Western Conference Final, your issues don't have to be deep. They don't have to continue on for even an entire period. But if you have issues for even this long, just a handful of minutes, and it costs you, that is the difference between everything. And you add those up enough, you find yourselves in the scenario you're at right now.
Well, I'll tell you the difference. So Bednar was called out by a lot of people for saying, hey, you can't say that about one of your top players. I mean, you saw the reaction, Moj. And to me, it's like, what do you mean? Like, here's what's funny is coaches get criticized if they don't try and motivate or call out nonsense when they see it, and then they get criticized when they do. And it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, because we all know what the real issue is. If you don't win, everything looks wrong. For example, you can have a coach like Nathaniel Hackett, who is Mr. Easy-go-lucky, whatever, happy, smiling all the time, don't get after your players, don't yell at players, player-friendly guy, and if your team sucks, then he's too soft. And then you can have Fangio, and Fangio walks in, and he's a hard ass, and he is a dictator and a tyrant, and he runs the team his way, and it's his way or the highway. Well, that's too hard. You can't do that. It's all about if you win or not. Because if either of those guys won, then their coaching style's great, and there's no problem. But I guess I bring up the Kale comments for this reason.
Here. You got Bill Belichick, who's won a lot.
Sure.
But, I mean, Pete Carroll won a Super Bowl, and they couldn't be different human beings.
Right.
And styles.
And I bring up the Kale thing to say this. When Nathan MacKinnon takes a slap shot off the outside of the knee and can barely even put any weight on it, and Wedgwood says this after the game.
Yeah, obviously, I might have to kill him to get him off the ice. So just kind of the person he is and the competitor he is. So, obviously proves that. Every time he's on the ice, he wants to win more than anybody, and just another example.
It's just one of those things, Moj, when you hear those things side by side, it makes me cock an eyebrow about what's actually going on here. And, I don't want to oversimplify things, but I think it is kind of this easy. We can talk about coaching and making adjustments and what you can do on the power play to make that more dangerous, or what you got to do to say to motivate a team or whatever. Bottom line is, if your top players don't play to the level of top players, it's really, really hard to win. Really hard.
Yeah. And not only that, but let's look at body language real quick, all right? You laid it out where Vegas is not the more talented team.
Not on paper.
They're not better at the middle, or not better than blue line, they're better than here. You're right about that. But when you talk about body language, and you talk about something that's esoteric, it's intangible. Doesn't it feel like they're playing with house money right now? They're playing like,
totally.
I'm going to say loosey-goosey, but they just have this, yeah, man, this inner vibe, man. We can do. It's like, and they've been building on that since the coaching change. I think really the last week of the regular season. I mean, they played better hockey, but as the playoffs have gone on, they've only gotten stronger. The Vegas Golden Knights. So it's gone like this. It's tilted.
Yeah.
And because they're capitalizing, and I'll give them a lot of credit. I said this before the series began. What they do incredibly well is they capitalize on your mistakes. They capitalize on that 4.5, 9 minutes of where you just feel disconnected as a club. They capitalize on that, and they make you pay. Mm-hmm. That's it. It doesn't need to be any deeper than that. We don't need to, to try to turn over every rock and find an excuse or a situation that doesn't exist. I mean, Occam's razor, man. It's right there in front of you.
Well, let's just do a simple exercise. I'm just going to name a player, Moj. You tell me yes or no. Has the player played to the expected level that you thought you'd get? Okay? Nathan MacKinnon.
Production-wise in this series, no. Not product. I mean, you're talking about. I mean, they're playing hard, but it's production you're worried about, right?
Yes.
Okay, then no.
Natchez.
No.
MacKinnon.
No.
Landy.
Yeah.
Brock.
No.
Nichushkin.
Although I thought Lucky made some really good plays last night, Brett.
He did.
But Lucky,
But just
clearly
keep
he's
going
not.
with it. Keep going.
But he's. I mean, again, he missed time. He's not himself. Go ahead.
Nichushkin.
No.
Kadri.
No.
Nick Waugh.
I think Nick's been fine.
O'Connor.
Yeah.
Parker Kelly.
Oh yeah.
Jack Drury.
Better than okay. Yep.
Ross Colton.
I mean, better than himself.
Yeah. Ross Colton.
I think that the 2-game sitting of Ross Colton did wonders for him. He's playing his butt off, and I look around these guys.
So hang on, Mosh. Hang on.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I just went through the entire forward group. You said yeses to guys who are all in the bottom 6, essentially, with a couple exceptions. That's who you said yes to. You didn't say yes to your top dogs. That's a problem. To go to the blue line,
Right.
Kale. I guess it's an incomplete. He's barely played in the series. Malinsky.
No.
Kulak.
Yeah, he's been fine.
Burns.
He's had some struggle bus moments at times, and the penalties I think are difficult.
Manson.
He was out, of course, with injury this postseason.
I'm just talking about in the series, Mosh. In the series.
Oh, in this series, I think he's been okay.
Taves.
Yeah. Taser doesn't look like himself to me 1,000% either.
And then Wedgie.
Average.
It's not good enough. Like that is too many guys that have not played to the standard that you need, and it's too many of the guys that you consider the main factors to winning. Depth is an amazing thing to have, and you need it to win a cup, but it can't be the best asset on your team is the depth. And I think that's where you're drawing the main conclusion. Why are you down 0-3? Because your top guys aren't playing like top guys. And so we'll get back to this in a bit. Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final between Montreal and Carolina can be heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game, 5:30, puck drop shortly after 6 p.m. Oh, by the way, next. All right, so a little break here from the hockey stuff just for a couple of minutes. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of, and I'll start here. Did you happen?
You should be aware of. You know what you should be. You know what you should be aware of.
What's that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. These are difficult days, bro. I've been through. You know this. I've been through a million of these, dude. Every Avalanche series loss kills me. This one's hitting different because they were there, and now they're not there. It's just crazy. Go ahead. It
was a terrible insult, by the way. You know what you should be aware of? I don't know, bro. I'm just sad. That's what you said. Anyway.
At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
Oh, by the way, did you see that there were the, quote, enhanced games over the weekend? Like the Olympics.
They were here in Vegas. They're here in Vegas.
Oh, they were? So
yeah, this is your dream. This is the Brett Kane dream.
It's like the Olympics with steroid needles sticking out of people's butts. So here's the data. 91% of the athletes used testosterone in these games. 79% used HGH. And 62% used stimulants like Adderall and modafinil. I don't know what that is. Modafinil? Anyway, they're just jacked to the gills. But here's my thought. After those games took place and all the events that they had, they did deadlifting, sprinting, all the different things, right? Only one, quote, world record was set. It's not going to be recognized, but one out of all these games, which makes me think, are people in the Olympics juicing? If you tell me that these things are amazing sports enhancers and only one record was broken, the hell's going on in the Olympics?
You're missing the point here entirely, bro. I mean, you're completely missing the point.
Oh, help me then.
If Steve Nelson, I mean, look at Nelly. If he put his flute down for 2 days and decided, you know what, I want to be a weightlifter and I'm going to get on D-ball and just jacked himself up for 2 years. Steve Nelson's never going to set a world record in weightlifting or anything like that. It's just not going to happen.
Okay,
but it does. What it does do, Brett, is it makes the very best athletes even better. Barry Bonds was already an unbelievably awesome hitter.
Moj, the mountain from Game of Thrones who competed in these games is not Steve Nelson. He's the bleeping mountain, okay?
Yeah, understood.
He's not playing a flute.
Yeah, but he's also like 50, that guy. Has to be, doesn't he?
I suppose. Oh, by the way, the All-NBA teams were released over the weekend. No surprise that Nikola Jokic is a first-team All-NBA player. He joined Shea, Victor Wembanyama, Luka, and Cade Cunningham. What is interesting is Jamal Murray did make third-team, which in addition to an All-Star season, he's now an All-NBA type player. All of that doesn't matter because they got bounced in 5 games, but still, we were all waiting for years for somebody to get some sort of accolade along with Jokic, and Jamal made third-team All-NBA.
Good for him. He was an All-Star this year, yeah. So good for him. It's all good.
Another one here. Oh, by the way, Justin Simmons, who is retired as a Bronco recently. Now done with the game of football, but he has picked up the game of golf, Moj, and he's only been playing for a couple of years. Well, I just saw that jerk had a hole-in-one over the weekend.
Those guys piss me off.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Those guys really piss. And I mean, let me say this about Justin Simmons. He's an awesome dude. Love him. But his fortune and my lack of fortune in that regard pisses me off.
Like, I was just an all-pro safety for 10 years in the league, picking off passes all the time, making a whole bunch of money. I'm a good-looking guy who's a great leader of a team and an all-around likable human being, and I get hole-in-ones when I just picked up the game.
Because, look, I've played that game for a long time. I've come so close. I won 2 watches for being this close to a hole-in-one. I've had to lip out. I almost won a red Mercedes-Benz one time in a tournament. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I've never had one, Brett.
Nope.
And to this day, I've seen like 4 in my life. I've played with people like 4. I've seen like 4. Never had one.
Always the bridesmaid. Did you happen to see Bobby Marks projected what Peyton Watson will make on the open market this year as a restricted free agent. What would you guess? What was the contract? He said
30.
It's a 4-year deal for what?
120.
90 is his projection. So 22
good.
and a half.
Then maybe we're off the hook then a little bit because I thought there's no doubt somebody's going to overpay for potential.
Which would be doable. Like, yes, you'd have to move different people around and you'd have to offload some contracts, but that would be doable if that's what he gets on the open market. And if it's any sort of like positive indicator, his projection for Christian Brown was $30 million a year. He only got 25. So maybe it could be a little south of that too. I have no idea. But I think that Peyton Watson is an immensely important part to the future of that team because he's young with high potential on offense and already a really good defender who's athletic, which you need. Speed and athleticism.
By the way, did you see Johnny Manziel beat up Bob Menery this weekend?
What was that? What are we doing here? Is this just the new era of fighting? Is that we just take names that you recognize who can't really fight and then they just punch each other, or what?
It doesn't do anything for me whatsoever at all. I don't watch that crap, but I did see that he beat him up.
Is this the failed athletes dancing with the stars? Is that what it is now? You know, when celebrities, when their flame burns out on their celebrity, they go to Dancing with the Stars. And it's like, hey, you guys remember Chachi, don't you? Well, he's going to be on Dancing with the Stars this year. Tune in as he and Henry Winkler battle it out for the, you know what I mean? Like, that's what celebrities do. Washed up athletes, I guess, I'll go fight Ray J. You know what I mean?
Right, pretty much.
Cool, Carl.
I got another one. Oh, by the way, did you watch the end of the Indy 500 yesterday?
I did, yeah. Well, I mean, I saw the highlight.
Right,
of it.
you weren't watching it live, but
No.
you probably saw Felix Rosenqvist, go around David Malukas there at the very end.
What one
How'd
by
you like to be that red?
0.02, right?
I mean, yeah. Can you imagine being that red car though? I mean, what if you're David Malukas? And the problem is the guy's drafting on you, right? You're trying to break it as much as possible. Would you rather be the leader on that last lap, or would you rather be in second place?
I mean, the leader.
Because he did everything he could. I don't think he could do anything. There's nothing he could do.
Yeah. I don't get, like, Mose, you know me, I don't understand cars and I don't understand racing, but it was a pretty incredible finish. It was a fun watch. I mean, you win by 0.02 seconds. Pretty crazy. Just quickly here, oh, by the way, Florida has passed a law that is called the Teddy Bridgewater Act. If you remember, Teddy Bridgewater was the coach of a high school team in Florida and got fired and suspended because he would bring his players food. He would buy them Ubers to get to and from practice if they didn't have a ride.
Right.
And that was not allowed for impermissible benefits even at the high school level. And everybody kind of thought, bro, he's getting these kids transportation, physical therapy, and rehab on his own dime. That's not something you should punish. That's something that should be celebrated. Well, turns out they're allowed to do that now. So you can help players with expenses such as food, transportation, and physical therapy as a head coach if you want to. So that's a new law.
Does he get his job back? Does Ted get his job back?
I think he's got a job in the NFL still, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, you're right. He went back to the NFL. You're right.
Nelly, you got one on the way out?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, after the show wraps up today, I'm going to quit so I can go spend the next 3 years lifting weights just to prove you wrong, Moj. I'm about to start breaking world records.
Attaboy.
But, no. Oh, by the way, did you guys ever play the board game Operation growing up?
I did.
Yes.
So I don't know if you saw this.
I mean, dude, it was fun. It was fun for, like, you take 2 bones
30
out,
seconds?
and then that's it.
Yeah, I know. You set off the buzzer
It's like hungry.
Yeah.
It's like hungry hippos. It's fun for about 20 seconds. Then you're like, this sucks.
Well, then maybe you should enter this giveaway, see if you can get a better version of the board game. Dylan Brooks has teamed up with Underdog Sports to create a board game called Unethical Hoops, and it looks like Operation, except the dude on the table is SGA dribbling a basketball, and all the different holes on the board are different parts of SGA's body, and the goal is you have to remove the basketball from SGA without setting off the whistle. And the game is literally called Unethical Hoops.
Look, I know you guys might think to yourself this looks like AI. It's not. This is a real thing that Dylan Brooks made.
This is a real board game, and you can go to Underdog's website and enter, and they're going to give away 100 actual copies of this board game.
So each one of these holes that you got to take the basketball out without hitting the side, Mosh. Here's what it says. I'm going from the top to the bottom. Head snap, shoulder bump, hook and cook, push off, lean in, rip through, head snap, don't reach, phantom contact, and leg kick.
You know, I'm not a big Dylan Brooks guy.
Me neither.
But I love him. I love him for this.
Yeah.
I do. I love him for this. We've got to, what's the website again, Nelly?
It's Underdog. I believe they're a sports betting outlet, I think.
Yeah,
and then or you can just go to unethicalhoops.com.
Okay, I'm going to go to unethicalhoops.com, and I'm going to try to win, because when I win one of these, we're going to bring it into the studio and we're going to play it live.
I would love to do that. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. So, yeah, shout out to Dylan Brooks. That's really funny. By the way, brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. Get back to the ads.
One more hour to kind of put Game 3 at the back side of things. I'm going to get some better light here, and let's roll on.
I want to do something a little different when we come back. This has been doom and gloom, and rightfully so, because the Avs have crushed our hopes and dreams. But allow me just for a second to imagine the impossible, and we'll get to it next.
Never, ever panic on an airplane. Never worry about a damn thing until a flight attendant is worried. Never, ever worry about anything on an airplane. Anything. Until you see a visible sign of a flight attendant, maybe a little
Being
uneasy.
panicky.
Well, not even panicky, because their job is to maintain chill.
But you can tell.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm your flight attendant. And while we went through some turbulence last night and maybe dropped 50, 100, 200 feet, plane ain't going down. Okay?
Back to the red line. Everyone has to get out. 5 seconds to go in game 2. Rimmed all the way through. And against the odds, Vegas comes into Denver and wins both games to take a 2-0 series lead.
Okay, folks, please calm down. We have decided not to land in the ocean, okay? We have spoken with our control tower, and apparently the force of these winds are just going to end up ripping the plane into different parts, okay, before we land.
Landeskog towards the net. That misses MacKinnon. Glove save Hart. He'll hang on. The game is over. A night you don't want to remember in Vegas. The Avalanche, a 3-0 lead in the first. Vegas scores 5 straight goals to win 5-3 and take a 3-0 series lead with a chance to sweep the Avalanche Tuesday night.
Okay, so just make sure all of your items are neatly stowed beneath you, just in case the plane does rip in half. You will have your items with you on your half.
All right, so
what, man?
there's something
You know
I want to
You know
get
what?
to
No,
and
you
talk.
know
What?
You know what, man? My analogy was correct.
Yeah, but
was
but they're
right.
panicking now.
Hold on. Well, yeah. Oh no! I don't know what that clip sounds like. It's probably an SNL clip. I'm guessing that's what it is.
Yeah, that was
something
Kristen
like that,
Wiig
right?
on SNL. Yeah, back in the day.
Okay. It's really funny, but I'm not in a laughing mood, you know? Incidentally, I'm sitting here doing this show. I'm looking out my window here in Vegas. I've seen this same motorcycle cop pull like 4 people over so far this morning.
I've heard it.
Just got another one right over here big time. This guy's just nailing people left and right, nailing them.
Before we, I want to discuss some things that we've talked about in a different way today, and we'll get to that in just a second. But reminder that our hearts go out to Vic and the Lombardi family as he lost his dad over the weekend, and his dad being one of the greatest, coolest human beings you could possibly imagine. He came to this country with nothing. And Vic kind of sent this out yesterday on social media, but, you know, a couple of bucks in his pocket, a 6th grade education, and turned that into not just the accomplishment of the American dream, but raising an unbelievable family and everything else that has come along with Vic and his brothers and sister and family overall and what they've done here. It's nothing short of remarkable, and he is one of the most admirable human beings I think you could think of. And in the last 4 years, he was dealing with dementia, which is just terrible. But hearts and thoughts and prayers and everything go out to Vic and his family because Easy was truly one of one.
Yeah, he was one of one. That's damn truth. Yesterday in the airport, because I got to Vegas a little bit later than everybody else did, man, I just sobbed like a little baby, and I don't know why. I guess because I really admired Easy. Obviously Vic is a very good friend of ours and has been for an awfully long time. But that family, Kane, I'm trying to explain to you how that family. I opened Facebook, and Easy's cousin, Ferdinando, who still lives in Italy, has been awesome to me. In fact, last time I was there, he goes, "Don't tell Vic." So I got to the village before Vic did. And this is, I guess, last year. And he goes, "Don't look." I'm like, "Okay, I'm in the car." So he jumps in, and we drive up to the top of the mountain. And he opens up his trunk, and he's got a set of golf clubs and a giant bucket of balls.
Huh.
and he just gotten kind of, he's been golfing regularly. He goes, let's hit some balls. I'm like, okay, great. We are bombing balls over this mountain in Italy, dude.
That's
in
cool.
In a mowed down cow pasture. But my point is that I guess all this comes together because of Ezio, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, all these people all these wonderful people that I've gotten to know in Italy and beyond and interact with over the years, and it's all because of him, man. He was the catalyst, and I'm so glad he's in a better place, but I'm just so devastated for the Lombardi family because he's the patriarch and
yep.
such a good grandfather and such a good father. It's just really hard on all the siblings. It's just sad, but he's in a happier and better place because that dementia, Brett. Last thing,
brutal.
It's just one of that and ALS are maybe the two cruelest things you could possibly deal with. It's just cruel.
So our thoughts go out to the Lombardi family, obviously, with the news from over the weekend. Now to the Avs side of things. Just let me talk about the impossible for a moment, because if you've listened to the show for more than 5 minutes today, it's been, appropriately dour, all right? I could not have envisioned 0-3 to start this series. I'm flabbergasted at the result of this. But may I just bring something up? This is not I think this is going to happen. I think there is virtually no shot of it happening. How many times, Moj, has a team come back from down 0-3 in the Stanley Cup playoffs and won?
It's in a West Final, I can't remember the last time it happened. The LA Kings did it on their way to winning a Stanley Cup years ago, but it's very, very, very rare. Very.
So just a quick search here. As of May 2026, only 4 NHL teams in history have come back from down 3-0 in a series in a best-of-7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. 1942 in the Stanley Cup final, the Leafs came back from down 3-0 to beat the Red Wings. That was 42.
Did Pittsburgh do it to Philly?
In 75, the quarterfinal, the Islanders did it over the Penguins. In 2010, the Eastern semifinals, the Flyers over the Bruins. And then
that's what it was. It was Philly over Boston. I remember that series.
And then in 2014, it was the Kings over the Sharks in the first round. So
there you go.
Just for impossibility's sake, the Avs have won 4 straight games 6 different times this year. 7 if you include the final 3 regular season games heading into the postseason. They've done it once in these playoffs in the first round as they beat the Kings in a sweep. They've done it. They have the talent to do it. The question here is how much, and this is what I'm curious about, not that this is going to matter moving forward. If you come back and you win this or you lose this series in 4 games, in 5 games, in 6 games, hell, in 7 games. The only thing I think that really change anything is if they came back and won, which is, a virtual impossibility. But I am curious to see how tomorrow's going to go. What kind of response are they going to have? Are they going to lay down and die and just be like, you know what, we blew it? Or is there going to be a little bit of fight? And what kind of blew me away in Game 3 was they showed the fight in the first period. About as good a period of hockey as they've played the entire postseason. And then just squandered it all away in the next 40 minutes. But how do you respond? What do you do? And that's what I'm curious about. They've done it. Again, 6 different times this regular season. The Avs have won 4 straight games. Minimum. Now, some of those are more than that, Moj. They had like a 7-8 game win streak in there, a 6 game win streak, whatever. Now, it hasn't come in the playoffs and it hasn't come against Vegas alone. But just saying, it's possible.
Right. There's two scenarios. Okay, let me. I'm Moj. I love this hockey club. I've worked for this hockey club for 30 years about. There are 2 scenarios that are playing out in my head right now. Number 1 is to get on board with you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because, going negative, what does that accomplish? You may be a realist, but people choose to just be pissy and negative. They choose that. Or number 2, the
Why
other
are you
scenario
so pissy?
is to head to McCarran Airport, fly back to Denver, and punch you right in the face.
Yeah.
For even bringing it up.
Yeah.
You're just being an ass. I'm going with option B.
Which is?
Flying back to Denver and punching you square in your mouth. Brett, look, I'm not a dummy.
I just want to discuss all possibilities here. And I told you,
Dude,
I don't believe it.
From now on, we're going full Tarnasky. I'm bringing my own rhino. You know what's going to happen. I'm bringing my own giraffe. You know what it's for.
All right, can I ask you this?
Dude,
Let me do it in a different. Hang on. Wait. Let me do it in a different way, please. Sorry to cut you off, but let me just do it in a different way. If the Avs win tomorrow, do you think they can come back and win?
No.
If the Avs win tomorrow and in Game 5, do you think they can come back and win?
No.
If the Avs win tomorrow and in Game 5 and in Game 6, do you think that they can win?
More than I would have.
I mean, that's what it would take. It would, like, if you push it to 7, then you can finally get me back around to the idea of maybe. But it's funny, we got a text earlier, and he said, boys, it's the first time since the season started this morning that I didn't think the Avs were winning the Cup. And that's exactly how I felt. Even when they were down 0-2 Moser, I'm like, all they need to do is get Makar back in the lineup and get a win.
Brett, I said it. I said it on Friday. I said, you know what? Even if I was very confident they were going to win Game 2, bro. I was very confident. And again, they have a 1-0 lead. This is where the series. You can point to say maybe this is where the series is lost. They've got a 1-0 lead all the way until the midway point of the third period. And again, that's where they tie the game on you. It's only a goal. Don't give up 2. And they did. That hurdle shot, kind of a seeing eye, top shelf, the go-ahead goal. But it's not that you gave up those 2 goals. It's that you didn't add, after Colton scored in the first, you never added onto it, which is very un-Avalanche. Like, you never, ever pushed it up even more. And because you didn't, and that's where it's lost. Not because you gave up those 2 goals in the third and then the empty netter, screw that. It's not that. It's because you weren't up 3-0. That's why you lose that game, in my opinion. And so it's just it's incredibly hard, Bretsky.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just really hard. I thought even down 2-0, this team can still come back. In fact, I last night after the first period, I'm like, if they win this game, I think they can win the series.
You and me both.
Val's gone. Then Val left.
And then Nate
MacKinnon
takes
blocked
one.
that. Brett, when I tell you, I rarely do you see MacKinnon show pain, and he didn't really try to show it at all. There was hardly any wincing after. It's that
he couldn't get up.
His movement, he can't move, Brett. He couldn't move. Okay? Did he get over there and play in some power play? Yeah, but he can't move, and therefore he can't be effective. And I'm guessing, this is just my guessing over the years of watching this stuff, he woke up today and probably couldn't bend his leg at all. Probably couldn't even bend his damn leg. And so it's been compounded now because not only did you lose, but now you're dealing with all these guys who are certainly not themselves whatsoever. 2 of the best players on the planet to start with, and then we can go from there.
Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final between Montreal and Carolina can be heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game at 5:30 tonight with puck drop shortly after 6 p.m. So if you have the stomach to listen to some more hockey, you can do it right here on 92.5 tonight with the Eastern Conference Final, Game 3 between Montreal and Carolina. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, and they've introduced a new way to parlay, and it's called Squad Bets, and it's available in the NBA, the MLB, and the NHL. So here's what you do. You go to your Fanatic Sportsbook app. You tap that sucker. You build your squad from the sport that you want, and then you pick your market, whether it's points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and then you finally set your target. So if you like hoops, you pick 4 players to combine for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 batters. Then you kick back like a GM and watch your squad go to work. Live tracking every step of the way, but here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack. So your bet stays alive all the way to the end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets. It's only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, I made a mistake. It's a big, big problem. Spent that commercial break and went out to get some water. Hydrate. Moser, you can turn your music off. Thank you. And I made the mistake of getting water, and I said, Raj, come here. And then I started talking to Raj, and now I'm like back to being mad again. Like I haven't stopped being mad, but it's just I talked to him about a few things, and now I'm even more fired up. I can't. I'll tell you where the frustration lies. I have a long-standing theory on this, and it applies to life, not just sports, but it happens in sports a lot.
That's great. Brett Kane's philosophy on life. Can't wait about this. Read a friggin' book and friggin' sell it. Wait, did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you did. Frustration comes in many forms. But there is a frustration that's deep. And maybe it's just me, but this is what happens to me. When I can't figure out why something's happening the way it is, that's the worst, because I can't find the solution to a problem if I can't recognize what the specific problem is. And so a lot of times, Mose, this happens where, I have 2 young children now, and so you get these things that are ordered and you got to set them up yourself. And a lot of these instructions now, Mose, are just pictures of things, and they don't have actual directions on it. It's just like snap, click. And I'm like, what am I snapping and what am I clicking into place? I don't know how to set this thing up. So I get really frustrated because I can't figure out the solution if I don't know the problem. And when it comes to the Avs, God, does that apply? So what is the problem? You could say the problem is, the top players aren't playing like top players. Why? Why is Brock Nelson not producing again? Why is Marty Necas not putting the puck in the back of the net? Why is Brock missing the net entirely when he's got a clean look at the goalie? Why is Val only got 4 points through 12 playoff games? Why does it look like the best line on the ice for you is one with fourth liners on it? Why is Scott Wedgwood not producing at the level that he did all regular season? Why? And I don't have the answer. I don't have it. And that's what's pissing me off. Because when you can get to a point where you look at a team across from you who is beating you, and you just say, I know why, because they're better than I am. That's easy. That's stomachable. It's acceptable. Because then you have to identify, why are they better? Well, we need to be better here. In the case of the Avs, I still look at them. I would put them, and I know this pisses people off, I don't care, on paper against anybody else in the league. Anyone. And you're down 0-3, and it looks like you've lost fight, and it looks like you can't get anything sustained over, at least consistently. Forget 60 minutes, Moj. Can you give me 45 to 50? Can you give me some? No, you can't. And I don't have the answer.
Let me go back to game 2. You may think it's whistling by the graveyard stuff. But until that third period, midway through the third period, they played a pretty rock-steady type of game, bro.
Yeah.
It again, you're talking about it's only a 1-0 lead, so you've got a 1-goal lead, but you have a lead, and you protected that lead. You did pretty damn good. And then you got a breakdown. Dude scores to tie it. Okay. Then uncharacteristically, you break down again. You let them put you on your heels, where you don't get put on your heels if you're the Colorado Avalanche. You do the heel putting on it, right?
Yeah.
You do the heel putting on it. I went back during the break and I watched a video from Vic from May 12th. And it was him basically saying that's a professional win by a professional hockey club, and he could not have been more correct. So the question is, Brent, back to your whys. Why are they so affected by a goal like the power play goal last night? Why are they affected at the beginning of the second period? Why are they affected by that goal so much so that now you give up 2 more? And it's not just that you're affected by that goal and you gave up 2 more, but then they make it 3-2, and then you still have your own opportunities. Nelly, off the bar and up.
Yeah.
Power play, you couldn't get that 4th goal, which would have changed everything. And that's how the Stanley Cup playoffs work, and that's especially how the Western Conference playoff works. The margin for error at this point is very, very, very thin. And when you're put on your heels, but it affects your entire game, the offensive side as well as the defensive side, even for short spans, Brett, that costs you games, that costs you series, that costs you seasons. Everybody knows it, and I'm not saying anything right now that Jerry Bednar wouldn't be saying to your face if he was sitting right there.
Well, somebody writes in, Brett, if you can't see why Vegas is better at playoff hockey, then I can't help you. Well, then explain it to me, geniuses. The Vegas Golden Knights do what specifically better than the Avs? I mean, outside of the simple thing, which is just executing. I mean, they've done that. They've capitalized on opportunities.
They don't. they don't get rattled, Brett. I'll tell you, and I guess rattled seems like such a negative word.
But Moshe, hang on. Sorry. Just let me get this out because.
Sure.
Rattled. Okay, fine. People want to say it's a style of play thing. Well, the Avs can't adjust to the style. I just watched them beat the hell out of L.A., playing a slow, plodding, nothing style for 4 straight games. They played that style perfectly. They executed it perfectly. They get into a series against Minnesota. Now it's a little bit more wide open, free-flowing, faster pace, more goals. They played that, and they won in 5 games. That's the whole point of this team. Stylistically, they were able to match up with people to a high level. But when I watched last night, I don't care if they're playing a slow style, cycling in the zone, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And that's why I go to, I think it's more of a mental thing. It has to be.
Bro, it's okay. When your mentals are off kilter just by a smidge, your mentals, okay? After they scored that power play goal last night, what did it feel like happened with the Avs and their mentals?
A total deflation.
Okay. And it was that much, right? Even if it's that much. Now, I'm not talking about that much. I'm talking about, let's say, that much. Their mentals affected their structure.
Yeah.
Their mentals affected their connectivity. God, I mean, Bednar laid it out before the second round, dude, and he was so right. So many things have to go correctly overall for you to win a series. Now, you can win a game or whatever, but to win a series, you've just got to have the edge over the opposition, period, for the more majority of the time, whether it's 51-49, whatever.
Yeah.
And right now they're losing that battle, and when their mentals get affected this much, it affects their structure and their connectivity this much. And that's the difference in the 9-minute span, and that's it.
The issue is that isn't fixable by somebody. Like, that's not – a coach can't help you with that. A teammate can't help you with that. That's inside yourself. And what sucks is, man, Nelly, why are we even here today? You should have just if you could, Nelly, instead of me coming in tomorrow and previewing Game 4 and me and Moj, how about you do this? Go back a month, grab the shows that we did for the Nuggets during the Timberwolves series, and just insert Vegas Knights and Colorado Avalanche when you find Minnesota Timberwolves and Denver Nuggets. And we can just run the same show because it feels like that's what I'm doing anyway. It's not about schematically. It's not about
schematically.
It's not about game plan. It's about, do you got it upstairs or not? Vegas scored a power play goal to start the second period. So the hell what? You're up 2 goals. Okay? You're up 2.
Brett.
You dominated 20 straight minutes. You're 40 seconds into the period. It doesn't matter. But for whatever reason, it felt like the entire game shifted there, and you saw it. You felt it as a fan watching. That's what is so frustrating.
Well, it didn't feel like it. It did happen.
Have some resolve.
Like it happened.
Have some mental makeup where it's like this. You're fine. I don't know. Do I sound stupid? I probably sound stupid. Whatever.
You don't sound stupid, Brett. You sound, I think, correct. But I'm trying to reiterate to you and to the listening audience and to those people who have been with us every step of the way, and we thank you very, very much. It's about the margins, bro.
Yeah.
The margins in a Western Conference final are so thin. I mean, they're so thin. And again, let's say your mentals are off that much, Brett. It affects that 9 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Then you're lacking confidence. If you're Brock Nelson right now, you're probably lacking confidence because, damn it, he's skating hard, he's trying hard, he's doing all these things, he's winning face-offs, he's cracking guys in the corner, he's doing all this stuff. The puck won't go in for him. Dude made a save. I remember back to Game 1. Dude made a save on that little backhand flick by Nelson on the and dude's glove. I mean, and it's in his glove. And you're like, are you really?
Mm-hmm.
So when he's cruising in last night on Carter Hart, I'm sure he's pressing a little bit. He wants to win. He's trying hard, and it just tink. And then that power play, same thing. You're moving it around. You got a couple of really good redirects. Dude made a couple of big saves, and it just starts to build and compound, and that's where the mentals start to get off kilter even a little bit more. The Manson gets smashed at the blue line. There is no call. You lost your guy, and they threw one to the front of the friggin' net.
You know what's crazy, Moj? You even had puck luck in that game. I mean,
yes, you did.
You get Vegas's goal called back, which to me, I thought that was going to be called a good goal. I mean, I couldn't see if it hit the hand.
It was all about
not.
the call.
Agreed.
Brett, it's all about the call on the ice.
Agreed.
All about the call on the ice.
Agreed. All I'm saying is if that happened to the Avs, I would have been pissed off that wasn't a goal. That's one thing, okay? So that gets called back. You're still up 2-0. And then what happens right afterwards? You get a shorty from Drury to go up 3-0?
You get a shorty.
Like, not only did they get the goal called back, you immediately bury one going the other way. All momentum's there. That arena, out of all arenas in the league, Moj, is dead silent. Like, pin drop silent after that?
I told Lee last night, I'm like, wow, this place is really quiet. I mean, it got, I'm in the stands with peeps. It got really quiet.
It's like that had all the makings of you just taking that game by the coyones and just dominating. And then it just
I do
disappeared.
know this. I do know this. I don't know about our side. I do know this. After the first period, there was raging out of the Vegas room. Raging.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure.
And rightfully so, because they were down 3-0, and they were blowing it on their home ice. But momentum, confidence, vibe, it's a real thing, bro. I know people say, well, momentum doesn't exist. No. You can call it what you want. Maybe it's not momentum, but it's definitely vibe. It definitely is vibe. And when you got the vibe, it's hard to kill. And when you lose the vibe, it's hard to get back.
You know what's crazy? It's funny you mentioned that, Moj, because I do feel like that is a separator of for if you're part of the crowd that doesn't believe that momentum's a thing. I don't know how else to describe it other than like if you played sports at an expanded level, high school, if you're fortunate enough to play in college, beyond that, whatever. If you don't think momentum's real, then I just don't think you've been in it before. Because momentum is just, it's a euphemism for confidence. And when things start to turn, your confidence wanes. And you can feel it. It is a tangible, real thing that as an athlete you feel in the midst of a game. You feel it to the positive, you feel it to the negative. It's not just some sort of coincidence that if somebody in the NBA, Moj, buries a three and then four more dudes bury it on possessions after that, it's not just, it can be, I guess, a circumstantial thing, but it's real, tangible confidence throughout a team. Oh, this guy buried one, I got it.
Don't we say that it gets contagious?
For
right?
sure.
It's contagious.
It sounds like it's silly, hokey, hocus pocus, Harry met Potter nonsense. It's not. It's a real thing.
And you know what? Missing gets contagious. And it's not like the Avs, people, somebody texted in earlier, said, Mo, you said the Avs were not lazy. I saw a very lazy team. And I'm like, I elected not to respond to it at the time. What you're not seeing is lazy. What you're seeing is hesitation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's and again, the margins are so thin that if you second guess your own decision making, even for Brett, a quarter of a second, I don't know how to tell you other than the fact that it matters. Okay, it's not. Nobody's being lazy. There's slight hesitancy at times that bleeds into different scenarios, and that affects. I mean, it's. I don't know how else I can put it, and I hope that people are understanding what I'm trying to say. I know there's a lot of people who are PO'd today, disappointed, whatever emotions you're feeling. I get it. I'm right there with you because this of all the scenarios, this is the one that I did not see even remotely happening.
Here's Bednar on what changed after the first period.
Everything. Yeah, first 9 minutes, it was like kind of looked like portions of game one for me and parts of game two where we were mismanaging the puck, like breakouts. And then like they just got more competitive and we didn't stay with that intensity for me for 9 minutes. And, you know, a little bit of communication and some talk and, you know, we just didn't dig in and match their intensity at the start of the second quick enough. For me, it was 9 minutes, those 2 goals, pretty much an onslaught. And then after they scored the second goal, we had the TV timeout and things kind of started to change a little bit for us. We got the power play, we got a couple Nelson chances in on the rush and more zone time, and you know, and then they just chipped away at that 1 goal lead and ended up winning the hockey game.
That's it. I mean, I guess he simplified things there, but he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. Somebody texted in, this is Katie, and she said you guys already talked about the 2-on-1 with Kelly and Drury last night. And I did not. We have not talked about that yet. Well, you got a chance to make it 4-0. You come in on a 2-on-1, and Parker wants to do the right thing. He wants to draw the defenseman and let Jack shoot. But in that instance, Drury thinks that Parker's going to shoot. And so then what becomes a 2-on-1, you get nothing out of it, not even a shot on goal. It becomes a fizzled play. And that's where that, again, that is it you me there's that and I'm not blaming these guys. I'm just saying it's that one indecisive situation.
Yep.
That because if it's a 4-0 game, then that's a 6-2 Avalanche win. Period. End of story. But that's how it goes, Brett.
Well,
and you know what? I'm tired of saying that's how it goes, but that's how it goes.
You can, in that specific situation, you can live with not scoring. You can't live with not getting a puck on net.
That's not in the Western Conference Final. You can't. Hey, if you're in, you know, wherever you're in Seattle on December 6th, okay?
Yeah,
you can even get away with not getting a shot on goal in the Western Conference Final against a team that is eventually flipping out to get back in the game and then take a stranglehold on the series. You can't do it.
When in doubt, the default should always be shoot the puck. Always. Always, always, always. You can join Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio at Ryan House on 14th and Market tomorrow night as the Avs look to stay alive in the Western Conference Final. Nate and Andy broadcasting live starting at 3. We'll have Nathan MacKinnon giveaways, including a signed stick, a signed puck, a signed photo, along with great deals like $7 Ryan House lager half liters and $12 liters. See you tomorrow at Ryan House.
You want to make yourself feel better?
Please.
Go visit Nate and Andy at Ryan House tomorrow.
Yeah.
And stare at stare at Andy's face for about 20 minutes.
It'll make you better.
Then go, you know what? That's not my face. And your whole day will brighten.
I don't know, man. Andy's face is looking pretty good these days with those Rocky Mountain
you know what it is?
clinic
Actually,
treatments he's been getting.
Let me take that back. So I'm doing the show with the boys. I'm up on Ball Point or whatever they call that. Last week. Andy's looking good. Nate's looking. They're looking good.
What do they call him?
Sexy.
Does he call him Sexy Andy or something like that?
Sexy.
Now? Or Skinny Andy or something?
Boys are looking good, man. Go visit them tomorrow. Have a brewski with them. You know.
Yeah, go see them.
Sing
okay,
songs
got it.
Sing songs that remind them of the better times. Sing songs that remind them of the good times.
Ryan House at 14th and Market tomorrow, starting at 3.
I don't know. What else? I got. It's been a rough weekend, man.
Yeah.
I got nothing else.
Fact checker next. All right, as we close things out today, it's weird. Like Moj, we got another game tomorrow. Series is not over. It is not. It just feels like it is. Just has that feel to it. So here's something.
Well, it's Brett, the task at hand. You can't pretend, even if you want to pretend, you can't, right?
Yeah.
You can't pretend. It's the task at hand is so Herculean as to not be fathomable.
Well, if you want a dose of hopium, I got it. This from our boss, Kevin. There are 23 different 4-game spans in the regular season and postseason when the Avs have won all 4 games. 23 different instances this year. Do with
That's
that
awesome.
information what you will.
Let me explain too. Because this is me being a realist. If the Avs did that, if they did what Kevin is suggesting, him and his key words of the day, lettuce. If it did happen,
arugula.
If it did happen, arugula. If it did happen, it will go down in the history of the sport, especially with what they're dealing with now. When you saw Nate not even able to get up, Val left, gone. Kale, you saw him. It would go down in the history of the sport as one of the, if not the greatest comeback of all time in a series.
Sure.
Okay? Now, we have the Music City Miracle. We have all different kinds of stuff that's happened in the world of sports. You know, teams rallying from 9 down in the bottom of the 9th and win and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but this is a 7-game series. I mean,
yeah, this isn't the first round either. This is the West Final, bro. And that's just the scenario laid out in front of you. Now you can choose to accept it or not accept it. It's up to you. But them's the facts right there.
Mm-hmm. 303-504-0925.
And before we're done here today, I know we talked about our good friend Vic and his family and the loss of Easy over the weekend, which is, Brett, with dementia, in many ways, it's so good that that human is finally free from the just cruel and brutal nature of that disease.
Yeah, at peace.
Because it's so cruel and so brutal to everyone involved, because it becomes a different person and so on. It's just horrific. At the same time, losing a guy like that, I mean, I don't know how I can even put it to you. You talk about a salt of the earth person.
Mm-hmm.
Like salt of the earth human beings. The kind of person that makes this planet livable at times. You know, everything good about this planet and what the American dream stands for was Ezio Lombardi. So to have that person no longer in your life, and the real Easy, I know hasn't been for some time now, it's devastating. It's devastating to us as a friggin' species.
Yeah.
Because just such a good dude, and you know, I know people have messaged in, and Vic will be back at some point. You know he will. He's a worker. He's a Lombardi. Gets his ass out there and he kicks ass. But you'll be able to share your thoughts and offer condolences to him then. And I appreciate the people who have chimed in. He hasn't seen any of those, but he will eventually. And thank you for being a part of this every single day. And you know, you got to know Easy through Vic, and that was a good thing as far as I'm concerned.
Yep. And our hearts go out to everybody in the Lombardi family with the news from over the weekend. So just a couple things here as we close out the show. A lot of people are asking, why aren't we criticizing Bednar? Well, I think we have. We have criticized coaching. Like I said, there is a pie chart on this of who's at fault, and I think that coaching is a part of it. My question is, what exactly is it, do you think, that you would do differently as a coach? Bednar made adjustments. He moved Natchez down to the second line. He switched up personnel on the power play. There's a number of things that they did to try and, I guess, provide a spark. Yeah.
Yeah, jumpstart.
I don't know how much more the coaching staff overall can do to have Brock Nelson show up in the postseason. I don't know how much more the coaching staff can do to have Nathan MacKinnon put a goal on the board through 3 games. You know what I mean? Like, what exactly is it that you're criticizing? Because to me, here's what happens.
This game. Yeah.
Sorry, Mo, just one last thing. To me, what happens is a lot of times people just point to, well, the team's losing, fire the coach. That fixes stuff, and that's not always the answer. I'm not even saying that shouldn't be up for discussion or anything like that. I think everything should be up for discussion if they do go on to lose this series, especially if they lose tomorrow. But I'm just asking, what differently would you do?
Well, yeah, I'm going to try to lay it out for you, too, because I've been in this game an awfully long time, Brett, a long time. And I've seen it here in Colorado, and I've seen it around the league a billion times. Shelf life for coaches in the NHL is not very long.
Yeah.
And, yeah, messages can get lost. You know, I think that things get lost in translation eventually, or you, quote, stop listening, whatever the case may be. Here's what I do know. I think John Cooper, as much as we give him the business, you know, the Tampa Bay Lightning have lost in the first round for 4 straight years. Do you know that? Yeah. After they lost the cup to the Avs, they've lost in the first round 4 consecutive seasons.
Wild.
And I don't know what you think about how good the Lightning roster is. I think it's pretty damn good. They ain't firing Cooper. If John Cooper got in Tampa, he would be out of a job for literally 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And the same story applies to Jared Bednar. Now, you can say, you know, whatever you say about him, whatever opinion you may have about this series or this, you know, West Final, whatever. But he would be out of a job for 28 seconds. You know, I mean, these would be very desirable coaches for teams to have. Now, that's not to say that they're not infallible, because they're human beings. Everybody can be infallible at some point. But you're right, Brett. On the pie chart, and when you really break it down, this is what the management has to do, is determine exactly, you know, what needs to be fixed, where it went wrong, what is lost in translation amongst players themselves. Is it, you know, a little bit of luck, bad luck? I mean, all these things play in. And in a situation like this, you can nitpick so many damn things, but be real about it. And these are big decisions to be made, so they have to be thorough.
Well, and this applies to anything. It's the same thing that I said when it came to David Adelman and the Nuggets, back when the Nuggets got bounced. And everybody said, you got to fire Adelman. And I go, can you give me a reason outside you're just saying fire the coach? Because you think that that's some sort of fix-all? Is there something that you think that this coach isn't doing that he should be that would make a difference? And all I'm saying is, I think if we're doing the pie chart, do coaches deserve blame? Do they have a slice of that pie? Absolutely they do. But I always, first, no matter what, go to the players. And I say, well, what is the main thrust in winning and losing? It's guys producing. And when you have the top end of your roster, and we kind of went through it earlier, you know, when you talk about the guys who have shown up in this series specifically, or if you want to go entire postseason, how many people would you say have played at or above expectation level in the top 6? And the answer is not a lot. And that's a problem. Because it's one thing when Jack Drury and Parker Kelly and Logan O'Connor and guys like that are playing their asses off. That's the depth. That's the pieces at the very end that help push you through. But if you don't get the main thrust from your top guys, then it's going to be all for naught. So a lot more to discuss with this tomorrow as we head into Game 4 of Avs in Vegas. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus & Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Couple things.
Real quick, Nelly, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, please do.
You know, John Tortorella has this club cooking right now, right? Is it Torts or is it the guys inside that room for Vegas? I mean, what is it? A little bit of both. How does that pie chart figure out? Here's what I do know. Tortorella was in Philly for 3 years, and then got.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Tocchet came in and took that team to the postseason right away.
Yeah.
Does that mean Torts is not a good coach, and Tochet's some genius? I mean, there are so many factors that go into it. You have to take that under consideration.
Yeah.
Don't just be knee-jerk about things. That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, Nelly.
Go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. That's a good point. First of all, earlier, Moser, you said that in their franchise history, the Avalanche have never been swept in a playoff round. And unfortunately, one of our texters pointed out they got swept in the second round by the Detroit Red Wings in 2008.
Oh, yeah, they did. I've blocked that one completely out.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
that's what I meant.
Also,
listen, that was not a team that was going anywhere in 08. Trust me. But I blocked that completely out of my life.
Well, and then here's a silver lining for you. If the Avalanche do lose Game 4 and complete the sweep, then that means there will be no Game 5 back here in Denver, meaning we will not have any tickets to give away, so there will be no more keywords, Moj. You're one true enemy in this world. There's going to be no lettuce. There's going to be no arugula. There's going to be no Rochelle Sherbert winning tickets for you. So maybe you should root for the sweep.
Sherbet.
Yeah, but let me tell you about little Sherbet. Now, let me tell you about part of me was just fascinated the way that Kevin Shockey's brain works to come up with these things. Part of me wants to continue in perpetuity just because it's freaky.
Well,
and then part of me, Brett, that series, Johnny Lyles scored one of the only goals for the Avs in that damn series against Detroit, but that was the Johan Franzen series.
Yeah.
Big,
hey,
dumb aircraft carrier that just parked himself in front of the net and never moved. God, he scored like 8 goals. It just sucked.
That's what I meant. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a great Memorial Day. Love you. See you.
The job is done. We can go home now.
MacKinnon towards the net. Save made by Hart. Rebound pushed aside. MacKinnon back with it. Nate just can't get it. Vegas. Brett Howden. Howden the distance. He scores. A night you don't want to remember in Vegas. The Avalanche a 3-0 lead in the first. Vegas scores 5 straight goals to win 5-3 and take a 3-0 series lead with a chance to sweep the Avalanche Tuesday night here at T-Mobile Arena.
An absolutely shocking turn of events last night after the Avs jumped out to a 3-0 lead after being down 2-0 in the series. The series shifts from Colorado to Vegas, and Colorado plays their best 20 minutes of hockey we've seen from them all postseason long. They go to the dressing room, and then everything dissipated. Everything fell off of a cliff. 19 seconds into the second period, Mark Stone, in his first game back since May 8th, scores 19 seconds into the second on the power play, 3-1, and you could just feel it build from that moment on. 12 minutes and 48 seconds into that second period, the 3-0 lead was all but gone, and then Tomas Hertl dances Sam Malinsky in the third period. He beats Scott Wedgwood on the backhand, and Colorado, in what was already an improbable hole, being down 2-0 after starting at home, now in nearly an impossible one. 3-0 is the series lead in the Western Conference Final. Game number 4 will be Tuesday evening right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as Colorado looks to do something that has never been done in the history of the National Hockey League, and that is come back and force a Game 7 and win a Game 7 in a conference final after trailing 3-0. Welcome in. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today to air your grievances. We will have our big play replay coming up at 10:15, but a disappointing, a demoralizing, an unfathomable collapse right in front of our eyes last night.
Yeah, it's as bad as it gets, and it was disturbing. It was cringy. It makes you want to throw your remote at a television. I have a lot of thoughts about the makeup of the team mentally and where it's at, and frankly, some of the teams here in the Denver area as it relates to being championship or not in their makeup. I'll get to that in a second, but before I do, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that life is not solely about our sports teams, as today is Memorial Day. Spent the morning connecting with kind of a new community and some of the history of servicemen and servicewomen that have given the ultimate price. So today I honor and we honor you and everybody listening that has been affected by anybody that has been in uniform that has given the ultimate sacrifice of their own life. We pay homage to you. So happy Memorial Day, Day of Remembrance today. And as it relates to the hockey, here's my big problem. I heard a little bit of the conversation on the morning show about momentum. People say momentum doesn't exist. Well, look at last night. Momentum clearly exists. I think that came from either Brett Kane or my guy Moser. I believe this. Championship teams, real championship teams, they stop momentum. And I have not seen that for a Denver-based sports team in the postseason. And there have been 3 of them.
Not in this series. They did it against Minnesota, but they have not shown it against Vegas whatsoever.
Yeah, and what I would say is Minnesota stylistically is what the Avs have success against. Wide open ice. You get to play your offensive, I won't call it finesse, but you get to play the beautiful game, if you will, against a team like Minnesota. This is a grime fest. It is central. It is, there's bodies flying all over the place every time you get a shot in the direction of Carter Hart. And I can't understand why the wave that was momentum at T-Mobile Arena last night wasn't stopped by any individual Avalanche player. He just took it. You freaking took it. And that's why I just think that this team's nowhere near being ready to win a title. And some real conversations need to happen.
The team on paper was built and retooled and chipped away at and reformed by Chris McFarland to be meaner in the middle of the ice, to be bigger, to be longer, to be more defensive. And for one reason or another, their ability to respond in this series has gone completely out the door. And the way that I have always looked at response mechanism in this sport, response mechanism is one of two things. It is either intrinsic, which means in this case, you are born with it. You are a player that just has it. And I don't need to coach it into you. It's not something that I can create. There are athletes in this world at any level of sport, and especially in the professional ranks, that are intrinsically able to respond when things get tough. If it is not intrinsic, response mechanism is dictated by message. And while I believe that Jared Bednar is a very good hockey coach, and I believe that if he were to not have a job here in Colorado, he would be hired like that by another contending team, I worry that because the team is on paper good enough, mean enough, physical enough, long enough, talented enough, veteran enough to not only compete with Vegas, but beat Vegas, I worry that the message in terms of response mechanism is gone. And at that point, if Colorado doesn't find a way to force 7 games, not 5, not 6, to force 7 games, Jared Bednar will not be here next year. You must force 7 games. My original thought process going into this season was, I still think they need to win the West, but if they lose in 7 in the West final and they look competitive doing it, I will be able to go to bed at night perfectly fine.
Well, there is a neighbor.
But they got to get to 7.
Raj.
They got to get to 7.
Did you watch the body language of the Colorado Avalanche for the final 40 minutes of time on ice yesterday? Do you really think this thing's going 7?
No, I don't.
Do you think it's coming back? Really? Like Nathan MacKinnon.
I think it could very easily come back for a 5th game.
Just because human nature,
human nature being up 3-0, and
it's probably going to be more because the Knights than it is the Avs.
Yeah, I could see it coming back for 5 games. Do I think that they're going to force 7 games? No. I would love for it to happen. I think it'd be great. Now, again, I think that's the only way that Bednar can guarantee his job is here next year, is that they force 7. 212 times in the history of the National Hockey League, a team has been up 3-0. 10 times have teams forced Game 7. 5 times have they won all 4.
And that you said that's just playoff history, or is that
playoff history?
It's not conference finals.
Playoff history.
Okay.
212 times.
Is this Las Vegas Golden Knights team better than last year's Dallas Stars team?
They're right there.
Similar.
Yeah, they're right there. Without doubt. Without a doubt.
Thorn in your side, kind of a hockey squad.
Just a
right?
good veteran team with top end talent. They have a top 10 goaltender in the NHL for free. And they hired John Tortorella at the perfect time, and he got them playing good hockey. He got them committing, and it coincided with Carter Hart posting like a combined .940 save percentage or whatever it is right now. It's the perfect confluence of events for Vegas. It's a good team, veteran team, hard team to play against, but they also have top-end talent in Marner and in Eichel and in Theodore. And they fired Butch Cassidy at the perfect time. They hired the right guy in John Tortorella for a short window. And right now it's working.
A year ago, I know it was not the Western Conference Finals, but a year ago, the Colorado Avalanche take the Dallas Stars to 7.
and there were at least micro incidents of response and life that were longer than one period of hockey. Because that's what I've kind of seen from the Avalanche. It's been, in this series, there's been decent 10-minute stretches.
Yeah, even 20-minute stretch, like the 20-minute period, dude. It's such
awesome.
a shame that we can't talk and fawn over what those 20 minutes were. Because it wasn't, the first 20 minutes weren't, hey, there's a crazy bounce that Colorado got, and now you're up 1 or 2-0, or you lucked into a few things. It was suffocating.
It was.
They were heavy. They were mean. They were in the middle of the ice. They were intentional. They were playing desperate. Like those 20 minutes, I remember looking at Mark Springer going, oh my God, this is the team. This is the team. This is the one that everyone, all of my buddies and I looked at and went, oh yeah, they're going to win a cup. Because you could feel the intensity at different portions of the season, like you did in those 20 minutes, and then it just died on the vine. And this was before Nathan MacKinnon blocked a shot. This is before Val Nichushkin didn't play for the final 22 minutes. This isn't injury caused. It's injury aided, not injury caused. And that's where I bring it back to message. It is either intrinsically not in these players' DNA to stop momentum, like you said, or their response mechanism as a result of message is dead.
Questions are going to need to be answered, and there is hockey left. I just don't see it. I don't see it in the news of Val Nichushkin coming. I mean, it wasn't news. You saw it. He was not available, and
At least Mac gave it a chance.
He did. Cale Makar was actually pretty good last night.
Okay, you can make the argument Cale Makar was the best player on the ice for Colorado.
100% was. Over 60 minutes?
Oh, we're gonna get into that. We will get into. Hey, Cale looked pretty darn good in Game 3, didn't he?
Yeah.
Cale impacted the game.
Where were you? Everybody else. Where were you?
I have a different question of where were you. My question of where were you happened 4 days ago. And how it impacted the rest of the series, how it impacted Game 2, how it then impacted how Vegas never felt out of any game whatsoever. That's my question. So much to talk about. We're going over this game. We will talk about whether or not there's a chance that Colorado can get this back to the Denver for a Game 5, whether or not they can force Game 7 for the 11th time in NHL history in terms of a team being down 3 games, then forcing a Game 7. But before we do that, on the other side of the break, your Avalanche big play replay. It's going to start off awesome. It's going to start off hot and heavy and energetic. And I'm going to warn you, we have to trudge through that second period. We're not getting through this without trudging through the crap. That's next. Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final between Montreal and Carolina. If you guys need to cleanse your hockey palate.
I don't know. Do I need that?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Probably.
Okay. I think one beers might help more than watching the Canadiens and the freaking Canes play.
Well, you don't have to watch it, but if you're driving around, you can listen to it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame's going to start at 5:30, and then puck drop shortly after 6 p.m. of Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final. It's tied at 1-1. Would be nice to have one of those wins if you're the Colorado Avalanche. They collapsed last night 5-3. We do it after every single Avs postseason game. It is time for your big play replay. KJ, hit it. Oh, how short-lived it was. How nice this was. We were live at Stoney's on Lincoln. It was packed. It was energetic. It felt like the series was about to turn around. You could have gone down 2-1 with a chance then to tie it up on Tuesday night. And who knows, you come back to Mile High with home ice advantage firmly in hand. And it started off so damn well for Colorado. They were hot on pucks. They were heavy physically. They were in the middle of the ice. They were doing things the right way. They were the Avalanche that we had grown to love and know for the entirety of the regular season, but finally putting it into effect against a tough, heavy postseason hockey team like the Vegas Golden Knights. It started off great. Gabe Landeskog goes to a hard area on a 2-on-1, and he puts the Avs up 1-0.
Taves chugging after it. Can he get there ahead of Hannafin? He can. Devon Taves towards the net. Hook down to the ice. Rebound. They score! Oh, Captain! My Captain! Follow your shot. Follow your dreams. Landeskog has the goal, and the Avalanche have a crucial 1-0 lead. It's all set up by Devon Taves.
That was a moment in my household where my two boys, wearing a Gabe Landeskog jersey, dropping to their knees, talking to their grandparents that are visiting from where? Yeah, Las Vegas, that are here for Memorial Day weekend. And it just felt like all signs were pointing to, okay, this series has finally begun for the Colorado Avalanche.
It was a great skate from Devon Taves off of a nice little play, a little chip play from Nathan MacKinnon to get the puck past Rasmus Andersson, and Taves' net drive, hard play, going to a tough area against a big-bodied player in Noah Hannafin, and Gabe Landeskog, instead of going to the back post and trying to create a 2-on-1, he kind of understands what's happening there. He sees the inside leg drive from Devon Taves, knows that's likely not going to be a pass to him, so he gets behind the play and then goes to the net front, hoping that something's going to happen. He goes to an ugly area, he scores an ugly goal, and that was one of the reasons why I looked at the start and I went, okay, that's the right way to play hockey. Like, there's so many times where you can just go, hey, I'm going to go to the back door. It's a 2-on-1. This is where I go. And if Landeskog goes to the back door on that play, he's not in position to put that rebound home. He knows who he is. He knows what the play was going to do. 3 minutes and 21 seconds in, Colorado's up 1-0. They did not stop there. For the next 4 minutes, they dominated play. They dominated possession. And Nazem Kadri receives an unbelievable pass from Marty Necas on the saucer, and he doubles the lead.
Shot 6-1 Avalanche. They lead 1-0. Marty Necas on the stretch pass. Leaves it. Here's a shot. They score! The Kadri man can! Nazem Kadri, his third goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the Avalanche are up by a deuce in Vegas.
Beautiful.
It all starts with Josh Manson behind the net. Holy smokes, what a breakout from Josh Manson.
How long was that pass, the Manson pass?
120 feet.
And he just threaded it. That was, to me, obviously the Kadri pass the Necas pass was phenomenal, but that initial, the creativity and decisiveness of Josh Manson in that moment was really, really special. Really special.
Yeah, the breakout pass from Manson was unreal. The ability for him as a guy who's not a puck carrying defenseman.
That's not his game per se, right?
For him to freeze Brett Howden, I believe it was either Howden or Smith on the first forecheck, and then he puts Nick Dowd on roller skates on the short side of the net, hangs him on the net. Beautiful stretch pass through the middle. It's maybe, 100-foot pass through the neutral zone is fantastic. Nate just realizes he's not going to beat the defenseman, turns around, throws a backhand saucer to Kadri, who does not wait. Colorado goes up 2-0, 7 minutes and 3 seconds in before it looks as though Vegas cuts the lead in half.
Marner with it now, right side circle, 7:37 to go in the period. Power play half over for Vegas. Hurdle. Now for Marner, right down Broadway. Dorofia, backhander, save made, they knock it in. Hold on. No, it's waved off. No goal. No goal. No goal. Batted in by Dorofiev.
He's claiming stick. I don't think there's any chance that this was off his stick. I think it was straight glove.
Ends up getting called no goal. Whether or not it was because it was batted in by a glove or a high stick, we never really got the actual explanation because all we heard was the call on the ice stands. I wish there had been a little bit more of an explanation there.
It was a glove, right? I thought it was a glove.
That was the original call.
I could see, like, it felt like every angle that I saw, it was alluding to the fact that it got at least like a nub of a part of the glove.
Yeah, like maybe it got, so there's like a little bit of stitching and I wouldn't even call it padding, but stitching and material.
Is it leather? Just leather?
Sure. Yeah, on the very outside of the thumb of the glove. It's like it almost looks like the width of a circular iPhone cord on the outside of the glove. Maybe it would have hit that. Outside of that, I think it is a high stick. So I think there were two ways that you could have called this goal off. Whether it was punched in by the glove or it was a high stick. I don't think it's a goal either way. Colorado gets a little bit of a break here.
Outside of that particular goal, which I think actually Scott Wedgwood was in good position, he was so good in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, he certainly was. Certainly, he didn't have to be great. Colorado was really good in the first 20.
He was in control. He was in good positions. He looked confident, and he had a clean sheet.
Yeah,
Colorado
gets away with a disallowed goal here for one reason or another. I think the right call was made. I don't know if I can look at that replay and go, yeah, it was batted in by a glove. I can look at the replay and say that's a high stick, no goal.
Yeah.
And Colorado still maintains their 2-0 lead. And then 45 seconds later, on the power play, on the shorthanded opportunity, Jack Drury, a beautiful move on the breakaway.
And now Parker Kelly will take the backhand to it. Up and out, shorthanded. Here comes Jack Drury on the breakaway. Drury, backhander. He scores! You're on Drury duty. Get shorty. It's 3-0 Colorado in Vegas.
It felt insurmountable at that point. It felt like you could not lose the hockey game at that point.
It felt like the floodgates were opening, finally, in a series where you've really struggled to solve Carter Hart, and yet you took the foot off the gas pedal for whatever reason. I do not understand it. I will say this, in those 3 goals, it's something that you and I, and especially you, Raj, have been talking about for the last 4 or 5 days. Who needed to contribute? The guys that are making the bucks.
Yeah, your top 6.
And how many of the top 6 were involved in either the first assist or the goal of those first 3 goals?
2.
It was Gabe. And did Nate have a first assist?
No, Nate just had a primary assist.
Marty. So
Nate just had the primary assist on Kadri's goal, and Landeskog scored
a goal.
Yeah, scored the opening goal. It was assisted by Taves. The original play made at the defensive hash mark was made by MacKinnon, but I'm not saying he orchestrated that by any stretch of the imagination.
You know, his name just didn't get called in that first period with, yet again, production happening. It's Brock Nelson.
Well, his name got called in the second period a couple of times, and not only did he miss the net once, he also hit a crossbar. Speaking of that second period, all those good feelings, those fun feelings, that 3-0 euphoria that you felt that the series might be 2-1 heading into Tuesday night's game. The Avs go to the room up 3-0. All of the good feelings go away 19 seconds into the second.
Fired around, Vegas with it, centering feed up top, ton of room, and they score right off the hop. Mark Stone back into the lineup and gets the Golden Knights on the board. It's 3-1 Colorado. 19 seconds into period 2.
Puck watching on the PK there. This is Josh Manson and Devon Taves. I don't love the fact that both Taves and Manson went to the original puck carrier on the zone entry. Eichel brings that puck in, sends it all the way around to Dorofeev, who has Manson already on him. Now, Manson has gotten beat around the outside by Dorofeev, but it doesn't feel as though Dorofeev is going to drive the net at that point. Taves tries to double up on Dorofeev in the corner. He then makes a drop pass to Tomas Hertl on the hash mark, and now you have two defensemen in the... So you know the little trapezoid behind the net?
Yep.
I don't know what the actual shape is on the outside of... because there's
I actually went through this with Connor McGahey. I was up before game 2. I went up and I went through every single area of the ice.
Yes.
And I go, what are those areas outside of the track? He said he calls them the pie slice.
Sure, the pie slice.
It's a weird looking pie slice.
Oh yeah, because it's got like a
it's
curve
an angle.
in it.
It's like an intoxicated slicer of a pie.
Okay, so you have, let's use the pie slice. You have two defensemen on a penalty kill in the same pie slice in the corner. Turns out, not great, Bob. Puck gets pulled out to Hertl. Hertl one touches it to Marner, and then lost on the back doors Mark Stone, because every single set of eyes between Drury, Kelly, Manson, and Taves are all staring at Marner. We know Marner is a pass-first guy. He finds Stone on the back door, and 3-0 becomes 3-1. And it shouldn't have felt like this, but at that moment you went, oh no.
Raj, did it feel like Mark Stone was going to be skating when we saw him in the open skate on day 2?
Close.
Dude, he looked like he was ginger.
Looked like Mark Stone in game 3. He certainly did.
He inserted himself into postseason responsibility of making things happen.
3-1 is the score. Not short after that, while Bill Carlson makes it 3-2.
Vegas had a lot of success in that regard the first 2 games. Now Marner sends it through. Blocker save made by Wedgwood. They can't clear. And now they score short side. 2 quick goals by Vegas. The Avs couldn't get it out of their zone. It's Carlson's first of the playoffs, and it's 3-2, not 5 minutes into the second period.
Failure to clear from Parker Kelly ends up on the stick of William Karlsson. So back-to-back first-time goals, whether it was Mark Stone scoring his first since being out of the lineup since May the 8th, or Karlsson scoring his first of the postseason. We will also have another first moments from right now from Keegan Colasar. It was a failed clear. That killed Colorado in game 2, and it's a harbinger of death in game 3 as well.
What has gone into, like, that one in particular? What went into that failed clear? Just missing the puck?
Yeah, I thought it was a whiff. Who was on the forecheck?
Is it not Natchez?
No, Natchez isn't on the ice there. This is your fourth line here.
Okay.
It was Parker Kelly in the middle of the ice, weak side winger, trying to clear a puck that was in the middle. I don't remember. It could have been Caden Korzak, the defenseman who was in on the forecheck, that made it a little bit difficult for Kelly to kill it, but it's a failed clear, and that can't happen, especially as a fourth line, right? Like, as good as the fourth line has been, the one thing you're out there to do, you can't make defensive mistakes as a bottom 6 unit. That hurt him.
Avoid catastrophe.
And that was catastrophic from one guy who scored his first of the postseason to another one that scored his first of the postseason. Keegan Colasar ties it up at 3.
Colton throws down into the boards, and now it's pushed ahead by Caden Korzak. Boy, that should have been interference on Colasar, on Josh Manson. The puck comes high in the zone, and it's tipped off the post, and they score. It's Colasar. Boy, he got away with that one. High in the zone, he ran right over Manson. A missed penalty on Colasar on the interference. Wow. And that's so bad. He gets the goal. It's his first point of any kind in the playoffs. And Vegas has tied it at 3 with 7:14 to go in the second period.
All right, a couple of things here. Colasar's tip is unbelievable. Like, he basically catches the puck on his stick and then finds a way to deposit it home. However, both of your defensemen, who are big bruising D-men in both Manson and Burns, are nowhere to be found on the net front. Now, a weird bounce out of the corner. Val Nichushkin, for a guy who is so defensively sound, takes a rink turn in the defensive zone as the weak side winger. The puck caroms out to the middle of the ice. He's the weak winger. He's supposed to be in the high slot. That puck should have been right on Val Nichushkin's stick, but for some reason, he does this weird, lazy rink turn in the middle of the strong side defensive zone hash. I don't know what he's doing there.
When you're saying rink turn, you mean like a wide
Boeing 777, man. Just
like no intentionality, no, like this is not nuts on the line type of moment in terms of everything matters, obviously.
If he stops on a dime on the hash mark when the puck caroms off of the end boards and goes to the middle of the ice, again, it was a bad bounce for Colorado. If he hits the brakes there, he gets into a really good position to block the shot. I can't remember who the actual shot. Dylan Coughlin. Dylan Coughlin takes the shot. He's in a good position to block that shot, and it never even gets to the net front. And Colorado might even have numbers coming back the opposite direction. So not only do you have Manson and Burns vacating the net front, you have your best defensive forward in Val Nichushkin just stopping his good habits out of nowhere.
How many of those 3 goals that were scored in the second period should Wedgwood have stopped?
The second, the Carlson one, maybe. The first and the third, I can't really put on him. The Kolesar tip is phenomenal.
Yeah,
it's an unbelievable tip, and the backdoor opportunity from Stone, you're likely not saving. So I'll put the second and the fourth on Wedgwood.
Yep.
We move on. 3-3 is the score after 2 periods of play. Rather, before we move on and go to the third period, we do have to hear this. Nathan MacKinnon blocks a shot.
Shea Theodore, he has room to roam. All the way in front of his own bench. Now it's tossed for Jack Eichel near side. Eichel's shot misses stick side. Rebound for McNabb, no pressure. As Theodore lets it go, blocked by MacKinnon, that stung. Theodore backdoor, caroms through. MacKinnon from his knees is able to clear the zone. MacKinnon down in a great deal of pain, and finally play is stopped. Vegas is furious, and come on, have a little bit of decency. MacKinnon clearly in pain in a dangerous area of the ice. That's intolerable that Vegas is complaining that play was stopped there.
Well, the puck
unacceptable.
The puck goes out to the neutral zone.
That happened moments before the Keegan Kolesar goal. I think it was like 45 seconds before Kolesar tied it up at 3. But it is a big play, and it's a big play not only for the remainder of the game, it's a big play for the remainder of the series.
It was also a big play from just the feel. The feel of Colorado getting punched in the mouth. Nathan MacKinnon literally getting a puck to the softest area of padding, and the rest of really, I felt like the rest of the Avalanche roster, even the look on Jared Bednar's face was just panic, dismissiveness, just didn't look good.
He goes down, Kolesar ties it up. We go to the third period, and Sam Malinsky, who was phenomenal in the first and in the second series of this postseason run, has been absolutely atrocious in 3 games against Vegas, and he gets danced into oblivion by Tomas Hertl.
Up the near wall, Drury digs it loose. Wants to go to the point. Was worked free by Tomas Hertl. The Avs were winning all the puck battles in the first period. I feel like it's been a struggle since then. Hertl trying to dangle Malinsky, and he scored.
Dog walks Malinsky.
He looked like a bubble hockey player. Just backpedaling with no intention to dispossess the puck. And he was it was like a training ground type of a play.
4-3 is the score. Brett Howden would add his 10th of the postseason with an empty net, and Colorado is down 3-0. That is your big play replay in round 3, game 3s. The Avs are facing elimination at the hands of a possible sweep Tuesday evening. On the other side, we'll continue breaking down this shocking, stunning, disheartening loss that Colorado has had yet again. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. Join Andy Lindahl in Altitude Sports Radio at Ryan House on 14th and Market tomorrow night as the Avs look to stay alive in the Western Conference Final. Nate and Andy are going to be broadcasting live starting at 3 p.m., and then we're going to have signed Nathan MacKinnon giveaways, including a signed stick, a signed puck, and a signed photo, along with great deals like $7 Ryan House Lager half liters and $12 liters. We'll see you guys tomorrow at Ryan House as the Avs look to send the series back to Colorado. Again, 211 times have teams been down 3-0 in a 7-game series in NHL history. Colorado is looking to become, I believe, just the 11th team in those 211 instances that has been able to come back and force a Game 7. Now, not all of those teams have come back and won those games. 4 of them have won all 4 en route to a full comeback. It has never happened in a Western Conference final.
I believe that I got this. I think I have this correct. Kevin Shockey, our fearless program director, had texted in the boys this morning with Kane and Moser and said 23 different occasions over the course of regular season and postseason, the Avs have won 4 consecutive games.
That is correct.
I mean,
this year.
This season. Just got to go on a 4-game win streak. It's pretty easy, right? Not actually that easy, especially with some of the things that appear to be problematic in the series. But like, Raj, a week ago, I mean, it's Monday, a week ago, getting ready to get this series kicked off. And you could not be flying higher than you were with the Colorado Avalanche. And you're playing against the Vegas Golden Knights, who we all, and obviously I feel guilty about it now, we are all saying that division stinks. It was all going to come through the Midwest division, not the Pacific division.
It was all going to come through the Central. We all said that during the regular season. Going into this series, I would like to remind all of you that I went strap in for 7.
You did.
If there's injuries.
I would love 7.
Strap in.
Raj,
dude,
I would love 7.
7 saves Jared Bednar's job. I think it's the only thing that saves the head coach's job is forcing 7 games and forcing it in a manner that is convincing. Your question is, what the hell has happened?
Yes. What happened? What transpired over the last 7 days? I know that you're in a 3-0 deficit. I know that everybody says that Jared Bednar is all of a sudden a terrible head coach, and he's been ill-equipped to lead this team post-2022 Cup in any postseason. I know that everybody says this team's too perimeter and can't deal with bigger, more physical teams like the Vegas Golden Knights or the Dallas Stars.
But they did it in the first period. Like, they dominated playing that style of hockey in the first period, and then it just went away. Again, I worry that it's a stale message because they've done everything else. They've traded 4 goalies who have started games for you. They've traded a Hall of Famer. They've traded picks. They've traded prospects. They have traded active, current, excellent NHLers.
They've acquired the ultimate bring back the old guy in Nazem Kadri.
Yeah, they've reacquired bags, right? Guys who play that style of hockey, right? The style of hockey that people look at the Avs and they go, oh, they're not built to be those mean SOBs. Well, they reacquired Nazem Kadri, who is one of those dudes, and they went out and they got Nick Waugh, who is
Big Cat,
one of those
big
dudes.
Dog.
The roster, for me, on paper, management went out and said, this is what we are not good at. This is what we have to be better at. And for me, you've done everything else. There's one thing left to do if the Avs, again, do not come back and force this into a 7-game scenario. There would be one thing left to do. And you have to look at the head coach and you go, as good as you are, and I believe Jared Bednar is a very good NHL coach. At some point, the message stops ringing through the ears of your players. And I think what Bednar's philosophy of being not too high, not too low is fantastic for a consistency standpoint during the regular season. And always being in the conversation of Stanley Cup contender, Stanley Cup favorite. That is the not too high, not too low mentality that gets the Avs into that conversation year in and year out. Where the Avalanche have lost this series so far, and where Vegas has just found it somehow, some way, is the feast and famine feeling of John Tortorella being your head coach, which is fire and brimstone and screaming at either the players or the referees or the media in certain very concentrated pockets, like we're watching right now with Vegas, can look really good.
Yeah.
And you can get results in that little teeny tiny cauldron.
It's also like the style in which that Tortorella coaches, which is I respect it.
Block a trillion shots.
Yes, like throw your body on the line, a mash unit that's just going to go out there and do anything and everything possible to find a way to get this thing done. Because, like, Raj, when you look at the regular season that the Colorado Avalanche had, man, they lost a total of 16 games in regulation out of 82. 16. And now you've lost 3 consecutive regulation games? That's insane. Like, the Avs hadn't essentially lost consecutive
they
regulation
didn't fluke
games
their way into that
until like it was the last time was in March. It was the first 2 weeks of March that you lost consecutive regulation games, and now here you are, you lost 3 straight.
I look at Tortorella in Vegas and I go, that very concentrated area of I'm going to get everything I possibly can out of this team because I can push them to their mind's end is working for them right now. That is not a sustainable thing in the long term. Just look at John Tortorella's history, right? The longest he spent in a single spot was Tampa Bay 01 to 07. Outside of that, 4.5 years in New York. He spent, 5 seasons in Polumbus. He hasn't been back to a conference final outside of this year in almost 15 seasons. Right. And he only has his 1 Stanley Cup in 03-04. So the Tortorella experience works in flashes. Yeah. So for that feast and famine thing, it's great for Vegas right now, who's in a win now cup window. They're the 3rd oldest team in the National Hockey League. Colorado, we heard it out of Jared Bednar's mouth a week and a half ago. Every single season is cup or bust. You know what that sounds a lot like? Feast or famine.
Yeah, but dude,
cup or bust.
I go through this, and if you look at the 10 seasons, this is year 10 for Jared Bednar, correct? 2016, missed the playoffs. 2017, lost in the first round. 2018, lost in the second round. 2019, lost in the second round.
2019 is where the cup window opens for the first time.
2020, lost in the second round, but won the President's Trophy. There's the President's Trophy curse, whatever you want to call it, revealing its ugly head. 2021, win the Stanley Cup. And then 22, man, you've lost in the first round. 23, you lost in the second round. 24, you lost in the second round. And honestly, 25, 26, dude, if you're swept by the Las Vegas Golden Knights after having the team that you had, that might be worse than having lost the series to Minnesota in the second round in a 7-game series. Like, that would be inexcusable to be swept by the Las Vegas Golden Knights in a team that feels like they're at the tail end of their own window with some of their players.
Which, again, is the reason why I think, unless you come back and you force this into 7 games, and I think we'll get into this on the other side, forcing 7 games would matter to me. It would matter a lot to me. Unless you do that, I think you have to look at one of these feast or famine coaches. The John Tortorella-like coach, a Bruce Cassidy, right? Bruce Cassidy is a guy who comes in, gets results, and then his players hate him 2.5 years later, and then he gets fired because they don't want to play for him anymore. But what happened in Vegas? Bruce Cassidy comes in, wins a cup in year number 1. He's gone 2 years after that.
Or he can go straight darkness, my old friend.
Like
Peter DeBoer.
He's coaching right now.
I know, but just find a way to get him here somehow.
So that's my thing, is that
David
if
Carl?
you don't... Oh, well, okay, we can have that conversation.
You guys had it last night. I listened to a little bit of it. Between the pipes.
If they don't force 7 games, I think that is the way that you have to go. Consistency is nice. Being a top team in the regular season year in and year out is nice. It gives you a chance, right? You're always in the conversation. But if you are in cup or bust, aren't you in the idea of feast or famine coach?
As we deconstruct all the things that have led to this 3-0 deficit. You mentioned, Raj, earlier, I believe it was in the first segment of this program, about how dang good Cale Makar looked last night. I'd love you to unpackage what you said as to why that might be a little bit more to that conversation than just he looked really good last night.
We'll do that on the other side. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude 92.5. Rolling into hour number 2 on a Memorial Day. Our sincere thank you to all who have served and sacrificed for our freedoms. Enjoy your beautiful Memorial Day here in the Mile High City. Also, a heartfelt condolence out to our brother and his family, Vic Lombardi, who announced yesterday on Twitter, if you guys didn't see it. Vic lost his father early yesterday morning, Ezio, after a long battle with dementia. Easy's in a better place right now, so our thoughts and prayers, obviously, with the entirety of the Lombardi family here on a Memorial Day as we are reacting to the Avs falling to the Vegas Golden Knights after having a 3-0 lead in the first period of game number 3, where if you find a way to win that game, everything feels different. You feel as though you're back in the series, and another win in game number 4 brings it back home with home ice advantage somehow, some way intact. And you asked the question to me prior to going to break. Cale Makar looked pretty good yesterday. Why wasn't he playing in game 2? And if he wasn't playing in game 2 and game 1 like he didn't, did that affect the result of game 3, and has that affected the remainder of the series? I think it has.
So you were surprised by how good Cale looked. Arguably was the best and most consistent Avalanche player for the 60-minute duration of that contest.
I think Cale was the best Avalanche player on the ice.
And in the first hour, you said, I think that needs to be evaluated as it relates to 2 days ago, 4 days ago. And the question is, if you look that good in game 3, would you have looked at least relatively similar?
If he looked
in
half
game
that
2?
good, if he looked half that good in game, dude, he played 27 minutes and 14 seconds last night.
He wasn't avoiding contact. I mean, was he full-fledged slap shot? No.
He was avoiding physical contact, but it didn't affect his game. Like, he was still defending close. There was a little one-on-one play that I think Barbashev tried to walk him on. Cale stood him up defensively, was totally fine. Cale played the most out of any hockey player in the game last night.
And how could he not have played in game 2? And you tell me this, if he plays in game 2,
they win the hockey game.
The margins were so dang thin in that game.
They win the hockey game in game 2 if he plays. And even if you still have this monumental collapse that happened last night, you're only down 2-1 with the same possibility of winning game 4 and retaking home ice advantage. I think that Cale deciding not to play in game 2 was one of the biggest gamble losses you could have possibly had. And I do think Cale gambled on the team's going to be fine without me. They'll find a way to split. I'll get a few extra days, and then I will be, while he's nowhere near 100%, it's like very clear he's not.
But you've said that's playoff hockey, period, for every one of these cats.
Of course.
It'll be Nathan MacKinnon if he even plays in game 4.
Right.
He's going to be, I mean, his knee is probably, when he woke up this morning, I'm sure it was stiffer than stiff. Very stiff.
I think Cale not playing in game 2 may have set the tone for what happened in game 3. I look at it in the same fashion. Now, what we have learned is that it was kind of very clearly Cale's decision of when to play. It didn't feel as though it was Gabe's decision to play last year in the Dallas series. It felt like the organization was holding him out until they were ready. Or doctors were holding him out.
Which is a different discussion.
Or even possibly holding out until they were back on home ice, which is what eventually happened. And then the crowd erupts and Colorado plays some good hockey games. But if he's playing in game 1 or game 2 of that Dallas series, I don't even think it gets to 7. I think Colorado beats the Stars because Gabe was effective in the series and was effective immediately. So I think it screwed them last year. I think it has screwed them this year. I'll go back to my original thought process on Bedsy's job security. If they force game 7, I believe his job is safe. This is why. Not because if they lose in 7 games, I'll feel better about myself.
No, you still lose the series.
You still lose the series, and that would suck. That in feast or famine, in cup or bust, it is binary and it will feel like failure. Not because of that. Because if you force game 7 against Vegas, it won't be a fluke. If you find a way to win 3 straight and bring this back to Denver for a 7th game, you will have done something very right. You will have committed to a hard style of hockey to play. You will have weathered adverse conditions. You will have weathered bad momentum coming against you in order to win those games. Vegas, the way that they're playing and who they play under in John Tortorella right now, will not easily let you get back in the series. So if they force game 7, I will then be able to look at it and go, you can clearly play the style of hockey.
And there's something there.
And there's
a
something
response mechanism to the voice.
Right. Vegas ain't letting you back in this easy.
But back to the Cale Makar discussion, man. If you look at maybe something has just even seemed a little bit off yesterday after you started the game so brilliantly, do you think that Cale's teammates look over at him and see him skating around and looking pretty damn functional, say, wait a minute, why couldn't you have done that 2 days ago? You look pretty good today. And then is that inherently a locker room / I call it cultural, but like an issue in the locker room that carries out over to the ice? And then who's ultimately going to be the individual that's responsible for bringing all that together? Because even if you didn't think, and I didn't personally think that what Jared Bednar said after game 2, I think it was the day after, so when he was talking about Cale's injury, and he essentially implied Cale's decision it's all up to Cale if he plays or not, which it does put into the ether that, yes, he is medically cleared to play. Do you have the pain tolerance? Are you tough enough? Are you gritty enough? So I see all of that as a potential issue here for this franchise, because does the locker room think Cale's soft or was soft in that moment? Does the locker room say, dude, Bedsy shouldn't have said that? Either way, it doesn't feel like everything's all it's not everything is copacetic right now.
Yeah. Or does Cale look at the team and go, fellas, I needed you to pick me up once. I needed you to pick me up for a game.
Dude, it's the Western Conference
I know.
Finals, man.
I know. I'm playing. This is total devil's advocate
totally
here, trying to just ask questions.
But I was basically responding like his teammates would.
Yeah.
Really? Really? And the other thing too is Cale not going to be up for a massive contract here in the near future? I mean, that's an interesting component to all of this as well.
I am convinced, and I screamed at Mark Springer at this after game 2 on Between the Pipes. Cale injuring his shoulder or needing surgery or re-injuring this shoulder by playing right now will not affect a single dollar on his next contract.
Totally agree with that. Very different than Peyton Watson's situation.
Drastically different.
Although there are so many parallels with even the way that the Colorado Avalanche have kind of physically and emotionally fallen apart with injuries and unavailability, or guys that are kind of like toughing it out like Aaron Gordon did, and then he wasn't available.
You can't
Peyton
ignore
Watson,
the parallels. You can't.
It's like at some point, man, if you're making the excuses for the Denver Nuggets and for the Colorado Avalanche that you were a healthy Cale Makar away from winning another cup, that's not a championship team.
How's this? So Cale's injury is a large contributing factor. I don't believe it's the main reason why they're down 3-0. I think their inability to respond to adversity is the main contributing factor.
Yeah, and I think they've been out toughed, mentally and physically out toughed by Vegas. I agree.
They have been out goaltended. It's not Scott Wedgwood's fault. He is farther down on the list of issues.
Out-motivated.
Carter Hart has been far and away the best goaltender in the series.
Great.
It's not even been close.
And when you combine all the flying bodies that are in front of the crease that are stopping pucks, plus how he's been himself.
Now, the issue is with the Avalanche here is, how do you force a game 7? is there a possibility that you can actually crawl out of this hole to give the fan base a little bit of hope that when they come back possibly for a game 5, that the fan base isn't sitting there thinking they're just watching a funeral procession, but they're watching a game that actually could mean something, and then they could be back there 5 days later for a game 7. How do you get to that point? We'll go over it on the other side. We're not going into NFL notes. This is a complete reaction day to what happened last night between the Avs and the Vegas Golden Knights.
I'd love to hear from you, Voice of the People, on the Altitude Sports Radio app. You can download that, and there is a Voice of the People, and you can leave a voice message for our guy KJ Granderson. But I also like to hear it on the text thread 303-504-0925. How are you going to be watching Game 4? What is your attitude going into watching Game 4? Is it dismissive? Is it, I'm not even going to watch it? Is it, I'm doing it just because I love this team and that's what I'm supposed to be? Or is it, if you telling me there's a chance with as good as this hockey team is, then we'll see. Or what is Nathan MacKinnon going to look like? Is he cleared to play? Is he look fresh and rolling? And then that potentially gives you some juice. Because if you win Game 4, as good as the Colorado Avalanche are, of course all of us are going to say, you're telling me there's a chance. It's a Herculean task.
We will go through the history of, so you're telling me there's a chance, down 3-0. Don't go anywhere. That's on the other side. Happy Memorial Day. Memorial Day savings start now at Mountain High Appliance with full stainless steel kitchen packages starting at just $1,999 plus exclusive local rebates. This is just one example of why they're Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado, and Colorado Springs, as well as Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You guys can find them at mountainhighappliance.com as we welcome you back to the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Avs fall 5-3, another regulation loss with an empty netter there. They're down 3-0, looking to stave off sweep elimination tomorrow evening right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nate and Andy will be live from Rhine House for a watch party, so get on down there. It was a fun watch party to start at Stoney's on Lincoln yesterday,
Electric,
and then the second and third period, not so much. The Edmonton Oilers back in 2024 in the Stanley Cup final forced a Game 7 after being down 3-0 against the Florida Panthers. They lost those first 3 games 3-0, 4-1, 4-3. I think that there are 3 different hockey games that you must win in order to force Game 7 in this series. You must have a goaltender steal at least 1 game.
I thought you said 3 games. I'm like, well, the next 3 probably need to win those.
3 different types of hockey game. You have to have a goaltender steal at least 1. That brings me to Mackenzie Blackwood better be starting Game 4. There aren't many bullets that Jared Bednar has left in the chamber. That's one of them he does, right? It's Scott Wedgwood hasn't been the reason. He just hasn't been great.
Something's got to change.
Something's got to change. And that is a very easy way to try and find a spark. And we all know that outside of the quarterback, the one position that can just change everything is somehow a red-hot goalie.
Idiot's Guide to Hockey Coaching. You open up, and it's chapter 11, and it says, down 3-0 in series.
I thought you were going to say bankruptcy, because that's how I feel this morning.
Replace the netminder.
I expect Mackenzie Blackwood to start Game 4.
Coaching for dummies.
So you need to either have a game in which your goaltender stands on his head and steals 1. You need to have a game in which you beat the living crap out of the other team. 5-1, 6-1 with an empty netter maybe. And I think you need to win an overtime game. I think those are the 3 hockey games that you need to win in order to force Game 7 and save your head coach's job.
Which one's most likely in Game 4?
The Avs blow out Vegas.
Human nature of Vegas.
Human nature of Vegas.
Kill
it happened.
themselves.
Florida in 2024 got beat 8-1 in game number 4 by Edmonton.
And then what's the feeling after you beat Vegas 6-1 here in Colorado?
Find a way to get something
Let's
done
go.
at home.
All right.
You're back at home. Find a way to get it done. And then you're in the mindset of, hey, we've won 4 games in a row. How many times?
23 times.
23 times this
between
season.
regular season and the postseason.
They've found a way to do it, right? So that's where that belief factors in. Now, the difference between the Avalanche right now and what Edmonton had in 2024, and we can go back through some of the other 3-0 series happenings, and we will. Edmonton was healthy at that point. I'm not blaming the 3-0 series deficit on injuries. It does put a massive wrench into the equation of, is there still hope? Val Nichushkin didn't play for the final 22 minutes.
Did you see anything as to why he didn't play? Is there any particular moment in the game that you saw?
I didn't see it.
I didn't either.
I don't know. I didn't see
Nathan
it.
MacKinnon is as clear as day.
Yeah.
How when you saw that play and the area in which the puck hit Nathan MacKinnon, like above the kneecap, kind of in that soft area, like how often have you seen that happen?
All the time.
86 mile an hour shot.
It's brutal. All the time. It hurts.
It hurts. Is there a chance of more? Like bone chipping or?
It depends if it hit on the bone or if it hit on
kneecap,
the muscle.
Kneecap or patella tendon.
There's a possible way that it, hit on the inside of that kneecap, or if it hit the muscle and the muscle blew up and then you couldn't really skate
it's like
on
a
it.
bursa sac, and it's
right.
just
We'll never really know.
And Nate has to get 60 cc's of fluid drained like I did 2 days ago, which, by the way, I feel great now.
There are some other instances in which this has happened. Again, when Edmonton forced Game 7 in 2024 in the Stanley Cup Final, it was the 10th time it had happened in 211 opportunities in NHL history, in the first in 10 years, in which a team was down 3-0 and came all the way back just to force the 7th game, not even win one. We obviously know in that 24 Cup season for Florida, Edmonton didn't win Game 7. Back in 2014, the Kings beat the Sharks in the first round after trailing 3-0. They also got down 1-0 early in that Game 7, found a way to win that series. They went on to win round 2 in 7 games, round 3 in 7 games. They beat the Rangers in 5 games en route to a Stanley Cup championship in 2014. The 2011 Red Wings were down 3-0 to the San Jose Sharks. They came all the way back. They forced a Game 7. They lost in Game 7 to San Jose in 2011. Also, what happened in that 2011 postseason run, the defending Cup champion Chicago Blackhawks were down 3-0 against the President's Trophy winning Vancouver Canucks. They forced a Game 7. They lost in Game 7. Vancouver went all the way to the Cup final, lost in 7 games to Boston that year. In 2010, the Philadelphia Flyers were down 3-0 against the Boston Bruins. They were also down 3-0 in that Game 7 that they forced. They came back from both 3-0 deficits. The Flyers won that series. They went all the way to the Cup final. They ended up losing to the Chicago Blackhawks. That was the famed Patrick Kane overtime winner that no one knew where the puck was. Last time that it happened, couple of times in 1975 where the Islanders came back in the first round and in the second round, both from 3-0 deficits.
So, Raj, as you have your white lab coat on, surrounded by beakers and a scalpel that's been highly sanitized, as you dissect the carcass and expose the anatomy of a 3-0 deficit that leads to a Game 7, we asked the question of a lot of our fine friends here that are listeners of the Morning Sprint. And we appreciate all of your responses here. And a couple of them are pretty interesting. I'm going to read a couple, Raj, off the top. For the 620 says, guys, this morning, I put on my Broncos hoodie and hat. I am fully onto the Broncos season. There's no way the Avalanche get out of this hole. Carl brings up a really good point. As much as, we break down the inability to respond, went up 3-0, and then all of a sudden watching that lead shrink to 0 and going to a 3-3 and then 4-3. At the end of the day, man, this power play has been awful. Power play sucked last night. You have 1 goal in a 3-game series out of 10 opportunities. Power play sucked. I like this one too. Eli says this, hey, Coach Sanford, I'm probably not even going to watch it. We look soft. Would love to watch, but we look soft, intimidated, and disinterested. And then, of course, the 329 here says, I ain't bleeping leaving, boys. Just go win a damn hockey game tomorrow is how I'm going into it. So I feel like the 30, 40 responses that we've had on our text thread, it's been every single wave of emotion. We are never going to tell a fan how to fan. Raj, you're going to have a job to do. You're going to do, are you doing the pregame show in terms of you guys are doing, no job. Maybe it's good. Change it up a little bit. What do you have? Do you have just between the pipes for the game tomorrow night?
Just between the pipes after the game.
So back to, you guys are going back to what, saw you guys, the Avs win 55 games during the regular season, right?
That is true. Yeah, we'll have between the pipes and the radio.
That's the only
so not just the digital channel.
So we don't get F-bomb, Raj?
Oh, you almost got an F-bomb out of Spring last night.
Really? Good.
We've been doing the whole digital thing for 2 years now, right? So Spring and I have now done Between the Pipes for 7 seasons. The first seasons that we did it was the first year that they made the postseason. They ended up losing to Nashville in 6 games or something like that. It was after the 48-point season. Spring and I started doing the show. We've done it every year since. And we did it on radio for the first 5 years of the show. And then not this year, but the previous season, we moved to digital. And while we've missed the call-ins on the radio, and those were always fun to have, we've been able to bring in some more multimedia, whether it's been, player interviews or locker room interaction or, watching highlights of the game. But we've also been able to be completely unhinged. And when losses like last night happen, there may be a word or two of profanity thrown around. After 2 years of doing that without any guardrails, turns out not easy to take your foot off the gas.
Reps matter. Reps matter. Muscle memory is a real thing. Raj, when you look at the series that you thought you were getting versus the series that you've gotten so far, which is all you can live in, is in reality that you are down 3-0. Do you think that this so far has been the most disappointing, surprising Avalanche playoff series that you can remember? Meaning you survived either Dallas or Minnesota in round 2, and it looked like you were getting less resistance per se in terms of the quality of the team from round 2 to round 3, because the Pacific Division obviously was not good during the regular season. Is this the most surprising and disappointing series that you can remember as a follower of this hockey club?
I think if they do not force 7 games, the league can look back at this series and go, it was one of the most monumental collapses for a team of that caliber that we've seen in the modern history of the National Hockey League.
You get swept, what does that mean? Like, it is 4 and done. You're swept by
right there. You're right up there with the Tampa Bay Lightning, who won the President's Trophy and got beat in the first round. I think got swept out of the first round by a John Tortorella coached Columbus Blue Jackets team.
There it is.
Again, feast or famine with that coach. And right now, it coincided with Vegas playing great hockey, getting healthy, having awesome goaltending, and feeding off of the energy that John Tortorella has brought them. It coincides with Colorado, for some reason, not being able to knock off the rust of a week sitting out of active game day operations and failing to score on the power play yet again, that we saw during the regular season that we are hoping had been fixed after the Olympic break. And now you pair that up with injuries, man. It's going to be really difficult. Do I think that they've got as good of a chance as Edmonton did in 24 of forcing 7 games against Florida? No, I don't. Because Edmonton was healthy at that point. Do I think they've got as good of a chance of forcing 7 games like those Kings teams did back in 2014, or the Flyers and the Blackhawks did back in 2010 and 2011? No, because I looked at those rounds. I looked at those series this morning. They weren't dealing with a hobbled Patrick Kane. They weren't dealing with let's look at the Red Wings. They weren't dealing with a Nicholas Lidstrom in 2011 that couldn't lift his right hand above his shoulder. When we look at the 2014 Kings, they weren't dealing with who was their best defensive player at that time. Let's call it Dustin Brown. They weren't dealing with a Dustin Brown that couldn't play the third period, i.e. Val Nichushkin in yesterday's game. So it will be very difficult for them to come back. And again, I'll say this for the 7th time today. They have to force 7 games to guarantee that Jared Bednar is coaching this team next year.
Yeah, they do.
Because if they don't, that conversation will be had. And if the organization decides to move on from their head coach, you won't hear me protest. I think he's great, but you wouldn't hear me protest.
Raj, I know so much has happened since the regular season for the Golden Knights. I mean, even the acquisitions were made, the John Tortorella, Bruce Cassidy firing, subsequently followed up by interim head coach John Tortorella. But at the end of the day, man, this is a team that in the regular season, they won 39 games. They had 43 combined losses. And I get it that overtime losses are as good as wins to you in terms of getting points.
Just get a point, baby.
But 43 times that in a hockey season, they had their heads held, they hung their heads at the end of the game. The Colorado Avalanche won 55 out of 82. 55 out of 82. And obviously 11 of those quote-unquote other contests you got a point out of with overtime losses. The Vegas Golden Knights, in the series that they've played, they did not sweep the Utah Mammoth. That series went how many games, Raj?
6.
They did not sweep the Anaheim Ducks. That series went how many?
6.
And if you get swept to that team as the team that is in the absolute perfect spot as it appeared roster-wise of a championship window, we're talking absolutely monumental embarrassment.
Yeah, it would be a big one for sure. I mean, you can't overlook how well Vegas is playing, and you also can't overlook the Carter Hart thing. Like, we talk about how they lost more games than they won during the regular season. Carter Hart played 18 games after he was allowed back in the league and was signed to this deal. Again, he's basically playing for free for Vegas and is a top 10 goalie in the National Hockey League. He's 11-3-3 in 18 regular season games for them.
Also, look how the Golden Knights finished the season too, right?
7-0-1 under John Tortorella.
Their last 10 games, they didn't lose. They had 0 regulation losses in their last 10 regular season games.
And now he's played 15 games for them in the postseason. He's 11-4. Everything changed with Carter Hart. Everything. Goaltending's the equalizer, dude. And I think that's the reason why you must play that bullet tomorrow night. Mackenzie Blackwood has to be the guy. It'll be really interesting, dude. If Blackwood comes in and he's hot and he gets a shutout and they win game 4 and then they have a dominant game 5 and then Blackie steals game 6 somehow and they force 7 games, that'll change the conversation going into next year. You'll forget about what Scott Wedgwood did this season.
Yep.
Like that. You will completely forget about the Wedgie chance if Blackwood comes in and forces 7 games because he's a stud.
Because he has the perfect opportunity to be something that the Colorado Avalanche are lacking right now. They don't have a stopper.
Yeah.
In this series, they have nobody who says enough's enough.
Yep.
That can be Mackenzie Blackwood. And if that's the case, then you are going to be compensating the player that you brought in to be your starting netminder. It's going to happen in game 4 in terms of he's going to be between the pipes. Now, we'll see what the hell is going on around him. Like Marty Necas skating in the second line. How do you feel about that? I get it.
He's Casper the Friendly Ghost.
At least he was involved in some production. I didn't see Brock Nelson involved in any production.
Nelson had opportunities in the second period again. The second period, there were a couple of spots where Colorado could have stemmed the tide.
You know what Brock Nelson at times looks to me in this series and frankly this whole postseason? Man, he just kind of looks a little lost. Like even when you see with helmet off and he's kind of skating around, he just looks like he's going through it, man.
He had a breakaway in the second period and he ripped it off the crossbar. He had a grade A scoring opportunity in the second period and he missed the net. Necas hasn't done a damn thing. Sure, the one pass in the first period was good. I'll give him that. Outside of that, man, especially from a goal scoring standpoint, hasn't done anything. It's been tough, man. Vegas's top players have been better than yours. Vegas's goaltender has been better than yours. Shouldn't be a 3-0 hole, but it is. Man, I still sit here as someone who makes his living spewing words into a microphone. I'm damn near speechless as to how it got to this point with how good they looked and how committed they looked, that it just reverted back for no reason. For no reason. Because those 20 minutes that I saw in the first period, it wasn't fluky. The 20 minutes that I watched to start the game yesterday was how you play against the Vegas Golden Knights. Initiating contact, going to hard areas of the ice, Gabe Landeskog going to the net front, blocking shots, committing to getting pucks deep at tough areas of the ice on the blue line, not shying away from physical contact. It was there for 20 minutes. What's going on here, man? How does that go away that quickly? Continue talking about it on the other side. How do the Avs find a way to crawl back into this series, or is it just done? Or are you post-morteming right now? We'll continue breaking this thing down on the other side. Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final between Montreal and Carolina can be heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame starts at 5:30 tonight with puck drop shortly after 6 p.m. So if you think the Avs season is over, and it is darn close to that at this point, you can always find another team in the East to root for over the Vegas Golden Knights.
That doesn't do anything for me. That doesn't move the needle in any way, shape, or form. Raj, you brought up a really good point over the break, and I can just verbalize it real quick. If the Avalanche had found a way to survive what ended up being the onslaught of the second period, and they get the game winner as opposed to the opposite.
In any way, shape, or form, whether it was like the 3-0 lead doesn't disappear, or it disappears in the same shocking fashion, and they get the Tomas Hertl goal. Colorado gets this crazy goal.
It comes by way of Brock Nelson.
In any fashion.
There's like a deflection off Brock Nelson's beak that finds the back of the net.
Whether it was continued dominance or you just got a good goal at the right time and you found a way to squirt by.
But the caveat would be, and this is what you brought up as the question, Nathan MacKinnon's kneecap or groin, or not groin, quad looks like it explodes and he can barely skate.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that going into game 4. Or combined with Val Nichushkin is just nowhere to be seen.
And Kale's current injury.
And Kale is still doing Kale things. Do you feel any different? Do you think that there's any more optimism that could exist? The answer to that is no. I feel like this series was lost in game 2 at Ball Arena.
Dang.
I do. I feel like this series was lost in game 2. And I think that your point that you brought up about Cale Makar looking pretty damn good in game 3. If he looked that good in game 3 and he skated 27 minutes, did he leave all players or
all
just
players?
All players.
He should have been playing in game 2.
He should have been playing in game 2.
Should have been playing in game 2.
And if you split at home, there's a shot. After game 2, the stats were almost more overwhelming in a conference final of a team that lost, that completely had home ice advantage erased with an 0-2 deficit. I mean, those numbers are dang near, what was it, 1945 was the last time, or 1946?
1945 with the Rangers. Yeah, it hasn't happened in the modern history of the NHL that a team in a conference final had started 0-2 at home and then come back to win a series. Has not happened in the modern history of the game.
And the crazy thing about both game 2 and game 3, and my brain is starting to turn into mush about game 1. I'll see if I can remember that. But in game 2 and game 3, the start was great. The start was awesome in both instances.
In both instances.
Did you have a lead in game 1?
No, I don't believe you had a lead in game 1.
I don't even remember.
You were down. You were down 3-0.
Can you give all of us a refresher about game 1?
You were down 3-0.
That's right.
First period was tightly checked, very difficult. Vegas comes out. They get the Coughlin goal out of nowhere.
Yeah,
through the 5 hole.
Essentially stark naked right through the. Was that the one where he was unmatched right down the high slot?
Pretty much. Yeah. Still a bad goal on Wedgwood.
Yep.
Dorofeyev scored 3 minutes later, and then Howden scored like a minute and 30 seconds into the third period. And then Colorado was down 3, but then they stormed back. They made it close. They had a chance at the end with the empty netter, or rather with the net being empty, to try and tie it, but it was too little too late. They were an evenly matched team in the first period of game 1. They got boat raced over the course of like a 20-minute stretch in game 2, or period 2 of game 1.
Game 1.
In all 3 of these losses, there have been 20 minutes where you've just gone, we're not playing hockey tonight. And it's cost you. Against a good team like Vegas, it'll cost you. If you take 20 minutes off and you go, we're fine.
How does that happen? How does that happen with the leadership of Gabe Landeskog and players like Nathan MacKinnon and now Cale Makar playing in game 3? Brock Nelson, who dude, but that dude desperately wants to win a cup. Brent Burns. The frick's what the hell is Brent Burns going to do? You're looking at 41 years. You got the best opportunity of your lifetime to win one of these things, and now you find yourself down 3-0. Because as a team, you took a period off in the Western Conference Finals against the team that in the last 5 years has won a cup. with some of the same people? How is that even explainable?
It's response mechanism. Again, I said at the beginning of the show, if you missed it, response mechanism comes down to two things. It is either intrinsic. You either have it, like you're born with it, and you are always going to, when the going gets tough, this player is going to step up. And he's going to do something, whether it is he's a skill player and he's going to make a great skill play, or he's a skill player and it's going tough, so he's going to start doing some physical things and blocking shots.
All right.
And if it's not intrinsic,
it's messaging.
It's message.
It's the head coach, the culture, could be the captain, but it's something that happens as a result of the culture that's set by arguably the person that's in charge of setting the culture.
And if they don't force 7 games, again, and I'll say this again, I think if they force 7 games, you will have gone, oh, they have the mechanism. They have the response. Vegas is a team that is not going to let you back into this series. They're not just going to go, yeah, it's fine. We're going to take a few games off and we'll be okay. Not with John Tortorella. If they have a bad game in game 4, you'll see John Tortorella light his team up.
Yeah.
So if they force game 7, I will then be able to look at that team and go, all right, they figured it out. They have found a way to respond and come back, and that will save Jared Bednar's job. I don't know if they can do it at this point.
You know what's the worst part?
If they can't, then
you know what's the worst part of that John Tortorella lighting his team up if they have a bad game 4 performance is the one thing that John Tortorella has right now with his locker room, with his dressing room. He's got credibility, and that's terrifying because that's been the downside of John Tortorella's messaging is at times he doesn't have that credibility or he's lost the voice because it's too much and he wears
too
people
much
thin.
too soon as well.
And it's sometimes it's like I think it's Jim Harbaugh has had he's been known for being the guy that when he comes in, everybody, you're going to practice football for 5 hours at a time. You're going to leave with, bumps and bruises and blood soaking your practice uniforms. But then you're going to get to the season and be like, oh yeah, we're tougher than everybody. But then your body in year 3, 4, 5, you're like, dude, I can't do this anymore.
Yep,
I can't
out.
do this. And then Jim Harbaugh is like, okay, I'm going to the next place. Ironically, outside of the national championship in Michigan, never really won anything of consequence.
Yeah, that's the Tortorella experience.
Yep. And I think there's some comps between those two individuals from that perspective. I think Tortorella doesn't go, today. It's a great day. Happy today. He doesn't do that. But man, I'm really interested to see what game 4 looks like. I think I know what it's going to look like. After what I saw at the end of game 3, man, I hate to say it, but it feels like there's going to be a bit of a lack of fight there, especially if Nate's not right. Is there a world that exists that Kale and Nate don't even play?
I don't believe so. There's a world that I don't know what's going on with Nate right now. I think that Kale plays without a doubt.
Yeah, especially after going 27 plus.
I don't know what's going on with Nate. So I can't rule that possibility out. No.
Who's your first line in Nate's absence?
Nelson just pops up. Jeez. And maybe playing on the top line unlocks. I don't know, man. You're grasping for straws at this point.
If Nate doesn't play, dude, you're getting boat raced. You have to,
You're
right?
in trouble if Nathan MacKinnon doesn't play.
You're in trouble.
Yes.
Brock Nelson's been the friggin' definition of Casper in this entire postseason, not just this series.
All right. That's going to do it for us today. Avs fall in stunning fashion yesterday. Just dumbfounding fashion.
Happy Memorial Day. And we said it to start the show. If you have an opportunity to do something today that remembers those who have served, whether it be family members, friends, or just people that give us the freedom and liberties to live in this great country, find a way to do something today that really does honor and remember those who have given the ultimate price of their lives to serve this country.
PhD is coming up next. Enjoy your Memorial Day. For Coach and KJ, I'm Raj. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. before Game 4 of the Western Conference Final as Colorado looks to stave off elimination via the sweep on Altitude 92.5.
Hey! What's this lying around?
Well, what the hell is supposed to do, you moron? War's over, man. Wormer dropped the big one.
What? Over? Did you say over? Nothing is over until... Was it?
Oh, we playing today? Is that what we're doing? We're playing James today?
What the happened to the Delta I used to know? Where's the spirit? Where's the guts? Huh? This could be the greatest night of our lives. But you're gonna let it be the worst. Oh, we're afraid to go with you, Pluto. We might get in trouble. Well, just kiss my ass from now on! Not me! I'm not gonna take this!
Mitch Marner.
He's a dead man!
Mark Stone.
Dead!
William Carlson.
Dead! Pluto's right. Psychotic, but absolutely right. We gotta take these. Now, we could fight them with conventional weapons. That could take years and cost millions of lives. No. No, in this case, I think we have to go all out. I think this situation absolutely requires a really futile and stupid gesture be done on somebody's part. We're just the guys to do it. Let's do it. Let's do it!
That's what we're down to.
Yeah, we're playing games today, huh?
Yeah. What else is there?
Depression,
You don't give
despair,
up. You don't give up, do you?
anger.
Do you give up?
Sometimes.
I can't give up. It's bad, though. It's not good, that's for sure. But don't give up. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Come on now.
No.
That's right.
Are you? Is that the card you're going to do today?
I don't know. We could be all depressed and just bitter and just give up, I guess. I mean, that's what everybody else is doing today. That's what I hear.
I'm not even bitter. Anger's not even the right word. This is that moment when you screwed up as a kid and you just want dad to be mad, but he's not mad. He's just disappointed, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Disappointed in the kids?
Yeah.
Sorry, son, you failed Spanish 3.
Look,
which he passed, by the way. I couldn't believe it. But you failed.
I'm just so disappointed.
Just disappointed. No, I don't know. There's no. I'm not taking the car keys away. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, man. This is gonna be. Wow. Maybe arguably the greatest letdown of all time. Like as a fan, in terms of like confidence you had in a team.
That's a good question.
As a fan of Denver sports, this is going to go down in my mind as the biggest letdown of all time.
Or
what?
The beginning of the greatest comeback of all time.
Sewing buttons on a grandma's underwear.
Tyler, was it over in 1942 when the Toronto Maple Leafs beat the Red Wings? When they were down 3-0? Was it over when the New York Islanders in the Stanley Cup quarterfinals in 1975 reversed the sweep to beat the Penguins? Tyler, was it over when Kevin Shockey's Philadelphia Flyers in 2010 and the Eastern Conference semifinals just said, "What's up, Boston Bruins," with 4 straight? How about in 2014 when the Los Angeles Kings in the Western Conference first round told the Sharks, "We don't care that we lost the first 3 games"? Was it over then?
All those teams won it?
They all won it. Was it over in 2004?
So we got one in the last, how many years?
Well, since 42. So 4 in the past 84 years.
Not bad. Yeah, math checks out there. Math solid.
Was it over in 2004 when Kevin Millar said famously to Dan O'Shaughnessy, "Don't let us win the next one. Don't let us win the next one.
Don't you dare let us win the next 4 straight.
Don't. Hey, Vegas. Don't let the Avs win the next one. Don't let them win the next one.
Better watch out now.
You better watch out.
Don't let the Sox win this game.
Don't let the Sox win this game." You could throw Avs in there too, I suppose. You know what's interesting about that moment, Millar?
We were up 3-0. Would you just shut up? We were up 3-0, and you're sitting here talking about, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Yes, it's over. We were up 3-0.
All right.
Hello. Wake up.
3-0 leads are tough.
DMac right now.
To give up. So
nobody
it's over.
wants to hear the positivity.
So it's over.
Nobody wants to hear the nonsense. Nobody believes that. You don't even believe it.
What do you believe?
Nobody believes that BS.
What do you think people want to hear?
It's a bunch of malarkey. They want to hear the suffering, the pain. We're up 3-0. Are you freaking kidding me? This is one of the most epic collapses of the history of Denver sports.
It's on the cusp.
Yeah.
You think they're just going to give up?
I don't know. Do I think they're going to win? No.
I don't think they're going to give up. 3-0 is rough. And boy, I've been talking to so many people over the past, since the game ended, and they're like, just what happened? If we just want to start there with 3-0. Everything was going their way. They got a video review. Definitely hit off what's-his-face's thumb, by the way. The whole, PK Subban. I mean,
I can't believe that happened twice in this series, by the way.
All right, well, fine. But it hit off.
Was that this series? The last night? Was that the Knights? I can't remember.
I don't know.
We had another one, just like a few games back.
First of all, it was a high stick. Second of all, it went off the thumb of his glove. It's not a goal. I mean, it's just the PK Subban. I mean, what are you getting? Free nights at the at the Win? What are you getting, PK Subban? Is PK Subban that upset about his breakup with Lindsey Vonn that, you have to be
anti-Colorado? All I know is it's a stupid jacket, PK. You look stupid. Jeez. You look like you're wearing an alligator, and it was not a good look, and it's too small.
Thank God for our guy, Mark Messier. You know, it's so funny because I just watch Our Guys. I really do. I never watch pregame, postgame of anything except for Our Guys. And I'm just like, wow, this is what this is, huh? Holy cow. Man, is this what regular people are tortured with? I mean, not regular people, but people aren't watching Our Guys. Anyway, whatever. I was tortured watching that, but whatever. I was like, it's 3-0. We're good.
Sure.
Then you got a split power play, and you're like, all right, well, the power play is not great, or penalty kill. Let's split up. Oh, they're going to score a goal in 10 seconds. Oh, Mark Stone, isn't that convenient? Then it was right there. I was like, you got to punch back right now. 3-1. Got to punch back. Got to punch back. Got to punch back.
At least don't get punched in the face. If you're not going to punch back, don't let them punch you in the face.
And, 3-goal leads mean nothing. But the numbers are stunning, Tyler. I mean, the numbers are stunning.
No, actually, 3-goal, that means a lot. Now, don't say that means nothing. 3-goal lead means a lot.
Let me rephrase, Your Honor. A 3-goal lead for the Avalanche in the playoffs hasn't meant that much.
There you go.
But yes, in history, the Avs before last night, 74-1 in the playoffs with a 3-goal lead. The loss was notable because it was against the Blues in Game 5, where MacKinnon had a hat trick, and then we're off to St. Louis, and Helm scoring a goal with a second to go, and off to Edmonton. But 74-1, now 74-2. How about the Golden Knights? 0-19 in playoff games, down 3 goals or more. Now 1-19.
Yeah, here's what I know. Those numbers are staggering. We found a way to lose a game after you're up 3-0. Dan's got the believe thing up.
I just noticed that you put that up there with the Ted Lasso.
And here is what this is an imperfect analogy, so maybe you could help me out on the text line. Imperfect analogy because I acknowledge that the Bills do not have the championship and the Avs did win, but the Colorado Avalanche have become the Buffalo Bills. That's what they've become.
Wow.
They have become the regular season darling, the dominating superstars that every year they're contenders, and then we get to the playoffs and we lose. So I know we won a championship. Bills imperfect. Maybe we're the Denver Nuggets. Maybe that's who they are. You know, figure out the analogy that fits a little bit better in the Bills, but that's what we are. We're a dominating regular season team that gets punched in the face when we get to the playoffs.
Why do you think they didn't punch back or weren't able to punch back?
I don't know.
Because I think that's what it came down to at the end of the day. Through injuries or whatever. There's other great players out there.
Yeah, I mean, God.
Why couldn't they punch back?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, you know the answer to that? I don't know the answer.
I do not. I do not. I've been struggling with it since the game ended. Because the only way I think you can explain this is why at 3-1 you didn't punch back. And you couldn't punch back. And I actually do not know why. I don't know. That'll be my big question, I suppose, today. By the way, we can take some phone calls today, too.
Sure.
303-504-0925. Dan, you up for answering the phone a little bit today?
Is anybody out there today?
Yeah, there's tons.
They're out there?
Oh, yeah, there's tons of people out there.
They're not at the barbecues?
Everybody's driving around today. Today's a big drive around day. Not a big work day, but it's a big drive around day, that's for sure.
How was your commute?
My commute, 2.5 miles down the hill on the bike. It was good. The same as it always is.
Saw a lot of bikers out there?
I saw a couple bikers out there. Yeah, today. Well, it's a big exercise day. It's a big outside day today. There's no doubt about it. Colorado. Already got a report from my son who ran the Boulder. And, the other son lives there and just had no interest. I'm like, you live? Yeah, never mind. All right, we'll get into it. Listen, 303. Oh, somebody's calling. All right, Jenna. Hey, there you go. That's one. We got other people on the text line. We got you. We can commiserate. You can either be down in the dumps. And
I'm down in the dumps, okay?
Or you can...
Don't tell me to not be in the dumps when I'm in the dumps.
I'm not going to tell, as I heard, I'm not going to tell a fan how to fan. You are more than welcome to fan however you want. If you want to be down in the dumps, you are more than right to. I'm choosing to try to look at the bright side of life, like our friends at Monty Python. Should I take a quick one here? Let me take a quick one. Let's just see. Let's try this out. A phone call. Jared, you're on altitude. What's up, Jared?
What's up, guys? How you doing today?
Awesome. How are you?
I'm a little disappointed in our team last night. I kind of wanted to talk about that huge no call in the zone entry for the game tying goal.
Okay.
Josh Manson just going backwards into the zone, gets blown up by somebody away from the play, no call.
Yeah.
Ends up in a goal. Like, that could have changed the game right there, that power play. And nothing.
I got you, Jared.
That's it. I mean, if that went the other way, we're going to win that game.
You never know.
It's kind of mood I'm in right now. I'm just saying,
I like it, Jared.
Jared, I'm just saying, it's kind of mood I'm in. No. Okay, so problem solved. You get your way on that one. Are we good?
Yes, we are. Jared nailed it.
If we get a power play goal right there, it's 4-2.
Right.
Okay, we're good, right? Because
Yeah.
we're not going to melt down the rest. I mean, the meltdown wasn't happening.
303-504-09. That first call went fantastic.
I'm in a mood, Jared.
Okay. Dan, what are we looking at here? Do we got anybody coming up, or are you trying to track people down? What's going on here, Dan?
Might as well just let him punch it in with your glove, whatever you want. I mean, that wouldn't have mattered either.
Jesse's going to join us when the Avs practice is over, and I am efforting our Avs brethren.
Our guys. Put out the bat light. Slow to answer.
Haven't heard back yet.
Slow. They're at the pool. The pool is calling at the Circa. All right. Well, we're open for your comments.
Well, I wasn't mean to Jared, was I?
No.
Love you, man. Appreciate you calling, but I mean,
you just took the one thing he's been thinking about for the past 14 hours.
Right, because everything would have been different.
So Jared's been thinking, that's been on his mind, and he's like, I got to get it off my chest, and you just told him to, Okay, well, hang on.
Maybe if I just would have done the dishes that one time. Never mind.
303-504-0925. Line it up. Let's talk about it. Yes, Jared Bednar is talking. There is some information about Nate and Val Nichushkin, too. Details coming up. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men have to live with this. No, they do not. And you might be surprised how the right treatment can improve your love life. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic uses advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond pills. So call today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. So call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is a game where we showed some balls. It is, and I want them to feel it for a little bit, as far as what they just did against a really good hockey club. but then we get back to work tomorrow.
I know what you're doing, Dan. I know what you're doing.
Why don't you just play your favorite song of all time?
Oh, man, we haven't. I don't think we've sunk to that level.
Really? We're not there yet?
I don't think so. Because that's the ultimate sign of just giving up.
Hmm.
I'm not giving up. You think Mike's giving up? Mike's on the phone. You think Mike's giving up?
Mike Sanford?
Not Mike Sanford. He's definitely giving up. Holy cow. I couldn't believe how negative he was. My Lord. Like, I guess, you coach at Valor. You don't have to come from behind. What's up, Mike?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm out here in North Carolina. I got a 4-hour drive back, so I'm sitting in this just absolute stink of a game yesterday.
Yeah.
And I said to myself after Mikko ran and had a hat trick, ended up knocking us out in Game 7. That was the worst that I would ever feel. I take that completely back.
Wow.
Today is the worst that I felt in a long time.
Thank you.
This team has so much, and they are built to win now. And with the expectations, what they've done, being up 3-0, I'm like, this is an Avs hockey team that I've been watching all year. It is. It was it. And then Vegas has that power play, and they come in. How many times have the Avs have a power play that have gone into the next period during this playoffs?
Hey, Mike,
Mike,
how many times the Avs had their own power play that they barely get to pass the other half of the ice?
Exactly.
Like, could we spend more than 30 seconds on their half of the ice during the power play? That'd be great.
And you said punch back. I agree wholeheartedly. They had power play opportunities. Championship teams will take advantage of that, and they didn't do it.
They did not.
I am beside myself. I'm like, how do you guys go out there 3-0? Okay, guess what? They score a goal, come back. You're on a power play? Put the puck in the net. This team can't do it. It drives me up a wall. How do they fall apart like this?
Now
With
this
the
is
leadership,
sports radio.
Landeskog's back.
Who are you the most frustrated by?
Man, I don't know. Most frustrated. I don't know. The whole team. It's like they got deflated after Vegas came back in Game 2. I'm pissed at Brock Nelson, Valerie Nichushkin. Where are you? Like, it's a collective effort. I don't know what's being said in the locker room or what's going on. Like, but in my opinion, Blackwood has got to be the goalie in Game 4 to be like, hey. We need someone to come back, and if you're going to be our number one guy, maybe that's where we get some fire from.
Yeah.
But if MacKinnon's not playing in Game 4, I don't know how we do it. I don't know how we do it. And, like, my question to you guys is, like, who do they put in net? What changes need to be made? And if MacKinnon can't play, what's the line structure? But my other question, too, is, like, if Cale Makar is playing 27 minutes, and I was listening to the show earlier, what happened to him in Game 2? Could he have not played then?
You know what? That's a good question,
Mike. Great question. All right, Mike. We'll answer all your questions. We'll try to answer your questions. Thank
sorry,
you, brother.
guys.
No.
I'll talk to you later.
No, Mike.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
We're finally doing sports radio, Mike. I appreciate you.
On the Altitude Sports Radio app, listening to us from North Carolina, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. Willhitewins.com. Let's just talk one thing at a time. Blackwood should be the goalie. I think so. You need to change something, and that's the most obvious thing to change.
That's a no-brainer. You've lost 3 straight games. Boom.
Not all Wedgwood's fault.
Look, is it all Wedgwood's fault? No. But has he been good? No. Has he been bad? A little bit. Has it been mostly average? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's been pretty dang average goaltending.
All right. The lines of first of all, I do think MacKinnon will play, but I do not know if he'll play to the degree where he's like centering a line or he's some sort of specialist in a power play situation. I mean, they were 0 for 4 on the power play, and you just don't have to skate as much on the power play as on 5-on-5. So you may have a case where MacKinnon is really just a specialist, and you may have a situation where they go with an extra forward and only 5D. Maybe. The top line, what they did yesterday is they centered the top line with Brock Nelson. They just moved the 2C up to the 1C. And then they just kind of shifted and moved everything around with Nick Waugh and then Kadri, and they were moving everything all over the place, in all honesty. What do? They probably moved Nelson up. He still is their other top center, despite the lack of production. You know what? Who's better to talk about that? Let's talk to Jesse about that. That's a good one. We'll get into the Kale thing. We got the whole Kale thing. We'll get into that. Jesse Montano from Guerrilla Sports, covering the Avalanche in Vegas, just got out of the room with Jared Bednar and a couple of the players. Jesse, who was talking today?
Yeah, we heard from Jared, and we also heard from Brock Nelson, Josh Manson, Marty Netchus, and Sam Malinsky. So we heard from a few different guys today.
Okay, just give us the latest. What are your takeaways from what you heard from Bedsy and the rest of the guys?
Yeah, well, let's start with the stuff that I know people are super interested in, and it was Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar's status, or I guess not Cale Makar, excuse me, Val Nichushkin.
Mm-hmm.
Jared said that they're both still being evaluated today, that he's not sure on either of their availability one way or the other for tomorrow. He said that they probably won't know until tomorrow morning if those guys can go. So we're still waiting to see. You know, Josh Manson talked about, hey, if Nathan MacKinnon can't go, that means he's really, really hurt, because that's a guy who will play through pretty much anything to try and win. But, DMac, like I still think that there's a layer to all this where everyone's still just a little bit stunned of the situation they're in. Like, they're saying a lot of the right things, like, hey, we're going to flush it, we got to move on, et cetera. But it just still does feel a little bit like a vibe of like, holy smokes, how did we end up in this situation? Josh Manson was pretty kind of, raw with a couple of his answers and the way he felt about the way things went last night. But like I said, I think the team, I think the coaches, even the media here, like everyone's just a little, blown away that we're sitting here in Vegas and the Avs are staring down a 3-0, deficit.
How did Cale Makar go from missing the first two games to playing as many minutes as he did?
Yeah, and I don't remember if we talked about it a little bit last week, but Cale has always been a guy who he has done this over the course of his career, going back to his rookie year, where he'll maybe sometimes get the green light to go from doctors, but he wants to be sure. He plays a little bit more cautious. He wants to make sure that his body is feeling right. So truthfully, and again, I don't know, right? Like, Jared Bednar said it the other day, no one can get inside Cale's body and see what he's feeling, feel what he's feeling, except for Cale. I get the sense that Cale likely felt they felt that Cale could go a couple of games ago, but he didn't feel super confident. And here's the one thing I will say. There were multiple instances last night where Cale again passed up on shots. So the way that I'm kind of looking at it right now is I think Cale Makar's at about 75%. I think that 25% is his shooting ability. And I think that's likely why he didn't play those first couple games. I think his legs, I think his conditioning, I think all that stuff is fine. But I think the motion of shooting is still, kind of painful for him, with that shoulder. So that's kind of my guess is they probably could have gotten him back in the lineup sooner, but he would have been even less of a threat in the offensive zone. That's just my guess. Again, obviously they haven't said anything to that effect, but I wasn't surprised by the amount of minutes he played. I was surprised by the fact that it looked like he was still deferring on shots.
Did Brock Nelson, was he asked or did he talk about his lack of production and his responsibility to be more than he has been?
Yeah, he was, and he gave a pretty standard answer of like, look, this has been really frustrating. This slump has come at the worst time for me. I've got to be better. I know this team relies on me to be better. He brought up that he caught a post last night when the game is tied, but I talked about it last night on our show of. Brock Nelson, and look, I don't think any of this series, I don't think any of where they're at is on any one person. Like, I think there's plenty of blame that you can spread around and point to things that have gone wrong. But Brock Nelson gets three grade A looks in that game last night after Vegas comes back and ties it, and he doesn't register a single shot on goal.
Right.
Like one of them's a little mini breakaway, and he sends it high. The other one, he gets in behind the D at a great look, and he sends it high. The other one's the play off the rush. It hits the crossbar. And, I know crossbar, that's an inch and a half down, and it's a goal. It wasn't. You know what I mean? So that's tough to reconcile with. And Jared Bednar even mentioned that in game 2, that the Avs had looks where they missed the net, and when Vegas got their looks, they didn't. He acknowledged it. He talked about how disappointing and how frustrating this has been. But, ultimately he kind of went with the hockey guy answer of but I got another opportunity tomorrow, and I just have to trust that I stick with it, and one's going to go.
Hey, when something nearly impossible happens, like giving up a 3-0 lead,
yep,
which the Avalanche were 74-1 previously in that particular circumstance in the playoffs.
Yep.
Where does the finger get pointed?
I don't know. And I think there's and I think that's why the group was so stunned last night. They look disconnected to me. Now let me say this in this before I give my answer. I think there's a lot more injuries here than we realize. Arturi Lehkonen has not looked anything like himself in this series. He's a big part of this team. Sam Malinsky, I think, has struggled through this series. He's a big part of that back end. He's playing through an injury. Cale Makar, now you got Nathan MacKinnon, Nichushkin out. So I think there's a few things that are working against them. I don't know if you look at leadership, if you look at coaching, I don't know where you look, but it just feels like this series started to get away from them, and the sticks got squeezed. The pressure was felt, and they just haven't been able to bounce back, which is so uncharacteristic of what we've seen from this team, not just this season, but going back the last few years. So yeah, I don't know. You definitely take a look at some of the different, areas of what's going on. And I think they're trying to work through it with this leadership group, with, coaching and all that stuff.
Blackwood, Wedgwood.
Oh, honestly, I'm at the point where I think your guess is as good as mine. If I had to put money on it, I would say Blackwood for tomorrow. Mm-hmm. I just think that you need to, it's time for a change. You need to switch things up a little bit. Yeah. And look, again, I don't think you can point at Scott Wedgwood and say he's the reason they're down in this series, but this definitely hasn't been his best stretch. Mm-hmm. And I think just a change in net, a change in the vibe, is likely what's in store for us tomorrow. So I don't think that that's necessarily going to be the secret key to all this, but I'm expecting Mackenzie Blackwood to go tomorrow.
All right. And did Nate just address how he's doing? Did he talk anything about?
Yeah. And shout out to our guy, Corey from the Post. I really liked the way that he asked the question. He said, look, 5 days ago, we were all talking about whoa, look at all these multi-point games from Marty Netchus in succession, and all these assists that he's piling up, and now suddenly, less than a week later, it's well, he's only got one goal. What's going on here? So I thought Marty had a good answer. A veteran guy who's been here before. He's look, that's how things go. But he did acknowledge, I'm a big part of this team. I gotta find more ways to produce. And again, kind of like Brock Nelson, he had a little bit of the cliche, and I got an opportunity to do that tomorrow. So, yeah. You guys know, the hockey answers aren't always super super revealing. Sure. I did think Josh Manson, he showed a little bit of emotion today. I asked him about the what he thought was a missed call last night, and he really, collected himself and made sure that he chose his words right, so he didn't, catch a fine or anything like that. Mm-hmm. But like I said, it does seem a little bit like a stunned group still trying to work through and figure out how they ended up in this situation. Sam Malinsky said, the most important thing for us tonight is just to be together as a team and have dinner and talk through this and, be together as a group. So I think they're still, doing some soul searching here.
You don't think they were looking for $5 blackjack in downtown Vegas someplace? Downtown Vegas, off the strip, some seedy sort of place.
Maybe a couple of them had to go, play some tables last night after that one to cool down. But, it sounds like they're going to get just for a big group dinner tonight.
All right. And they weren't on the ice today, right?
No ice today. Nope. And I just got to apologize real quick. When you asked me about Mackenzie and Scott, I was literally walking past them in the hallway. that was why there was the moment of hesitation in my voice. Was they were both walking by me, and I was like,
"Hey, speak your mind, buddy."
Yeah. So I pulled up
that's
into one of the
funny.
ballrooms here.
That's funny. All right, you're the best, Jesse. Follow Guerrilla Sports for great content as always. Thanks, Jess. We'll talk to you.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. Talk to you guys soon.
That is funny. Oh, you want me to talk about this guy or that guy? Hey, you two. What's going on? Yeah, I guess $5 hands.
Yeah, he definitely got a bench wedgie. Get rid of him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be Blackwood. Oh, hey, guys. What's up?
What's up, Scott?
What's up, boys? Yeah, I suppose $5 blackjack would be the least of your problems in Vegas. You could get into a lot more trouble than that, right? You could be blowing off steam and
I don't even think you get that at Circus anymore.
No, I know. You got to search that out. You might have to travel a little bit.
Get that on Fremont?
Maybe. You know, I've never been to I've been to Vegas a million times.
I've
never been to Fremont.
I have not either.
So,
I've probably been to Vegas like 10 times too.
All right. Hey, FYI, we do have Montreal, Carolina. That is right here tonight. Pregame starts at 5:30. Puck drop after that. Tomorrow, Andy Lindahl will be at Rhinehouse on 14th and Mark. In fact, Nate and Andy are broadcasting from there. And Andy's just hanging around with you. I'm sure he won't be frustrated. He'll be fun. We'll have a Nathan MacKinnon giveaway, including a signed stick, signed puck, signed photo, along with great deals like $7 Rhinehouse Lager, half liters and 12 liters. So we'll see you tomorrow at Rhinehouse. That is a spectacular sports bar in the heart of Lodo. So right there. Great place to go to watch the game. And that was Jesse on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. I love the phone calls. Phone calls so far have been great. Like Mike was talking about the Josh Manson thing, and sure enough, Josh Manson was asked about it. And, there you go. Some insight from Jesse. 303-504-0925. We'll get to your text as well. We'll hear from, as the sound comes in, Dan, right? We'll hear from what Bedsy had to say, plus Natchez and Brock Nelson and more, as we give you the latest and update news on the Avalanche and a very, very, very disappointing night last night. It's PhD on 92.5.
Questions for Brock. Brock, you're such a big part of this season. The playoffs, how would you describe it? Is it frustrating that you're giving yourself chances, or your play specifically, because we're used to seeing big goals from you? Is it chances you're missing, you're not in the best position? How would you categorize what's happened in this playoff, in this series specifically?
Yeah, for sure. And I think even more frustrating just given how the game's kind of played out too. So have to just continue to believe that you're going to get more looks and capitalize on it and be a difference maker and turn it. Like Manchester, we had our looks, a couple looks in the second off the post, changes the game a bit, but shoulda, woulda, coulda, and we are where we're at right now. And I think it's just having that belief individually for myself to step up, be more of an impact offensively, and I think as a group, the belief that we were one of the best teams in the league all year. We're capable of coming back, and obviously just starts with one game at a time.
That is Brock Nelson from earlier today. I think I cut myself shaving. Just noticed that. Teaches me to shave. Should not shave.
Yeah, I do that about once a year.
Yeah, that's stupid. Brock Nelson has been incredibly disappointing. Calls, 303-504-0925 or text. Would love to hear from you. Great day to get that in. We don't take a lot of calls. Today's a good day to get your feedback and how you're feeling about everything.
Just what what I'm waiting for?
What's that?
I want the caller that's got the DMac type of optimism that you started the show with. I'm challenging the caller to call in that's got the DMac optimism.
Don't let him win tomorrow.
Give us a reason to believe.
Don't
No.
let him win tomorrow.
Now, I might mock you when you call in,
Uh-huh.
but I do challenge you to call in.
All right.
If anybody's got DMac optimism when the rest of us are mad and angry.
Well, I'm more sad.
brave soul.
I'm not as. I guess you're angry.
I am angry.
Okay.
I am.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry.
Buddy,
I'm bummed.
Buddy, I don't know what to do at the moment that you're up 3-0. I don't know what type of emotion to feel other than anger about that one.
All right. I got you.
What emotion should I help me?
You
Be my therapist.
You feel however you want to feel.
Find a better emotion for me to feel.
Let me ask you, why do you think you feel so angry?
Because the expectation is so high. And you know what? You want to know, here's a life lesson in your relationships with anybody. You want to know when you got real problems?
Lower the bar?
No. Well, yeah, that's true. But you want to know when you got real problems and you got your worst fights?
What's that?
When you've got expectations. Okay? When you've got expectations, now all of a sudden anger and resentment brews from expectations. Well, guess what? I had an expectation this team was going to win a Stanley Cup. That's just what my expectation was.
Okay.
And so now I've got resentment that multiple years in a row, we could go through a season. And earlier I used the analogy of saying we become the Buffalo Bills of the regular season and we dominate, we look great, we're contenders, but they don't have a championship. Andy Lindahl helped me out. He said maybe the Peyton Manning early 2000s Colts. That's another good example. So why do I feel anger? Because I had expectation.
Who do you think has let you down? And then we'll get to the calls. Who do you think's let you down the most?
That's tough to pinpoint. That's really tough to pinpoint. And I don't know. I mean, I've got frustration. I've got frustration that Marty's been
Natchez.
Yeah.
Where you been?
Where you been, dude? You're getting paid $11+ million. And
do you feel disappointed that Kale Makar didn't play in the first two games, considering he played in game 3?
That
was interesting, wasn't it?
The team feels disappointed. Yeah.
That whole thing was interesting, wasn't it?
It's almost like it was a blank you putting him out there for the most minutes we didn't play at all the first two games, and now you played the most minutes of anybody in the first.
They played him as they would normally play him. Usually he has the most minutes because he's out on every power play and
but that didn't really add up with missing 2 games.
Okay. You mad at Bednar?
I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I don't know who I'm mad at on the team. I'm disappointed that Marty hasn't showed up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm disappointed that Kale had to miss 2 games. That I'm not calling him out for anything. I'm just saying I'm disappointed that had to happen. And yeah, I'm disappointed that, whatever's going on behind the scenes with Bednar right now and leadership is allowing a team to lose control the way that we're losing control. And quite frankly, the signs were there during the Wild series. like we're just playing a better team and it's catching up to us. But the signs were all there. We were spiraling and letting insane things happen in the Wild Series. Yeah, so I am disappointed in Bednar. Like, because I can't think of a team that I've seen give up more cluster goals than the Colorado Avalanche in the playoffs. And who's ultimately responsible for that?
All right, you want to hear somebody in a positive way?
Is it
somebody,
Kim? Is it Kitty Cat?
It's no, she's, oh my God. She ain't feeling good.
Okay.
Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, you kidding me? No, it ain't good there. This is Senator Blutarski from Omega House. Well, what's up, Senator Blutarski?
You know the line. Is it over? Hell no, it's not over. I don't make mistakes. I only date them. Listen, DMac, tell them your story about when you were in the fetal position under the covers in your hotel room when you ran out of money in Vegas. It could be worse. The day you realized that there was no cable in Vegas, tell them that story. Tell them that when the ATM machine said, "Get away from me, you loser." Tell them that story.
Hey, listen, Maddie, I've had some low moments in my life too. Okay, it doesn't mean that I want to go back to them.
Oh my God!
You know,
I mean, we're
so
team
funny.
soup fork right here, man. We're team soup fork.
There you
Together
go.
we can make it all happen.
That's
no,
so
the
funny.
bad thing is Kale being your best player, who missed 2 games, and then the thing that gets me that really sucks the most with me is what happens to Bednar, man? Guy's a great coach, man.
All right. All right, we'll get into it, Maddie. Thank you, Matt. That was funny.
I love you guys.
That was
Later.
funny. All right, brother. Yeah, Maddie's referring when I went to Vegas on a work trip.
I actually don't know this one.
Oh my God. I had been to Vegas with my baseball team. This is more than 20 years ago, but I'd gone to spring training with my baseball team like 3 times and had won 3 times in a row. Like, I'm coming home with money. I'm showing off to the wife. Not a lot, but, it's a positive trip. Enough to pay for the trip, by the way. But,
this makes me feel better, this music.
And then we go for a work trip. Like, we fly out a bunch of listeners and Tyler, I was just, oh, my God. I lost. Then I chased. And it got bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Yeah, been there, done that, bud.
To the degree.
That's why I don't do that anymore.
And this was more than 20 years ago. So being down, I know it's not a lot, but being down like $1,000 in my particular situation with a young kid, like a 1-year-old, and, the whole thing. Tyler, I go up to there's no cable in the hotel room. Why? There's just regular TV. It's like rabbit ears. There's no cable. It's just, you get the regular stations. So I ended up watching like TBS and all the movies, like Fun with Dick and Jane with Jim Carrey. I watched that I think it was on like 4 different times. And I was joking. I was curled up in the fetal position because I literally could not take money out of the ATM anymore. I ended up getting up the next day. I just spent the night in the hotel room doing nothing. I was too scared to leave. And I didn't have any money. I couldn't eat. But I did have a plane ticket.
Mm-hmm.
I left. I found an earlier flight from when we were all supposed to fly out as a group, and I just flew back like 2 hours before everybody else. And nobody had any idea like where I was and what was going on. And that was my fetal position Vegas story.
Listen, I wish I couldn't relate to it. I can.
Yeah.
I know the feeling.
But I didn't give up, Tyler. I went back to Vegas.
Yeah.
I was smarter, though.
You're no quitter.
I did not quit Vegas. I did not quit gambling.
So they say that,
I did it smarter.
They say that as long as you double up every bet, eventually you're going to get it all back.
Listen.
The problem is you can run out of money before you get it back.
Right. Had the ATM the ATM gave up on me. I didn't give up on the ATM. The ATM gave up on me. I wasn't a quitter. The stupid ATM was.
Kind of like your cards allegedly quit when you owed Adam Schefter all that money.
Oh, my God. All that stuff. That's another thing. Paid him. It all worked out. Yeah, the ATM quit on me on that one, too. Hey, Tyler, it's crazy when the ATM gives up on you. Like, what's wrong with you, ATM?
Sorry, buddy.
You're bad.
This transaction does not work for our math.
Hey, I'm not quitting. I'm here trying to get my money. You're not reciprocating. It's clearly your fault.
Don't you call me a quitter.
I will get more of your calls. That was great. Thank you, Maddie. The Kale Makar stuff.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. The call from Maddie didn't do it for me.
It didn't do it for you?
So somebody I challenge somebody to be a better therapist for me.
Come on, we're having a couple of laughs here. Aren't we feeling a little better?
Yeah, I like laughing in misery.
We're laughing in misery.
Yeah.
Or we can just bitch about crap like everybody else has been doing all day on the radio station.
Well, can we not have a
just
day?
do that?
We can't have a day to do that.
It gets so tiresome and so whiny. Just
Oh.
But if you're angry, you're angry. That's all right.
Yeah, I'm angry. Heck yeah, I'm
I
angry.
think you're getting less angry as
I mean, look,
we go on here.
I'm okay. Like, summer's coming, you know?
Yeah. I'm going to go get my splash pass after this. Open up the pools.
Oh, nice.
You know what that means? When they open up the pools.
What's that mean?
The teacher's got something to do today.
Wow. Wow.
PhD on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook. They're turning up the heat, and they've introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets. It's available across the NBA, MLB, and NHL. Here's the deal. Tap into the Fanatics Sportsbook app, build your squad from the sport you want, then pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals. Finally, set your target. If you like hoops, you can pick 4 players combined for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18. Then sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work. With live tracking every step of the way, this is fantastic. And here is the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack. So your bet stays alive all the way to the end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets, only on Fanatics Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
I think it's a fine line. I think like the spirit is there. I think the work ethic is there. We're having what's proved to be the most difficult for us, in my opinion, is sort of eliminating a couple of these big mistakes in this game, and that's likely due a little bit to their pressure, okay, and the way they play. It's like they're a good team and very good at certain things, and that's one of them. And on the offensive side of it, it's like working through some of the aggression that they have on the defensive side and being able to create clean looks. And then when we're getting them, there's still not a lot of time, and it's like capitalizing on a few of those looks. Like, I haven't checked all the analytics from this morning, but like game 1, game 2, I'm sure game 3 is the same way. The analytics are tight, right? Like it's very evenly matched, and the games have kind of shown that, and they've come out on top of 3 of them, you know.
That's Jared Bednar from earlier today. Okay, getting your reaction to the game. We got Jake, Chris, and Matthew. We got somebody calling. Hold on, Dan will be with you in a second. I just want to start, Tyler, by sending our deepest condolences to Vic Lombardi, his brothers, his mom, his family, on the passing of his father. That just happened yesterday, I believe, or a couple days ago. Easy was a great man. And Vic, similar to my dad, right? Vic would talk with his dad all the time and bring him to everybody. And it's just a very sad passing. Although he was pretty sick, and perhaps when you're in certain stages of life, it's a relief to pass on. But you always will miss the person, and whether or not that person's been struggling in health or not, it doesn't matter. You miss who he was and what he means to you, and not having him around, of course, is very, very sad. So I just, my deepest condolences to Vic and his family.
Yeah, no question about it, man. Easy was an absolute legend. I texted Vic yesterday that I'm so glad he documented as much as he did on video. He brought so much humor and levity to all of us just via the videos. And, you know, I was blessed enough to meet him a couple times. I didn't know him super well, but, you know, an absolute legend. And I'm really, really glad that Vic documented as much as he did, so it all lives on forever.
Okay, tough transition, but we move on. But just wanted to put that out there for Vic and his family, and for the listeners, if they didn't know that has happened. And, you know, Vic's such a valued part of our family and our lives that, you know, tough times for him and his family. So putting it out there. The Cale Makar situation. And, hey, hang on, everybody on hold. Hang on. We will definitely get to everybody. I promise you. On Friday night, we have to go back actually to game 2, right? And were you surprised when you hear Jared Bednar say this about Cale Makar?
Because there's urgency to get him back, like since he's gotten hurt, like, you know. But it's going to be Cale's decision on when he's coming back. You know, like he's doing all the work he can possibly do to try to get back as fast as he can. And we get word he can play, then that's great. But like, I don't make that decision for him. But yeah, there's urgency to make sure everyone is in and available, and everyone's playing as well as they possibly can.
Anything get your radar raised on that one?
No. I mean, listen, we're in a spot now where you've got injuries to multiple stars. Cale Makar missed 2 games, and there was, I don't know, it felt pretty similar to the Jamal situation with the Nuggets a couple years back, where the organization's saying, yep, he's good to go, it's going to be on Jamal. Yep, Cale's good to go, it's going to be on Cale. And then when Cale gets back, he ends up playing the most minutes of any Avalanche in the first. Okay, that was weird, but I don't necessarily think it means there's animosity between the organization and Cale. I don't think that it means that they were challenging Cale.
Okay.
I think that it could just mean it's as simple as this. All we know is what we know from a doctor perspective, and now it's up to Cale's body to respond.
I couldn't agree with you more, especially about the doctor thing. So they did media on Saturday before they went out to Vegas. And I was thinking that same thing, like, well, okay, well, hold on. Are we on the same page here? Like, is he medically cleared to play like again with the Jamal situation. So I asked Bedsy, this is Saturday. This is the next day.
When you said last night it was Cale's decision whether he plays or not, I'm curious if you could expand on that, meaning medically, has he been cleared by your medical staff and it really is just up to Cale?
Yeah, no, it's just that, like, so he's dealing with an injury, obviously, and he's been in the gym strengthening and testing it on the ice. So, like, Cale's the only person that knows when he's good enough to play. That's why it's his decision, right? Like, we know what the injury is. We know what he's dealing with. We know that we're going to expect him back at some point. But you got to get to a level of being comfortable with what you're dealing with and the pain tolerance. And depending on what he's dealing with, he will tell us when he's ready to play. So it's just really as simple as that. No one can go, into Cale's body and feel what he's feeling. So when he feels like he can do all the things he needs to be able to do out on the ice to play, then he's going to make the decision to play.
Well, that certainly sounds like you're doubling down from the night before, right? Like, There's no real difference there. And it's pretty clear because he didn't specifically said the medical team has cleared him. And I didn't follow it up either because I was like, I got you. I know what you're saying here. How much can you deal with, Cale? And what they're saying too, Tyler, is like nothing's broken, right? Like that's whatever you're dealing with, this is going to be up to you whether you play or not. Like,
well, that might not necessarily be true. I mean, just to be fair, there could easily be ligaments that are torn. There could easily be things that are going to require off-season surgery, and they know that. The team knows that. Cale knows that. And they're still saying, okay, it's still up to you on when you can handle the pain threshold.
Yeah, but if you had a broken bone, if you had a clavicle or something like a broken, there's no way you could play, right? You'd just be out.
Not really.
You could just play with broken bones.
People do it a lot.
Okay, all right. Well, clearly to me, they're saying it's up to you.
I know what
Cale.
you're saying. Of course, there's going to be certain things that you can't play through.
He wasn't injured to the degree where it was preposterous for him to play.
Fair.
Right? Like,
fair.
Do you think Cale ultimately at the end of the day said, yes, I'm good to go because he really did feel he was good to go, or he was pressured to feel like he was good to go?
Oh, if I had to guess, it was probably more on the pressure than anything else.
You think so?
I don't mean like pressure from the organization, like, hey, we're judging you, but more so the pressure of, hey, my team's down 0-2, and it's kind of now or never.
Kind of feeling it from all sides.
Yeah.
Like, come on, Cale. We need you. Teammates need you.
Yeah,
coaches need you. Public
again,
needs you.
when we had this conversation the other day, like, are guys in the locker room like challenging? No, that's not what I mean. I don't mean that Gabe is having a conversation with Cale on the training room table, being like, Cale, you better get back out there, man. We need you. No, players aren't doing that. Players aren't doubting other players. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. Players can doubt other players with the severity of their injuries. I've certainly been in that situation where I've felt like we had guys that were taking advantage of injuries, but I'd be very surprised if the team felt that way about Cale.
Think Nathan MacKinnon's playing tomorrow? Now, we've heard from his teammates today saying the only way he wouldn't play is if he
I don't know if he's capable.
Yeah.
Like, that dude, he was in pain.
Oh, no doubt.
And I'll tell you this, I've never taken a slap shot to that specific area, but I've had like deep bone bruises in similar spots, and it only gets worse overnight.
I bet. Right.
It does not get better.
Right.
So I don't think it's a guarantee that he plays.
Okay. With all that, let's get to a few calls. You guys are really, really patient. So hang in there. Chris and Caleb, Reed, Matthew. We start with Jake. Jake, you're on altitude. What's up, Jake?
Hey, guys. Thanks for working today.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
And Tyler, during the Chargers playoff game, the second half, we were cheering for you, not for Manning.
You're my guy. You're my boy, Blue.
I think the past 4 years have been about Cale. And I think there's a doomsday approaching on July 1st. If he doesn't extend, then they're going to be even in a worse situation than they are now. And I think management has made it's all about win now, win now, win now. They've gotten rid of Byram, Richie. They chose Val over Naz. They wouldn't give Miko what he wanted, and the power play has been atrocious ever since. and it's all been about Kale. Is he going to sign the richest deal for a defenseman in NHL history? Because Calgary has a lot of money, and that's where he's from.
Woo!
And we're in a huge hole right now. And I think the past 4 years have been about win now and jeopardize the future. We have no assets. We have no draft picks. And frankly, we're on our butt. And that's all I got.
All right. That's a great call, Jake. I think it is win now. I think that's what we've all really enjoyed, to be quite honest with you. That we've wanted a win now. We think it is a win now.
Yeah.
Preparing to pay Kale.
Sure. Listen, I'm having a hard time envisioning this organization being in any other position than win now. You can't be this good for this long and then be like, now's the time to reset. No, now's the time that you're like, what was wrong and how do I fix it? Because we're too dang good to walk away without multiple championships out of this era.
If you're angry or upset or all those emotions, that probably makes the most sense in terms of why your expectations are so high. Because he's not wrong on that. The draft picks? What draft picks? Seriously, what draft picks?
Yep.
Dan, when's the next time the Avs have a first-round draft pick?
I'll check. They traded this year's for Nas.
I mean, that ain't the game. They're playing to win the cup. And yeah, you got to make some tough financial decisions. And yes, Cale Makar will become the highest paid defenseman in history. Whether he's yearning to get back to Calgary to just be home to mom and dad, I don't know. I don't think that's as big of a motivator as a lot of people like to think it is. But I could be wrong. My experience, Tyler, with pro athletes, though, is that the whole like playing at home thing is, I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but I have never found that to be like the. I mean,
listen, if Colorado's
thing.
not home by now, I don't know what to say.
Exactly, right? All right, let's go to Chris. Chris, you're on Altitude. What's up, Chris?
Hey, first of all, I just want to say rest in peace to Vic's dad.
Yes.
It's, it's never easy, no matter how it happens.
No doubt.
But anyways, I just want to say, like, the last two games, kind of, like, all the games really, but, like, the last two games specifically have been pretty much the same game. Like, dominate the first 10, 15 minutes of the first quarter, and then they just kind of trail off.
Yeah.
But in the Minnesota series, it was the exact opposite, right? And, like, when they came back and, they came back in the third quarter, I think that's what we need to do is flip the switch, flip. You need to finish strong rather than start strong because Vegas clearly is the more they're just ready to go.
Chris, I appreciate the call. I appreciate Chris that I know what you're saying. I appreciate the call, but you did say quarter twice instead of period, and there are people screaming at the radio right now saying that's why you guys should never take calls.
Hey, man. We've had some good calls. Don't get mad at Chris.
I'm not mad at Chris at all.
Listen.
I'm not mad at Chris at all.
Not everybody can handle the pressure that comes from speaking into a microphone. This life is not for everybody.
I understand. No,
this is a very difficult job that most people get anxiety about. We are superhuman, and we can handle the pressure.
And then DMac shames them.
You could get away with saying quarter one time.
Oh, you knew what he meant for the love.
I'm not shaming Chris at all. I thank Chris. I'm saving himself from himself. But I know what you're saying, Chris. To Chris's point, why haven't the Avs been able to punch back to the Golden Knights when they were able to do so to Minnesota?
Because they thought there was going to be a fourth quarter.
His PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right. Let's talk about low T a little bit. If you're feeling down, it's not just because of the Avs. Maybe you're feeling down all the time. Your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge. What is happening to me? I don't know what's going on. Could be low T. Happens to guys younger and younger. And happens to guys younger, but you're just getting older, right? Well, you don't have to feel like that. You can feel like yourself or less what you used to be. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there are advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. They're there to treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more, helping you get back to the feeling of being your absolute best. So call today, 720-440-7900, or hit them up at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. First appointment, $99. You get a medical consult, a T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So one more time, get back to being yourself. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right. We are taking calls here today. So Caleb, Reed, and Matthew, hang on. I got to read this one text, though. My wife once asked me how many quarters were in a basketball game. I said to her, how many quarters are in anything? Which is true.
I thought during the break you were saying your wife asked you that.
No, that was a texter on the Shot
I was
Mazda
like, wow,
text line.
kitty cat. Okay.
No,
we got some
you know
work
what?
to do.
You know what? That sounds like something she might say. Scott, you ever get that from how many quarters in anything? That's
No, the funniest thing the warden ever said to me, her birthday is May 5th. And one time she goes, gosh, you know, it's just weird. Cinco de Mayo always falls on my birthday.
That's close.
Cinco.
That is close. That's right there.
de Mayo, May 5th.
All right, let's get through some more of the calls, and we'll just roll with that in terms of what people are thinking about. Caleb, you're on altitude. What's up, Caleb?
Boys, happy Memorial Day.
Yeah, you
appreciate
too.
the time. 2 quick points. The first thing I want to bring up, I'm always going to have faith. As long as there's a game to go,
there you go.
I'm going to ride with the team as much as they're alive.
There you go.
Second,
there you go.
I guess the biggest irritation is whether on power play or full strength, why are we so passive? We're like the guy on a Tinder date where the girl is rubbing his arm, inviting him into the room. He's like, it's 9:30. I got to be to work in the morning. And nobody's ever doing anything with the puck to actually get it on net. So
wait, by the puck,
just
what
wanted
did you
to
mean?
chime in and
I think we should let that go.
Yeah.
we should let
Okay.
that
Okay.
go.
I was just confused what he meant by that.
Rhymes
Yeah.
with?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate the analogy.
Okay. I feel that frustration though, and I believe it was the last power play the Avs had. We couldn't freaking get the puck past the red line. I mean, like we couldn't get on their half of the ice.
Yeah, very frustrating.
We were out of control.
0 shots on that power play. 0. And you're right, before they got into the zone, it was under, I think, 50 seconds before they got it in, so they wasted a minute 10.
You know what's funny?
Listen.
We did say that during the regular season, too. We were like, if there's one undoing of the Avalanche, it's going to be this pesky non-producing power play. But it did get better after the Olympic break, and it's been okay in the playoffs. It wasn't good against the Kings. It was bad against the Kings, too. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I saw last night 1 of 9, and I didn't know if that's what they are in the playoffs or if that's what they were just in the series.
That's the series. That's the series.
Yeah, so 1 and 9.
But they were similar to that against the Kings too. They were better against the Wild. And then they got their third shorthanded goal of the year. That's it. From Jack Drury to make it 3-0. And you're like, hey, if Jack Drury, our Harvard brethren, is scoring, then we're in good shape here, right? 3-0. And then you get a little penalty at the end of the first period, but you're like, who cares? Right? Like it's a short power play for them.
We're up 3-0.
We're good. 10 seconds.
And then you do the second period like you've done all playoffs, where I was talking with somebody either today or yesterday. I'm not sure they played a complete 60-minute game anytime during the playoffs.
No, and you know what was wild about this team to me, Scott? Like, it wasn't even just about the 60 minutes. I can't think of a team as talented as the Avalanche that has allowed 60 seconds, yet alone 60 minutes. 60 seconds, maybe call it 3 minutes, to spiral as quickly as this team has, whether it's giving up the 3-0 lead, whether it's the games against the Wild with cluster goals. What is it about this team and a cluster of bad things happening to them within a very short period?
It's a good question. I feel like I'm saving my takes for Wednesday if there's a sweep, because they're probably not going to be real kind, and I'm sure they'll be Avs hockey guy won't be excited. I'm with the last caller. Listen, as long as you got breath, if you got any heart, as long as you got breath, you go out there and lay it on the line. I thought, to be honest with you, that's what Makar did last night. He wasn't hitting nobody though, and he was avoiding contact as much as he could, and until late, he tested that little slap shot out a couple times late. But he was out there. I think he had more ice time than anybody else. So, That shows me a lot of heart, maybe more heart I thought Cale Makar had. But I'm just going to say this, and there'll be a teaser for later on this week, hopefully, maybe next week, or maybe not at all. But
There you go.
I feel there's similarities between the Nuggets and the Avalanche.
Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? We are about to find out, but we will have a tribute to Was It Over When the Germans Bombed Pearl Harbor? And I'm sorry if you don't get it. Look it up. But our tribute to that, our tribute to optimism, starts at 2 o'clock.
Well, there you go.
There you go. So we're all prepared for optimistic Was It Over When the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor talk. And if you don't understand it, Reed, you're on Altitude 92.5. What's up, Reed?
Hello. I don't know how this hasn't gotten up at the elephant in the room. This is all coaching. Everything has led to coaching with everything going on with Bednar. We're all saying the same things of how, we love him, great guy, but it's about time. And you see it last night with the unique power play with Tays and was it MacKinnon playing on the blue line. It's just too late. They did it last year. Again, it was too late in the Dallas series. They do it again and again. And yes, we were a great team throughout the whole season, but it just wasn't going on in the underlying 60 minutes like we're saying. And we got to wait just one more week to see if Carolina will implode like they always do, because we could be doing a nice little wife swap with Carolina and Rob Bridmore, because it seems like Carolina could be about damn near none with him if they lose anything. So, and then obviously David Carl, but there's got to be a change, big time.
Here's my issue with that, and I'm sure that will be a discussion. But here's my issue, and we saw the same issue with the Nuggets. It's always easier to blame the guy that's coaching. It's easy to blame the coach as opposed to Malinsky playing like ass last night. It's easy to blame the coach or say Taves was awful in Game 2. It's easy to blame the coach or say there's something wrong with Manson and Landeskog, especially in Game 2, and some in last night even. And it might be coaching, and that's where bosses ahead will have to judge that and see if there needs to be a new voice in there to change things up. It's helped the Vegas Knights a little bit, but I just think it's too easy to always say, "Coach, get rid of the coach."
I don't disagree with you, Scott, but here's where I think it becomes a fair conversation. And I'll start this by saying I couldn't admire Jared Bednar more than I do. I mean, this guy built this thing. This guy made this thing. He made this culture. He won the championship. He established what we've got. And every single year we get to the playoffs thinking we're going to win one because Jared Bednar is doing something right. But where I struggle with dismissing any conversation about coaching because players are struggling is when there's a pattern and a history we've had over the last few years of dominating in the regular season, and then something changes when we get to the playoffs. And so, listen, is it always a player? Is it always that? I don't know. But all I know is there's a pattern here that is deeper than a single off. Listen, I wish Marty would show up. Show up, dude. You're getting paid $11 million. Score a goal.
Yep.
We need that. I got you. But there's also a pattern here that is hard to ignore.
Well, Raj said, and Raj knows 10,000 more times about hockey than, I can't even, he knows so much. It's really impressive. And him and Spring do a great job in Between the Pipes. Really, really good post-game show. Not the same when they can't curse, though. A little bit more entertaining when it's just on the digital and it's not on the radio. I'm not going to lie. I like the cursing. Just, they flavor it in. He said Bednar's got to make it to Game 7 and keep his job. Do you guys believe that?
I believe that there's
going to be.
Yeah, I believe there's going to be really tough conversations. Yep. Even if you made it to Game 7 and he lost it, that probably does save his job.
Game 7 would be pretty remarkable at this point.
Yeah, that probably does save his job. But I think even then there's going to be some really tough conversations because we've got a pattern here and it's hard to ignore. And I'm not sitting here trying to advocate for anything because I like Jared Bednar a lot. I don't know what the answer is. And I will say, like the way this team has lost control in moments, that does need to start at the top.
Scott, do you agree with Raj on that? He needs to make it to Game 7 to keep his job.
Listen, Al Davis used to always say he said coaches should be moved out at the most in 10 years. They should never get more than 10 years with an organization. I think this is the 10th year in it for Bednar, something like that. So from that standpoint, a fresh voice in there, might be good. But there's, well, I'll go ahead and tease it. Here's my thing. I think the Avs, what it's looking like, and I think the Nuggets fall in this a little bit too. They're built for the regular season. I'm not sure they're built for the playoffs. And hockey and basketball, once you get to playoffs, everything shrinks. And for this team, it's supposed to be a high-flying, up and down kind of skating team. Isn't it funny, last year against Dallas and this year against Vegas, how that ice sure has shrunk, and I don't see a lot of flying around, do you?
Let's go to Matthew. Matthew, you're on Altitude. We'd love to hear your calls today. So 303-504-0925. Go ahead, Matthew.
Hey, boys. How you doing? Happy Memorial Day, and praying for Vic.
Yes.
Here's the deal.
What happened to Vic?
Hold on 1 second. Oh, Matthew, hang on just 1 second.
Sure.
Vic's father passed away a couple nights ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So after dealing with dementia and some other serious, really bad health things,
that's too bad.
Yeah. So deepest of sympathies. I don't know if you want to share something for Vic there, Scott. Just finding out this news.
Nah, man, he is a little bit. His dad's a little bit like you and your dad. They became such great characters. Forget about fathers to two wonderful guys. They became characters. I'm not sure that Vic would have the popularity on his social media pages.
I know.
If not for Easy, man.
He's a legend.
He was a legend on there, and the calls, even on the short time we've all been together with your father.
Yeah.
They were just they. That's how I knew both of them.
Yeah, I know.
Because of radio shows and stuff, and that's tough, man. That's tough. That's tough.
We've been friends, Vic and I, for a long time, but recently we've been having chats, nothing to do with radio or media. We've been talking about our dads.
Life.
Yeah, because we've been both going through some incredibly similar things, and his dad ends up passing less than a month than when my dad passed. So it's just a tough deal, and our thoughts with Vic. So that's what's going on with Vic, Scott. That's
sorry about that, Vic.
Matthew, sorry. Go ahead, Matthew, to start again.
No worries.
Yeah.
I've lost my father, too. I know how it is.
Yeah.
Here's the deal, boys. We're a front-running organization. And let me explain. Since this whole decade, this whole regime of this Avalanche team, we cannot handle real adversity in the playoffs. Real adversity to me is you're down or it's a Game 7. When have we won a Game 7? And when have we come back when we were down? The Cup year, we were front-running the whole time. We swept St. Louis. We were up. They tied. We beat, we went on to beat them.
Yeah.
Then we swept, and then we were up on the Lightning. We were front-running.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, what's happened? Adversity, we lost Val twice. Now we lost Makar. These series, boom, they're gone. Game 7, we can't handle it. For whatever reason, this organization, coach on the players, are front runners.
Oof.
And when real adversity hits, they cannot handle it. They got problems with real adversity. Why is that?
All right, Matthew, appreciate the call.
Matthew, you're harder than I was, but like I said, I'm going to put both of them in there. I talked to Andy a little bit last night, and I know the Nuggets lost the first round, but if you get swept in particular in this, I know they're in the Western Conference Finals. It almost feels worse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just feels worse right now.
Oh, this one feels like a bigger letdown than Nuggets for sure.
Well, to Matthew's point, and we started the show with this, by the way, when it became 3-1, and they scored that goal quickly into the second period. Why didn't the Avs punch back at that moment?
Because maybe Matthew's right. I mean, I don't know the answer to that, DMac, other than maybe he's right. maybe there is something wrong with this team that when they get punched in the mouth, they don't know how to punch back.
They were down 3-0 to the Wild.
It's why I made the comparison earlier in the show to the Buffalo Bills. It's what they are. They dominate in the regular season. They look fantastic. They get to the playoffs and they get an early exit. What happens to them?
You know what? It's almost a belief thing. Tyler, talk about this with teams you played on. I think even with the Wild, and you got down in that game 3-0. Didn't you get down 3-0 or 3-1? And ended up winning that game.
They were down 3-0. They were down 3-0 to the Wild, yeah. And they came back and won.
I think they knew they were better than them. I don't think in their head they think they're better than Vegas. I don't think in their heads last year in the playoffs they thought they were better than Dallas. I'm not sure the Nuggets thought they were better than Minnesota. And that takes a piece of your soul away, which takes a little bit of how you play, man. You play tight, you play scared, you play not to make mistakes. Man, it's...
Well, how about this? We can juxtapose that, with what John Tortorella said about his team after the game.
This is a game where we showed some balls. It is, and I want them to feel it for a little bit, as far as what they just did against a really good hockey club. But then we get back to work tomorrow.
Okay. Can I just say this though on this note here? You better not let the Avs win tomorrow night. Okay? You better not let the Avs win tomorrow night. Because these have been 3 one-goal games, fellas. And 2 of the 3, the Avs have had the lead. And last night, it was a significant lead. So, like Kevin Millar said in 2004, don't let us win tomorrow night. Don't let us win tonight. Don't let the Avs win tomorrow night. That's all I'm saying. Because if that happens, you never know.
God, I wish I could share that.
If you just give the Avalanche, I truly believe this, if you let them come back from this, how bad they're feeling, how bad they're playing, the injuries they now have, you let them off the canvas. Let's see. Let's see how that goes for you.
I think you win tomorrow, you win Game 5.
You win Game 5, what's stopping you from winning Game 6?
Yep, that'll be the game.
And you win Game 6, we're back at home on Game 7. I'm telling you, do not let the Avs win tomorrow night.
What has happened? I mean, seriously.
I'm telling you.
Are you? Is this a bit? Is this a bit?
It's not a bit.
Is this a bit? And don't let them win tomorrow night, or else they're gonna. Wow, like Vegas is in trouble if they lose.
I love Kevin Millar so much in 2004. Yeah, 2004.
This got to be a bit.
He said it repeatedly. He said it to reporters. He said it to teammates. He couldn't stop saying it. And there's something about a belief in yourself. And I hope there's somebody on the Avalanche that's trying to convey that belief. If there's not, it's probably over, right? I mean, if you really don't have the heart or the gumption to punch back, okay, it's over. And, that sucks. But
what's the line? A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step.
How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Okay, we can do all the cliches. And unfortunately, we're in the cliche business right now, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're in the cliche business right now. But it doesn't mean that there aren't elements of those cliches that aren't true. All right, more of your calls, 303-504-0925. Calls have been good. Calls have been good so far. Like it. Get a little off your chest. We're looking at the text line. We're looking at Twitch. We're looking at YouTube. We appreciate you watching us and listening to us wherever you can. We are live and local with No Dumb Questions coming up next.
Hey, if your current wealth manager is not hitting it out of the park for you, well, step back up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team. So call Trajan Wealth today at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Your goals, your time frame, and your comfort level. That's what Trajan Wealth builds around. Their fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around, because it's your life, it's your money, it's your goals, and your goals are going to be different than everybody else's. Your risk tolerance is going to be different than anybody else's. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN1. Choosing the right financial advisor might be one of the smartest financial moves you'll ever make. The fiduciary team at Trajan Wealth helps craft reliable income plans so you can stay focused on what matters most. Visit TrajanWealth.com today. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. I want to start on the Sean Mazda text line. It's from Ron. Such disappointing results with how the Broncos, the Nuggets, and now soon to be the Avs have ended their seasons. Why do you think the fans are so upset about what's going on right now?
Expectations. That's what we talked about earlier in the show. That's the problem when you've got realistic expectations, and that's what it became. It didn't become a hope. It did not become a desire that the Avs could win a championship. It became an expectation this team will win a championship. When you've got expectations, you now feel anger when it does not unfold the way that you wanted it to.
Scott?
Yeah, I agree 100% more. It just becomes gut-wrenching because, I mean, I thought this team was built and was going to win a Stanley Cup from day one. I think when you're going to get a Hart Trophy winner and a Calder Cup or what all the other different things, you win the President's Cup and and then you get to the Western Conference Finals fairly easy. You lose one game and now you just seem to melt under the relentless pressure. I mean, they had relentless pressure that second, third period. You just melted from it.
So is it fair to say Broncos go to the AFC Championship game, but who really expected that? And, yeah, it was disappointing, but Bo Nix was hurt. And, listen, it was close to the Super Bowl, but it all caught us by surprise. Great.
Nobody was mad.
The Nuggets, listen, we knew Aaron Gordon was hurt all year. We really did.
Uh-huh.
We'd be fooling ourselves if we thought otherwise. And while we didn't expect them to go out like that in the first round, it was looking more and more like, maybe it's not the year for the Nuggets. The truth is, there was never a point this year, not really, where you doubted that the Avalanche were good enough to win the Stanley Cup.
Exactly.
Never.
Yep.
Never.
We tried to
until last night.
until and especially, come on, guys, when they were up 3-0. I'm sure I was thinking the same thing you guys were thinking, like, this is going to be a good story, man. They're going to win this game. They're going to put Vegas on their heels, win again, and get that reverse sweep sort of thing going on. Come on, man. After the first period, weren't we all thinking like that?
Yeah, but then you know what you started thinking? They got one goal. And you're like, hey, you better respond.
Punch back. Yep,
they got two goals.
Yeah.
And now, you know what my thought process transferred to? It went away from punching back to, hey, you better limit this damage right now because if you give up one more goal, I think you're going to lose this game. That's how quickly it changed for me.
Yeah, mine went to it might have happened on that quick power play goal, but I was like, uh-oh. And then the second one, I went, uh-oh, here we go again.
You know, you guys,
if they don't answer this, they're going to lose.
I've been accused of jinxing things and assuming wins too early and all of that, especially on social media.
Twitter?
Well, last night, you can check my receipts. When it was up 3-0, I was like, you need one more. It's like I said, 3 is not good enough. You need one more. Let's go. Because that first period, think about it, guys. You got 3 goals. You got a shorthanded goal. You got a goal taken away by Vegas, which I think was the right call. I think it hit his thumb or something. And, I don't think he deserved that anyways, despite PK Subban. When does his paycheck come in from Vegas? Holy cow.
Oh, it's been in Vegas the whole time.
What free rooms is he getting? Okay, whatever.
I hope that suit was free because you better not have paid for that.
Wow, that was like out of a magic closet. Chris Angel gave him that thing. Make it disappear. The fact is, I said it. You need maybe that sounds ridiculous. You need the 4th goal. But I really felt like that. I was like, and they're so close.
Yeah, you know why you felt like that?
One more.
You know why you felt like that? Because there's no way you should have felt like that. They had 3. That's enough. You won the game. Okay? You felt like that because you didn't believe.
As it turned out, 74 out of 75 times. Yes, the Avalanche were 74-1.
Yeah, they didn't need a 4th.
when they're in the playoffs up by 3 goals or more. 74-1. And Vegas 0-19. They had never won a playoff game trailing by 3 or more goals.
We thought it was bad when the Nuggets blew a series, dropping a 20-point lead. You know, like this has got to be like a 35-point lead.
So from an emotional fan standpoint, everything in consideration, is this the worst loss in Denver sports recent history? I won't say
the only
ever,
other
but
one,
recent history.
and you guys would have to answer this better than I could because I was not really in the moment. The only other one I could really think of would be Broncos-Jags.
Before my time, actually. Scott was here, though. Scott was probably on the game.
Yeah, that was
bad.
That
Same
was bad.
Same thing, by the way. Same thing, though, Scott. Expectation that year was what?
Super Bowl.
Period. Right?
Yeah,
That's
why I said that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, that goes back to what, 98 or 97? I mean, that goes back a minute. But
that Baltimore playoff game would be close.
Yeah, but that was Peyton's first year, and that was bad. That sucked, that whole thing. But we were still sort of trying to figure out what Peyton was all about. That Jags team was that. Come on, man. I mean, that's Elway and TV.
It was like an early successful expansion team that actually won its first game on the road, and everybody was surprised. And then you're like, okay, you're coming home. You're coming into Denver. There's no way.
But by the way, it's not like they led that game 21-0. You know what I mean?
That's true.
It wasn't like that. They actually got their butts handed to them relatively. But I mean, that's what happened last night.
Yeah.
The football equivalent was 21-0. Right? Like, you don't lose a game up 21-0.
Mm-mm.
So the fans,
supposed to.
The fans are stinging. All right, so we'll get more of your feedback. 303-504-0925. Big story of the day. What next? We'll hear from Jared Bednar and some of the players. And yes, a tribute to when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor. We're keeping hope alive because it ain't over yet. Right?
According to you.
Yeah, it's PhD on 92.5.
What's this lying around? Well, what the hell is supposed to do, you moron?
War's over, man. Wormer dropped the big one.
What? Over? Did you say over? Nothing is over until... Was it?
Diaz.
What the happened to the Delta I used to know? Where's the spirit? Where's the guts? Huh? This could be the greatest night of our lives. But you're gonna let it be the worst. Oh, we're afraid to go with you, Pluto. We might get in trouble. Well, just kiss my ass from now on! Not me! I'm not gonna take this!
Mitch Marner.
He's a dead man!
Mark Stone.
Dead!
William Carlson.
Dead! Pluto's right. Psychotic, but absolutely right. We gotta take these. Now, we could fight them with conventional weapons. That could take years and cost millions of lives. No. No, in this case, I think we have to go all out. I think this situation absolutely requires a really futile and stupid gesture be done on somebody's part. We're just the guys to do it. Let's do it. Let's do it!
Oh, God. Yes. We understand the Germans did not bomb Pearl Harbor. But in the metaphors of sports, when you say the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor, it's analogous to saying, don't give up. And it's a half step below playing Don't Stop Believing by Journey, which you're not allowed to do, Dan. We have not reached that point.
That thought did cross my mind.
But we are at was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? We are there. We're at that level. And with that, we welcome you to PhD.
Dan, when are you going to play Don't Stop Believing?
Do not play Don't Stop
When are you
Believing.
going to play it, Dan?
Don't play it.
You know, that could be the magic elixir that the Avs need.
Don't play
is
it.
a little journey.
If you play Don't Stop Believing, we have given up. Was it over? Hold on. Was it over in 1920? I'll start this way. Was it over in 2014 when the Kings were down 3-0 to the San Jose Sharks in the Western Conference first round? Was it?
No.
Scott, was it over then?
No.
All right, thank you, Scott. In 2010, was it over when the Flyers found themselves in a hole 3-0 against the Bruins in the Eastern Conference semifinals? Was it over then?
Hell no.
Well, was it over in 1975 when the New York Islanders in the quarterfinals against the Penguins? They said, no, we're not taking that from you, Pittsburgh. Was it over then? And most importantly, in the Stanley Cup final in 1942, was it over when Detroit had a 3-0 lead against Toronto? Don't cry. Don't brace your eyes. It's only Stanley Cup wasteland. And I'm here to tell you, it ain't over yet. But it's damn close.
I think, gosh, I'm just mad. I'm mad. I can't play your reindeer games. I'm mad.
I'm trying to stay positive.
They feel like reindeer games, though.
Scott's right. We can unleash hell on Wednesday if so needed. We're scheduled to be on the air, Dan. Are we scheduled to be on the air Wednesday?
I believe so,
hope
yes.
so. Make it to that point.
Oh, floating holiday.
You got to just always check. You never know. But yeah, if they get swept and they don't put up a fight and they just go down, okay, fine, and we'll let them have it for sure. And if you want to let them have it right now, I get it. I totally get it. As I heard on the morning show, I'm not going to tell any fan how to fan. You can fan however you want. But I just don't see the point right now, today, of just giving up. I don't see the point of it.
I don't know that you have to give up, but I just don't see the point in forcing optimism when we're up 3-0. I just don't get that. I don't get how to. I'm not mad at you, by the way. No. I just don't know how to get myself there. Somebody put me through therapy. Get me there when I've just got too much anger about what happened.
Well, you want Scott to be your therapist?
Well, listen. Listen.
We're listening.
No, you listen.
Do you want to die standing on your feet, or do you want to die standing or curling up in the corner like a little baby?
Has anybody ever died standing on their feet? Like really?
I want the Avalanche to punch back. I want them to punch back.
Yeah.
And all right. So what does that look like? I think Mackenzie Blackwood starts in net. Nothing against. There you go. Wow.
Okay, let me ask you this:
you score on a power play. There's another one.
Let me ask you this, and of course I agree with you on the goaltender. You lost 3 straight games. Make a change. It hasn't been a disaster. It hasn't been good. It's been average. Yeah. Make a change. Of course I agree. But what if Nathan MacKinnon can't play? Can they punch back?
Today, who was it? It was I think Josh Manson or somebody said he'd be dead before he wouldn't play, something like that. It was something along those lines. Dan, I don't know if you have that, but because he could just play on the power play. Like, he doesn't have to be a starter. He could be a utility player for you, and you could go with 5D.
Well, I think that would be more or less
defense and an extra forward.
I think that basically be the same thing as what I'm saying.
Yeah, and if you want,
that's not really playing.
Yeah, okay.
I want to get Gagne in there and just have him light some of their big forwards up.
Well, okay. So you want to physically responding. I see what you're saying. Look at the goals that were scored by Vegas once again, close to the net. Just letting you, lollygag here, Scott, lollygag there. And when you lollygag here and there, you know what you got?
A bunch of lollygaggers.
A bunch of lollygaggers.
Soft-ass small defensemen.
Well,
lollygaggers.
Lollygaggers. Hey, not last night they weren't. You're Taves, Makar, Malinsky, Burns, Manson. We're not Kulak. We're not talking small guys there. Those are all big dudes. They're all big dudes. Lollygaggers. Yes, that's right. Don't be lollygaggers.
The Warren just lollygagged.
I could hear her say lollygaggers. No lollygagging. That's another movie reference, by the way. If people don't understand our incredibly brilliant movie references, like the Germans bomb Paul. Yeah, that's right. What do you believe is going to happen? Just be honest. Be honest.
Listen,
be honest. What do you believe is going to happen?
The team that I love to follow is going to come out and fight tooth and nail till the end. If their soul has been taken, this thing's over after the first period.
Yeah, their soul got taken already. I don't know, man. Listen, I'm not implying they're going to quit. That's not what I'm implying. I don't think you've got a bad group of guys. I don't think they're going to stop playing. But
you've lost 3 one-goal games.
Scott
with the
brought up
netters.
A point earlier that it's like, if it was true then, what about now? If it was true that they didn't think they were better than Vegas in games 1, 2, and 3, what about now? What are they thinking now?
You know what they're thinking? Don't let us win this one. I'm going to keep going to the Kevin Millar card.
How?
Don't let us win this one.
Being a comedian. You being funny?
I'm saying there's
you being funny?
The power of positive thinking from Millar. It's such a great quote, man. It was such a great vibe, and it's like, if there's a group of idiots to do this, aren't we that group of idiots? The problem is if the Avalanche don't really believe that. If they don't really believe that, if they don't think they're the right group, if they don't think they're the best.
Well, do you think they believe that they're better than them the first 3 games?
I don't know. That's a good damn question.
Because if they didn't think it then, they're not going to think it now.
You're asking me to go into the psychology of those guys.
I want them to find a way to play 3 periods. That's what I want. They've not done that yet. There's one, first and third period, you're fine last night. But that second period, where did that come from? Where's that? And it just seems like there's one period, and they just aren't there. Third period in game 2, they were fine first 2 periods. Third period, who are you?
I'm telling you, it's like they lose all control in a matter of minutes. It's the weirdest thing. I've never seen a team lose control and everything spirals like death spiral in a matter of minutes. Things just go disastrously wrong, and it stacks and it stacks and it stacks. It's amazing how quick it happens.
If we haven't seen this all year, which we haven't, why are we seeing it now?
Well, that
preparation. You've got one team that you're facing. They're not with an eye on having Vancouver tomorrow night. They got to play. It's all focused here. It's right here. It's the same guys, same face. Nothing new. You can't have a bad game. And listen, they won bad games, or with won games they didn't play well in. And I just don't think you can do that in the Western Conference Finals. I don't think you can beat good teams and have a bad game.
This has never actually happened in the NBA, ever. Isn't that crazy? It's never happened. It's gotten close. Teams have come back to force the 7th game, but they've never overcome that, ever. And it's only happened in baseball one time. But it's happened in hockey, albeit not that often. Not that often. But it has happened. Why do you think it's more common to happen in hockey than in any other sport?
Because luck's involved.
Because luck's involved. Because luck's involved. How about Gabe Landeskog?
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Was it the second goal or the third they scored last night? If Wedgwood's glove is 2 inches higher, he gloves a blind shot.
No doubt about it.
Lucky.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would throw in Gabe Landeskog's goal was kind of lucky. There's a slight rebound. You crash the net. You make your own luck, of course. But, that puck's got to come out the right way. He's got to be there. Luck involved. Hey.
Well, Drury's wraparound hits the post and then slides over to the other post and goes in.
Sure, a little skill to make a move, but I see what you're saying. Sure.
Yeah, the move was very skillful.
Hey, listen, man. If that puck was just a couple inches stick side, that puck is good. That's a goal. You're allowed to do that for the Golden Knights. You can knock a puck in. Now, the stick cannot be above the crossbar or it's high stick.
I can't believe
that's
happened twice in this series. Both win in the Avs' favor.
Luck's a big part of it. But you got to make your own luck. And in all honesty, you have to have some form of belief that you guys can do this. And if that's out the door, then we'll have a lot to talk about on Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Well, Matt, put yourself in that locker room. And Cale Makar was already hurt. He missed the first 2 games. Comes back, which is good, but you're already dealing with the superstar out.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nathan MacKinnon
and he
gets
played
hurt.
better.
Now, where's the rest of the locker room at?
Well, they get paid too, as the expression goes.
Well, and then how about Marty do something with that $11 million?
I like that. Let's go. I'm with you. Brock Nelson, American hero. Let's go. Sure. Blackwood. Let's go with Blackwood. Why not? Seriously. You don't have much to lose. You've done this all year. You've literally done this all year in terms of mixing it up with those guys.
If that's what we're doing, why didn't we pull Wedgie after the second goal?
When it was 3-2 when they had the lead?
Yes.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yes, when it's 3. You say that like it
that's
felt.
Interesting.
Hold on, but you say that like that was stable. Like 3-2 and they had the lead.
I know what you're saying.
There was nothing stable about that 3-2 moment.
You could feel it slipping away when it was 3-2. I know what you're saying. I got you.
Yeah.
It's a good question. It's a good question. Boy, it's so uncommon. Dan, you ever remember a goalie getting pulled while they had the lead? Ever?
No.
It's uncommon.
And other than injury.
Well,
no.
but if we're doing this thing that we're going to just play the hot hand, if we're going to give the guy that gives us the best chance, well, at that moment, the team needed something.
Well, I think the team, and there's other reasons too for going with Blackwood. Listen, you're more financially committed to Blackwood over a longer period of time. He's younger. Like, your future really rests more in Blackwood than Wedgwood.
Yeah,
so let's start the future now.
And here's the tough.
And you know what? You're 0-3.
And
Whether
you're
it's
0-3.
been Wedgwood's fault or not, you're 0-3.
Right. There's not a lot of reasons to not start Blackwood tomorrow.
Here's the tough reality with Wedgwood. Love you, man. You went on a hell of a run this year, but this is probably what your whole career has been like for a reason. You're pretty dang good.
Mm-hmm.
You're pretty dang good. You're not special. You're not elite. You're pretty dang good. And so where does that take you?
303-504-0925. Let's get some calls on. You must be thinking about it. What is ruminating in your head? Where are you at as a fan? 303-504-0925 is PhD on 92.5. What's going on, DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook? They're turning up the heat, and they've introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, and it's available across the NBA, MLB, and NHL. Here's the deal. Tap into the Fanatics Sportsbook app, build your squad from the sport you want, then pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals. Finally, set your target. So if you like hoops, you could pick 4 players to combine for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 batters. Then sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. And here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack, so your bet stays alive all the way to the end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets. Fantastic. Only on Fanatics Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. All right, let's go. Couple of reminders. Nate and Andy coming up at 3 o'clock. Nate and Andy also at Rhinehouse tomorrow, 14th and Market, for Game 4. Their broadcast starts at 3, and then Andy will hang around for the watch-along. We'll have a Nathan MacKinnon giveaways, including a signed stick, signed puck, signed photo, along with great deals like $7 Rhinehouse lager, half liters, and $12 liters. So tomorrow, Rhinehouse for the watch party for Game 4. Let's start with Zach. Zach, you're on Altitude. What's going on, Zach?
Hey, guys. I've been listening for probably about an hour or so just from driving around and stuff. I'm a high school student, so I've been going to a bunch of grad parties, and I've put you on. So,
well, thank you.
First off, just want to say what you guys are saying, I completely, for the most part, I echo. And I know you guys said you're not going to, quote unquote, crash out yet. I am going to have just about the calmest crash out you've ever heard. I'm going to echo the words of Bailey Curtis on DNVR.
Yes.
But I want to believe in this team so bad.
Mm-hmm.
But the way we've been playing, it's so hard to. Through period 1 of last game, through period 2 of game 2, part of period 1, game 2, you've seen the best of the Avs, and you've seen that we can absolutely dominate this Vegas team and stomp their heads in. But afterwards, I don't know what happens in that locker room between periods. I see it on my high school team occasionally where we'll play a great period and then we'll go into the locker room and we won't come out the same. I don't know.
Zach, that's a great. I see where. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. I love Bailey. She's wonderful. That's a great question, guys. For guys who have played the game and have done it, Scott and Tyler, have you been on teams that, for whatever reason, there's a halftime? I guess in your cases, it would be a halftime for you guys, and you're just not the same team when you come back in for the second half.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I've seen it both good and bad.
Yeah.
I don't know that, you always want these tangible answers to things, and sometimes there's these intangibles that you can't explain. Where does it come from? Where does an overall, I've been in the bad situations, take it when I'm in Washington and we won 4 games or whatever, and things are going really well. You make it to halftime, and all of a sudden it just spirals. Did we get out coached at halftime? Did the players stop believing? What I don't know. Sometimes it's so deep and it's ingrained that everybody's just kind of waiting for something bad to happen. Now, I would have a hard time thinking that would be this Avs team, but maybe there is something psychological about the playoffs with this team.
Scott?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it where you come out flat, where you take a team for granted, think this is supposed to be easy, and as you said just a while ago, Darren, those guys getting paid on the other side too.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're playing when you're in college, you're playing a team that's, a smaller conference, not very good, and all of a sudden they jump on you early, and you're like, well, you just take it for granted. So you come out second half, and you kind of say, wait a minute, boys, let's go, and then good things happen. But you set up the bad things in the first part. I've also seen teams get up, and the first half is too easy. Everything's clicking. First period for the Avs, everything was clicking. Blah, blah, blah. Everything's too easy. And there's a mentality of players, I'll just say pro players, but I think it's probably all players, that it was so easy that you say, okay, I got to save a little bit for it because they're going to put a push on here in the third period. Let's just get by this. Let's get through the second period. Stop being a little less aggressive. Stop forcing the issues. Stop, charging the net. I've seen individual players do that, have a great, and then all of a sudden you get a little tired and go, I better reserve myself. And so you pull yourself back a little bit, and that's all it takes. And now if you get in a team, whether it's a hockey team or a basketball team, now you get 3 or 4 guys on that same page, pull them back a little bit to reserve something. You're done. And then I've seen guys, and I'm not sure this wasn't game 2. I thought they played fabulous first 2 periods in game 2.
Sure, they had the lead. And 1-0 going into the third, yeah.
And it felt like when you got into the third, with only a one goal lead, it felt like you had nothing in the tanks. You spent all your money at the very first candy store. And I'm like, how do you have nothing in your tanks in that third period?
It's a good question. It's a great question. You know, as crazy as that game was last night, 3-0, then 3-3, didn't you have the feeling going into the third period, next goal wins?
Yes.
Like it's going to be one goal. It's going to be one goal here in the third period, and it's going to be the next goal.
I had the feeling that when we were up 3-2, the next goal wins.
That's a little bit more esoteric, I suppose.
Well, I'm just being honest about what I felt.
If they got the fourth goal, they hang on. If we give up the third goal, we're going to lose.
Exactly.
Yeah. No.
We got up 3-0. How many shots? I don't even know the total shots. I haven't looked at the stat line.
The Avs won that department. It wasn't by a lot, but they won that.
But it was 17-4 at one time in the first period.
Yeah, I mean, it was slanted towards the Avalanche massively for a long period of time. Shots, 35-23 Avs. 35-23 Avs. Oh, God. You're not going to go like that, the Cleveland Cavaliers coach, and talk about how we had analytical wins, not real wins, are you? Did you see that?
No.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Good
I can't believe a coach in the NBA Eastern Conference Finals would actually have that come out of his mouth.
That's who they're hiring now.
Oh, my God. We analytically won 2 of the 3 games? Are you kidding? Did you really just say that?
Yeah.
My Lord. Let's go to Jamal. Jamal, you're on altitude. What's up, Jamal?
Hello.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey.
I'm here to convince you why the Avs are coming back.
There you go, Jamal. Stay positive.
You see?
Hello?
You know, it's been a rough 3 games, you know.
Uh-huh.
But, like,
Yeah, going well.
we have the best player in the NHL.
Might be hurt, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, you could pick McDavid or whatever, but we should have won Game 3. If Nathan MacKinnon did not get that puck to Nini, we're winning Game 3. But also, it's too late to come back. We're down 3-0. We still have
Wait
the
a
best
second.
defenseman in the world, Makar.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Are you feeling positive or negative right now? I'm confused.
I'm feeling completely positive
Oh,
about
okay.
my Colorado Avalanche.
Okay. All right.
And also, the job's not finished.
Well, we haven't even started working yet.
We still have 2 home games. If we need to focus on Game 4. Just take it one game at a time. Brock, this
What
team,
if we don't get
this team
another?
is too good. Huh?
What if we don't get another home game?
Just beat him in Vegas.
Okay. He tried. He tried.
Hey, I appreciate you,
Jamal tried.
Appreciate
Scott,
you, Jamal.
Scott, he tried, right? Jamal tried.
Yeah. Listen, sometimes it takes courage to get in the arena.
No doubt.
We don't take a lot of calls, and Jamal, good job. And congratulations on the 13.
Let's go to Brian, see if this goes better. Brian, you're on altitude.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Hey, good.
Hey, Gary, quick comment. We may know some of the same people. I graduated from Smoky Hill in '87.
Hey, there you go. Nice.
Yeah. So, no, as far as the Avs go, I played hockey in Minnesota for about 10 years, and to me, it's just basic hockey, crashing the net, forechecking. If you ever looked, I mean, there's always 3 or 4 knights in front of the net, and we're shooting. They're sacrificing the body. We play ice capades hockey. You got to skate around. It's got to be real pretty. You know, and it just looks like the Avs work that much harder, but it's got to be like some kind of a highlight reel goal. Just old-fashioned hockey, and I think the physicality when we get into the playoffs is something that always hurts the Avs. You can cut off the neutral zone, and that negates their speed. That's just my thought on the field. I'm really depressed, though. At this point.
I understand. By the way, Brian, wasn't it great, Brian, when Smoky Hill did not have annoying Grandview and Cherokee Trail and Regis right down the street? You know what I'm saying? Wasn't that great back in the day?
Yeah, we just had Cherry Creek then, but yeah.
Yeah, well, there's still Creek, but so what? All right, thank you, Brian. Physicality late in games. Why does it seem to be missing from the Avalanche in the playoffs? Why? I mean, that's what Brian was saying.
I think that's a pattern also. And again, I go back to you're playing one team and you got them for 2 weeks, and there's no phoniness. When the Avs won the Stanley Cup against the Lightning, everybody's going to say, okay, watch the Lightning. They're going to take away their speed. Well, they never did. They never clogged up the zone, and they just outskated them. I think this is a finesse, fast team that's built for the regular season, and that's it. At least I'm afraid that's it.
That's I think that's the bottom line. Is it's starting to feel like this is a team that's made for the regular season.
And by the way,
I'm not sure. Sorry, Scott. I'm not sure how to quantify what the difference is between the regular season and the postseason is.
Just what the last caller said. Putting bodies in front of the net, crashing the net.
Why does it always feel like there's a body in front of our net, but we've never got a body in front of their net?
There you go.
Always.
Listen, just a little teaser for the show coming up. Andy Lindahl's been saying this all year. Actually, the last few years. It's a different game. The ice shrinks. The NBA, the finals, the court is smaller. All that easy stuff, pitch it ahead, long passes, bang, bang, ba-doom, layup, goes away. That stuff goes away. You don't get that. Those become exceptions instead of the rule. In the regular season, the rule is let's get out and fly. Can't fly in mud.
You think the Avs are soft?
There's something soft about the team. Is it a
They're
mental
not
thing
physical.
or a physical thing? I don't know,
Yeah.
Scott. To me, it might be more of a mental thing.
You can be mentally soft as well.
Yeah, there's something soft about this team, and the weird spirals, the death spirals that happen so quickly. Mentally, they crack. The whole squad cracks when something bad happens.
Well, listen, I'll just say this: Makar's not right, and he played last night, and he looked like he tough to call a guy soft that is trying to go what he's going through and play.
No doubt. I mean, it's beyond obvious he's hurt, right?
Yeah. But I listen, Tyler, and listen. Now we're on semen ticks right now. We all got little semen ticks. They got a mental blockage. I don't know if they're soft. I just don't think you can play in that league and be soft. I don't think they're physical. But I think you've hit on something, Tyler. I think there's something with the playoffs and hard pressure that sends them spiraling a little bit.
I got one for you. Is Vegas just better than them?
No.
They look like it. They looked like it from the second period on last night. You couldn't have told me that in the first period, though.
I mean,
their goaltending's better.
Listen, just pull the Scott. When you've got a team that's won 3 straight games, yeah, you're better. So there's something about the team that is better. But athletically, talent, players, I mean, the skill sets, no, you can't convince me that they're better.
You know what caught my attention was when Bedsy said at the beginning of the series, forget about the regular season, look at the last 30 games. And it was like, yeah, that's probably fair, right? Like, forget about who cares what happened in the first 52 games. I mean, they are what they are. Like, you're not that team. You're not that team that played the first 52. You're much closer to the team that played the last 30. I'd make that argument, Scott, in the NBA as well. And look at the significant change they had by firing Bruce Cassidy, and they put Tortorella in there. He went 7-0-1 in the 8 games. Now, again, you're playing some teams that have nothing to play for, and it probably isn't the most difficult of competition. But then again, the same for you, and you got to get there, and you got to figure it out. And yeah, your division is a little softer than the Avs, the Wild and the Stars. I mean, give me a break. That's obviously a tougher division than where you came from Utah, the Ducks, and Vegas. But look at how we played in those games. And then at the end of the day, what can we all do together? And when Tortorella says...
This is a game where we showed some balls.
He's telling the truth there, right?
Yep.
They showed some balls. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're that much better than you and you can't beat them.
Listen, they're not a bad team, though. Anyway, if you go back in the preseason, I think it was the Avs, Dallas, and Vegas who were kind of predicted to come out of the West. and why you got your coach fired because they underachieved all year. And if you take in your last 20 or 30 games, for example, or just since Torch got in there, they look like that team that's supposed to get out of the West, don't they?
I'll tell you this.
Listen, if you didn't watch any hockey all year,
Yeah.
it's I'm gonna play the two best teams in hockey right now.
Yeah.
And you watched the second, third period last night, you would sit there and say, "Where's the other one? You showed me one of them."
It's fair.
That's depressing.
It's fair. It's tough. Tough deal right now. Really tough deal right now. And I'll tell you this. Somehow, Utah beat the Golden Knights twice. That went to 6. Somehow, the Ducks beat them twice. That series went to 6. You could knock every single hockey fan or expert over with a feather if you were to say the Knights are going to sweep the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally nobody would suspect anything like that based on what was going into the series.
What if I told you, though, that Kel Makar would not play in 2 of the games, and the game he played in, he's about 70%, and they're going to lose for 2 periods.
I guess what I'd say to that, Scott, I guess what I'd say to that is, well, life got tougher, but no way they're getting swept.
Well,
no way Kale is the difference between a sweep and a competitive series.
Everybody was laughing at Bissonnette after going into game 1. If they don't have Kel Makar in this series, they're toast.
I know what I would say because I said it. Under those circumstances, I said Avs in 7. Not easy, but Avs win in 7. Well, to get to 7, you win 3, not 0. It's been a shock. It's been a shock.
That's fair. That's fair.
What else did the Spit and Chicklets guys
But
have?
you know what? All you got to do is win tomorrow.
Don't let them 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 win tomorrow. Hey, whatever you do, Vegas, do not let them win tomorrow.
Y'all are in big, big trouble around here.
I'm just saying.
I'm telling you what, if they win tomorrow, they win Thursday.
And if they win Thursday?
Well, they're definitely, I mean, let's go.
We're going to come back on
game
fire.
6. I mean, we win game 6. I mean, what then?
Oh, what? Do you think they're losing game 7 at home?
Hell no.
When they've won 3 in a row?
You know what?
Don't let them win tomorrow.
It'd be the luck is the Avs tie this series at 3 and then lose in game 7 at home again.
Scott, hey, they ain't doing that. Just don't let them win tomorrow, Vegas. You're cocky now. Don't let them win tomorrow.
Don't let the Sox win this game.
Don't let them win this game.
By the way, have you figured out the guys that you hate now yet?
I'm starting to hate Mark. I'm hating Mark Stone in his bald spot. I'm kind of just.
There you go. Now we're playing ball.
There's something about Mark Stone's bald spot that I'm kind of.
You had to get down 3-0 to find something you hated.
I'm not digging on
what's
that.
the guy's name that starts with a B? Buddha Chudy, Buddha Laddie.
Yeah, Booty Chudy. What do we think of Booty Chudy?
Booty Chudy.
What?
Booty Chewy. What do we think of Booty Chewy?
Oh, that's the old wooden ship during the Civil War era.
No, don't be stupid. But you're my name guy, Barucci, or what's the guy's name with the
Barbasol?
With Vegas.
Craig Berube?
No, it's not. I know who he's talking about. The name's escaping me right now.
It's like, but it's not Bartuzzi. It's like that.
Barbashev,
that's it.
Barbashev,
yes.
Hey, I hate him. Did you see him go right after the right shoulder of Kell early in that game last night?
First shift. First shift.
I mean, he went right into that shoulder to try to lay him out.
Hate that guy, Barbashev. Booty Chewy.
Barbashev.
Let's just call him Booty Chudy. I like that better. Booty Chewy.
No, I got a better one. Barbershop.
Barbashop. Barbershop. I hate that guy.
Hey, but dude, seriously, they've been on the ice 30 seconds, and he's throwing a cheap shot into the right shoulder.
Yeah.
Tyler, did we call that, by the way?
Sounds like something you and I would have done.
All right. We come back.
I'd have been a guy on the bench coming off of it and lay that guy out with a cross check across the neck bone.
Spin Chicklets guys have something to say about the Avs power play. We'll hear that next.
Don't let us win this game.
All right, tonight, after Nate and Andy, pregame 5:30, puck drop at 6 o'clock for the Canadiens and the Hurricanes. So we'll see who the Avs are going to face in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Staying positive. Don't let them win tomorrow. All right, the Spittin' Chicklets, guys.
Don't let them win tomorrow.
Do not let them win tomorrow. We can bang that drum all day tomorrow. Don't let them win tonight. Don't let them win, Vegas. Dan, we got to get somebody on just to tell them that.
And then Vegas. On Wednesday, hey, don't let them win Thursday.
Don't let them win Thursday. I'm just telling you, Dan, tomorrow we got to get somebody on from Vegas, some muggle, just so we can tell them don't let them win tonight. Somebody. I don't even care who it is. Just a breathing person that somehow writes about Vegas.
A breathing person.
Just a person.
Somebody with a pulse.
Somebody with a pulse.
You want to get Pritch?
Your dating history in college, Darren. Just somebody with a pulse.
Anybody with a pulse.
Wayne Newton.
Do I want to get Pritch? You think Pritch is following?
If you can get Wayne Newton on, that'll be kudos, Dan.
Yeah, Dan, why don't you get? I want to get Kevin Millar on. That's who I want. That's who I really want. I want a little
I want barbershop.
You want barbershop?
Give me that guy.
Do you know that he has 3 other brothers? Barbershop has 3 brothers. Do you know what they called them growing up?
A quartet?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. The barbershop quartet. Spittin' Chicklets on the Avs power play. Go ahead, Dan, roll that.
What did we talk about also with Colorado? And Merle's brought it up. Give Merle's credit on this one. Their power play has not been good all year. And that's probably what's really killed them the most. That and the goaltending here. And Makar being out.
So I don't understand why they don't have Natchez on the side where Kadri is on right now, coming downhill, shooting. Like if Makar walks it, because a lot of teams are just taking away MacKinnon, right? They're going to cheat up to him. So if he can walk the middle, then give it a Natchez coming downhill, Natchez has a shot opportunity, or he's really good at making that seam pass over to Nate. Like Kadri kind of just gets it. He's not really a one-timer threat. He never really hits the one-timer, and he just like gets it and holds on to it and just slows everything down. Like I would put Natchez over there and tell him, hey, dude, shoot pucks till you either kill somebody or you score a goal.
He looked like he was drunk in the first a little bit there, Nate. Just say, did you see when he toe picked? He like lost the stick battle, like toe picked.
There was one elite
pass to Kadri was sick though.
No, that's true. It was, and he did fall down like sniper in the building, and
yeah, got lucky that one right there didn't turn into a goal.
Yeah, the pass to Kadri was excellent. It was part of taking a lead, and here we go, and we're off and running, getting a shorthanded goal. I mean, come on, we've had, that was only the 3rd shorthanded goal on the year for the Avalanche on the entire year, and it's Jack Drury, which is awesome, and I don't know, we're rolling right there. Okay, they're talking the X's and O's of hockey. Depending on what happens here in the series, if it goes the way now everybody expects it to go, how much will those X's and O's be looked at as the critical factor, or are there just other things going on here?
I think, I definitely think there's more going on, and from here on out, it's definitely not about X's and O's. So whatever you got left at this point is going to come from pure heart and gut and willpower, So go ahead.
If it's about X's and O's, then Raj is right.
And Raj said that they have to get to Game 7 for Bednar to keep his job. That's what Raj said. You believe that's true then, if that's the case?
If this is about X's and O's. I mean, listen, they changed the lineup a little bit to start the game, and the announcers were just glowing about the decision to do that.
There were big-time changes in the lineup. You put Kadri back as a winger, took him off being a center. You put Natchez on the second line to be centered by Brock Nelson to try to get that going. I don't think anybody really has an issue with MacKinnon being on the top line, but you're leaving Landeskog on the top line. He was on the third line for a good chunk of the year when he was playing. Yeah, there were all sorts of changes from what had been going on.
I hate saying this, but I'm not sure, and I know he's got a couple goals that other guys don't, Natchez. But I'm not sure he's not, with his ability right now, a 3rd or 4th line center.
Oof.
Well, I mean, Natchez is a winger anyway, so is that what you mean?
No, I'm talking Landeskog.
Landeskog, well, he's a winger as well. But you think he's a 3rd or 4th line player?
I think he's a 3rd or 4th line player right now.
Okay. Where is he falling short for you?
I just don't think he looks. He bobbles a lot of pucks. He just doesn't look. He just doesn't look sharp to me.
It's KK.
That's my favorite player on their team.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Scott, can you let us into your secret conversations with Andy deep dark in the middle of the night?
Check us on our podcast. It's called Hot Mic.
Were you doing Hot Mic last night?
No,
because you said you were talking to Andy last night.
I hit him up on the way. I was leaving the watch party because I'm like, all right, I got to lock in on this third period. I go, hey, I'm coming by. Let's just change up the vibe.
Come
and then
by.
Malinsky gave up the goal, and I'm like, I'm not coming by.
Wait
a
second.
Call.
Wait.
He doesn't call. But he calls me during the intermission. Hey, you mind if I come over and we'll watch third period? I said, no, get over here. So we got out. The warden and little warden, junior warden, got Andy a present. They have it's still sitting on the seat where he was going to sit.
Oh,
he had the seat, the perfect seat for the game.
Oh,
and and then they gave up that goal, put a 4-3, and I didn't hear from Andy. I said, I'm about to go jump in the shower, and Warden goes, well, isn't Andy coming? I go, he ain't coming now. So I just wrote him, don't bother.
Oh, so you tried to break up with Andy before Andy broke up with you?
Good move, solid.
No, I knew Andy wasn't coming over when it turned to 4-3. I said, hey, he ain't coming now.
Because we knew the game was done. You knew they weren't tying that up.
Dude, they had a late penalty. They had a late power play, and you didn't get a shot.
Not a shot.
No. Why did you want to go over Scott's in the first place, Andy?
Just change the vibe. Watch it with my guy.
Okay.
But then when they got it, look, man.
Then your guy didn't matter.
I agree with what Tyler said earlier. When it was 3-2, we all knew next goal wins. Yeah. You're either going to let him tie it or you're going to add one on. And listen, I said it to Nate, and I said it to Scotty. You want to know what the theme of the conversation was? You want to know the one reason why they aren't going to win the Cup? The one reason. And I've been saying this all year. This is not a Johnny-come-lately take.
Okay.
The power play. You had a chance to add on and step on their throat. Nothing. And then you have a chance to turn the momentum, tie that thing up, and you don't get a shot.
And you can't get past the red line.
And it's the same crap. You don't win. You win face-offs till you need to win a face-off and keep it in your zone, and you didn't.
So the thing they were the worst at all year has
comes to bite you.
Reached up and bit you in the butt right now.
Yeah, look, how often in sports do we all see it where something that you're worried about the regular season ends up being a problem when you need it the most? You need a power play. Dude, I just told Nate on the phone 2 minutes ago. It has to be demoralizing. Power plays are meant to give you momentum. And all they do for this team is give the other team momentum.
They make everybody
They got a better
sad.
shot at scoring a goal than you do. Seriously. I
Everybody
promise you,
is
they probably in the
sad.
playoffs have given up more shorties than they scored.
If this is what it all boils down to, who's that on?
Well, okay. Listen, it's Bednar who picked the new power play coach, right? And I know
it felt like it was an organizational decision to move on from the last guy. I don't know whose idea it was to bring on Hastings.
Here's my homework for all the Avs fans and whatever, okay? When we eventually get to it's over and everybody wants Bednar fired because
but don't let him win tomorrow, Andy.
Don't let him win tomorrow.
Don't let us win this game.
Okay. Look, we'll go out to Ball Arena one more time and say hello to some people, whatever. We've had fun.
We love being out there.
Sure.
But here's my question. I wrote this to somebody that was sad earlier, and I don't remember. Twitter, text, whatever.
Your wife?
Nah, my wife doesn't care. My wife and daughter are oddly obsessed with basketball. I came home and I was like, well, this game sucked. And my daughter goes, yeah, but they hate watching OKC's working. I was like, okay.
Thunder couldn't make a shot to save their lives last
night. She was psyched
night.
to watch the Spurs.
The Thunder's
trounce the Thunder.
offense and the Avs power play were the same thing last night. Nobody could score.
But all I'm going to say is this, okay?
Sure.
If you are going to fire Coach Bednar, because
right.
That's what the calls are going to be for Wednesday.
They
we all
might.
know it. But here's my
Go
thing.
get Tortorelli.
But here's some tortellini. Here's my thing. Jared Bednar, since game one, has basically begged his team to get to the front of the net, to play tough, to play the right way, to not get loose, to not be passengers and pass from the outside. He's asked that. He's coached it. He's asked for it. They're not doing it. So guess what? You may not have the right guys. You may not.
The right guys or the right coach?
If he's asked you to do it, and you're not doing it, I don't think it's in there. I don't think it's in this team's DNA to play the type of playoff hockey you need to beat a Dallas and a Vegas.
By the way, it's going to be tough to move on from those guys. Like, who are the other guys? What other guys are you going to go get?
Well,
that's a tough move. Look at the guys that you have. They've had incredible praise for getting specifically those guys.
This is what's
Go
tough,
get
man.
Barbershop.
The Nuggets are in the same spot, though. You're right about that. Like, you can't just have a brand new team, especially when you've committed to contracts. Like, and some of these guys are tough to move. They're not easy. Nobody's dying to trade for Marty Natchez tomorrow.
Marty Natchez is a 100-point scorer in the NHL.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter
he's
what
an
you're
elite,
not going to do it come playoff.
He's an elite player.
Yeah, he is. And for $11.5 million a year, that's a tough one to fit into somebody else's cap situation. Like, that's the reality of a hard salary cap sport.
Marty Natchez is going nowhere.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like
MacKinnon's not going anywhere.
No.
You think Landy's going to be back next year?
Here's my thing.
Yeah, he'll be here.
He'll be here next year.
I go full Nuggets. You can call me with the Nuggets. You can call me about anybody but Jokic, and with the Avs, you can call me about anybody but Nate and Kale.
I think Brock Nelson will be back. I think Devon Taves will be back.
But Val Nichushkin will be back.
Yeah, Val Nichushkin will be. Nobody wants to have to try and trust that situation.
They're locked into that contract anyways.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. I'm worried about Gabe's knee.
Yeah, of course.
No. This is not old stuff. He can't keep his skates the last 2
No,
games.
we get it.
He's one of the toughest dudes in the league, and he's getting knocked over. And you're going down. I'm worried there's something going on with his knee again. And he's just being a warrior to get through it. You cannot tell me that's looked like Gabe.
No.
Scotty, you just said it. Your
I
favorite player,
agree.
is that the Gabe you and I know and love? That he doesn't look like the Norse god that you can't move off the crease right now.
No, the balance doesn't seem right. The speed is way down. The stick handling, he's never been a pure stick handler.
Oh, but he's got a piano on his back, dude. You're right.
There's something going on.
And look, our guy Malinsky, I absolutely adored Sam Malinsky. He has not had a good series.
No.
Keeps getting the puck caught, and I don't know. Maybe he doesn't feel right either. Josh Manson looks slow. He looks old.
He's an older player.
Manson and Lehkonen look like they came back early.
Yeah. Tell me this
Malinsky maybe too.
Tell me this doesn't shock you. Because what is different this series and what we've seen all year the only thing that's really been shocking to me is how the Avs look like old and slow against some of these Vegas forwards on the rush when they've not looked that way in previous. They did not look that way against the Kane. Dude, they look like they're in panic mode trying to get back on against Marner.
Oh, they get beaten down
and
the ice.
Eichel and Barbashev and the whole deal.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible.
It looks like Hans Christian Andersen trying to skate against Bluto.
And with that, Memorial Day starts for Scott Hastings.
Yes.
That's how you go out.
Good day to you, sir.
Somehow we
Good
got
day.
We got
Good afternoon.
Good day.
Somehow we got a Hans Christian Andersen reference into the show
Bluto?
today.
With Bluto from Popeye?
Bluto from Animal House? Which Bluto?
Who the hell are we talking about? That is good. I'll just admit to you, I didn't fully get it, but whatever.
Hey, you know what?
Hey, go out on a high note.
It worked. Hans Christian Andersen. I didn't know he was going to get worked into the show today. The Little Mermaid guy?
Hey,
yes, him.
Can he stand in front of the net? Because here's the crazy thing about it. You know what I kept thinking last night? I mean, Carter Hart, for all the praise he's getting, and good for you, you've outplayed the Avs goalies.
Yeah.
He is popping out rebounds left and right. I mean, they're there to be had.
Our
guys are just never there to have them.
They are.
You know what I mean?
Although one thing that I had to note was and Jack Drury made up for it because he scored on a breakaway.
Yeah, that one where he wouldn't shoot at him.
But that 2-on-1 and nobody shoots that.
It's like, come on.
That to me is Carter Hart's winning the mental battle.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
That's you're afraid to shoot. Like, come on, man, put the damn puck on the net.
From your fourth line that frankly has had the most success of the series.
Yeah. All right, Andy, first off, welcome in, everybody. Happy Memorial Day. We are here to do sports talk with you as the Avalanche trail the Vegas Golden Knights 3-0 in their best-of-7 Western Conference series. Andy, it's not over. It's been done before. We'll dive into that today here on the program. But the stark reality is Cale Makar is a shell of himself. Now Nathan MacKinnon is hurt. and seems to be significantly hurt.
Yeah, Nate, God bless you for being out there, dude. My God.
I mean, Andy, like it was like late career. We're trying to get Alex Ovechkin a goal,
right?
Is what he was capable of, and that's the world's best player in his prime, and he couldn't move last night. Again, give him credit. He's battling. He's trying to be out there for his guys. He wants to win as badly as anybody, but he can't move. He played 4 minutes of the third period last night, and none of it was good.
No, and you credit him for going out there and giving it a shot. But
yeah, because honestly, 1/10 of Nathan MacKinnon is better than anything else the Avalanche are throwing out there.
Which is really sad because all year we hailed their depth.
Yeah,
now I don't know where it's going.
I don't know where it is.
MacKinnon doesn't look. Let's be honest, Nate. This team looks like. But see, everyone's got injuries. I mean, everyone does.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. I told you, I'm not overly shocked by this. I'm sad to see it.
I am overly shocked by this.
I'm not overly shocked because this is
I'm not even just shocked. I'm overly shocked by this.
Nate, I wasn't positive if they had to face Dallas, they would get past Dallas.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is just another version of Dallas.
Yeah.
Because Vegas is not afraid to just suck it in and push you out and make you. They beg you. You know how we say against the Broncos, they were begging them to run the football?
Yeah.
Well, against the Avs, they're begging you to have to come inside and tip rebounds home, and the Avs just don't have enough dudes willing to do it.
They're begging you to shoot from the outside and not be able to get shots through and not be able to create openings, and nothing's available to you. And your power play is everybody is just bleeped in the head on the power play right now because everybody's afraid to do anything.
Well, and again,
with the
maybe
puck.
it's that Carter Hart thing you talked about. Just shoot at the net, boys.
I think it's a combination. I think number one, it's Carter Hart, and number two, it's guys are sick of everything that they shoot, just hitting off somebody from Vegas.
Yeah, but you know what? And this may sound mean, but I've never thought this way before. But both PK Subban, he's got nothing good to say about the Avs, but he said this, and Messier said the same. If they want to block it, then you just blast the shot at them.
Yeah.
And it sounds cruel, but that's hockey. Because guess what? Whoever shot the one at Nate MacKinnon, he ain't care.
Shea Theodore, yeah.
You're going to go ahead, you're going to block this, where you're going to feel it. And the Avs, you know what? You maybe need to take that, then just put everything you had into it and just test their manhood. How long you want to block a few of these.
Right.
But you haven't been doing it. Because to your point, they're a frustrated, mentally beat down bunch.
Yeah, no, they really appear to be, and Vegas has taken them out of their game and taken them out of the series, and now with what remains of the MASH squad, Andy, and again, back to that, I will be overly shocked if they win tomorrow.
No, I'm with you. I mean, and to what end?
Yeah,
you may even get two. But I don't see you winning Game 6 in Vegas.
I don't even see how right now.
Yeah.
I really don't.
I'm with you. I don't know. Listen, you're not going to hold on to a 3-0 lead last night?
Yeah, and I give Cale Makar all the credit in the world, game effort to go out there and play. That dude is just making mistakes Cale Makar doesn't make.
Well, and my guess is his arm's numb for the shoulder, and he can't feel what he's doing because you're right.
Yeah.
He's just screwing up with the puck, and that's not him.
You know,
he can't feel it, I don't think.
His completion percentage on his passes is pretty low right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, like he's a difference maker. It's a completely different team when he is out there. There's no doubt about that. Like you saw it in the first period last night. As the game went on, he got sloppier, and then they lost MacKinnon, and then they just what did they go through? 11, 12-minute stretch of the third period last night without a shot on goal?
I think it was Ray Ferraro. No, I don't know which one of them said it, but one of them said it with like 2 or 3 minutes left. That's the first shot since the 17-minute mark of the start of the period.
That's not good.
Which means they went a whole power play in a critical situation without a shot.
They sure did. Yeah. No,
can't find some play. You can't even just find half a look that you want to take.
No. The power play. They had a good power play last night.
Sure.
And here's the thing. I say that. Power plays pass fail, right?
Yeah, you either score or you don't. And when you don't, you suck. Sorry.
Exactly.
You got to man up.
Right.
And when you're the highest scoring team in the league and you can't seem to score in the power play, it's still going to be one of the great mysteries of sports.
The Cole Smith high stick, Landeskog had a good look, MacKinnon had a good look, Makar had a good look, but nobody scored.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah. And then it was like a minute later than that, MacKinnon goes down to block the Theodore shot, and he was down, and the game was never right again. Yeah, they weren't even competitive. I think they were both mentally stunned and also just like, oh, we're not good enough now. When they didn't have MacKinnon on the ice, this is incredible. I really didn't see a world where they would be down 3-0 to the Vegas Golden Knights at this point of the postseason. They were flat in game 1. They were not opportunistic enough in game 2. And then last night, they came out, they pushed first. They had their best period of the series. And then Bednar kept saying last night in the second period it was 9 minutes. He kept referring to a 9-minute stretch of them not being effective enough, not matching the competitiveness, the intensity of Vegas. It felt like the whole damn period to me.
Yeah, and what's different about this, and it's been starting to show up every presser after. You tell me if you don't feel this way. I feel like for the first time, Bednar is really frustrated. If not, I might even use the word sick of his team doing this in the playoffs.
Yeah.
This feels much different than past playoffs.
Yeah.
Jared Bednar seems to be, I've kind of had enough of this.
Yeah. No, he lamented the lack of intensity that they had to have in the second period last night, and I would agree with that. We're going to listen back to some of what Bednar said last night. But no, he sounded like a coach that was beaten by his own team and beaten by the circumstances. And on top of that, when he knows that Kale isn't right, when he loses MacKinnon, like Jared Bednar's no idiot. He's just over there going, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, but here's the other thing, and I guess tell me how this hit you, but I had some people immediately react to it. When Bednar said Kale will play, it's up to Kale if he wants to play or not, basically, after game 2.
Yeah.
That sounded like a coach that maybe wished his guy would have played game 2. And I thought, well, that's odd because it's a shoulder. So I give Kale, you can't play hockey without a shoulder.
Yeah.
But if you could have got that version of Kale last night in game 2, do you hold on to game 2?
Maybe you win game 2.
And so,
yeah, maybe you do.
I don't know, man.
Or he's, I'm curious to see what does he look like tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now how sore is it, and can you shoot it up enough to, and really.
But Andy, he got worse as that game went on.
Oh, I'm with you because
night.
again, guys have told me that it wears
off.
They cannot keep shooting it up. For those that don't know, like once they give you one, that's all they can give you. As far as unless something's changed, I haven't talked to a guy about it in 5 or 6 years.
Yeah,
but I used to ask the football players all the time about it. And
see, I have no doubt Bednar, like he wants Makar to play every single game, but I also think. I think what Bednar is, if I'm translating him, I take that to mean he's having surgery as soon as we're done.
Yeah.
It's up to him, like, whether he can do this or not.
Right, and probably it's also
if it was the regular season, yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
if he feels right, he's going to go out there. You keep asking me, I don't know. I'm trying not to lie to you about it. He's actually being hockey honest, which is unusual.
Right. But if it was the regular season, this would be the start of like he's out for 4 months.
Well, and maybe it just is another one of those coaching tactics of if I'm asking him to be a little bit tougher, then I need the whole team to be a little bit tougher.
To be a little bit
you've
tougher.
You've not been tough enough against Vegas. You just haven't been.
No, and they. What's funny is like Josh Manson. You can get big mad at Keegan Colasar all you want, like. He trucked you because he's playing harder than you.
Well, and not only that, the Colasar, wasn't that the game tire?
That was the game tire.
Colasar goal is the one we've basically been begging. And what's sad, he's just there by himself, front of your goalie.
Well, because Josh Manson got knocked over and then didn't recover.
Right.
And then didn't get back. And, Colasar takes Manson out at the blue line. I saw last night on altitude, Landeskog is like, that should have been a penalty. Okay, but also when you're charging up the damn ice, they're not looking to call a penalty on you. They're like, you're the aggressor. What they are looking for is they are looking for hooks and grabs and all that kind of stuff. But when another team is rushing up the ice, you get the aggressive benefit of the doubt, and that's what Colasar got on that play. So Manson can get up and cheap shot Colasar from behind and shove him into the boards all he wants. It's just like, dude, you got out-toughed on that play. You got trucked.
Yeah, and at the end of the day...
And he had enough time to be able to, Andy, tip a puck and get his own damn rebound.
Right, because nobody else was back. And I guess... You're not going to get a lot of sympathy from people when you were up 3-0 and one goal seems to shut you down.
Right.
And that's what happened.
Yeah. No,
and yes, it sucks that let me ask you this, because we've already got people coming in and talking about that. Let's just say that goal doesn't count. Avs fans, I'm asking you deep in your heart.
Deep in your broken heart.
Do you really believe the Avs were gonna, if the Colasar goal is not allowed, and they already had one that was, now I still think that was probably high stick, whatever, but you'd already gotten one taken off the board, even while you were still up.
Yeah, you got the break.
They just did not show any resistance or resilience to those guys.
No.
And again, my other problem, we can nitpick the penalties that maybe didn't get called. You got and John Michael Lyles said it on the broadcast as I was driving home. John Michael Lyles said, this is their last penalty. This is going to be their last power play minus blood or a decapitation.
Yeah.
You better score on this one, and you don't even get a shot.
Yeah. No, it's playoff hockey. They're going to swallow their whistles. And that's what they did late in that game last night. All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Avs are down 3-0. It's not going great. Why is this the case? We'll break it down next.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Southern Steer. Boy, I enjoyed a great weekend of the protein I got over there. Got some steaks, grilled those up yesterday. Made some ribs for my son per his request on the birthday. Got that done. Matter of fact, I asked Ben, will you pull the silver skin off for me? Because even though I've got a tool, sometimes it's very hit or miss. He did that for me as well. He'll do the same thing for you, steak tips. Had steak tips for lunch last week. Got some more coming this week. Bottom line, great protein, great stuff over at Southern Steer. If you're looking for a great butcher shop that'll give you fresh premium protein with great flavorings. They've got the Marinade Mania going on right now, $19.99 for those steak tips, $5.99 for the chicken, and they vacuum tumble the marinade to make sure it gets in there, and it just infuses literally everything in the meat, and it tastes so good. Southern Steer's your spot. I know that there's still some grad parties going on, and don't forget, we're about 3 weeks away or so from Father's Day. That's on the horizon. Perfect place to go get Dad some great meat if he's a griller or a smoker, or you just want to have a nice meal for him. It's Southern Steer Butcher. They're in Greenwood Village. They're off of Arapahoe and I-25 on Dayton. So it's Arapahoe and Dayton. That's two streets east. I'm going to get it out one way or another. On Arapahoe Road there at Dayton. Go and find them. Check them out. Tell me Andy send you. Say hello to Ben at Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village.
Yeah, heck yeah. Obviously, it's not the way you draw it up, but at the same time, we're right there in these games, and we just got to find a different way to weather it, and so yeah.
That's a sad Cale Makar. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avalanche down 3-0. Andy, you know it's been done before.
Really? By who?
The most recently, the 2014 LA Kings down 3-0 to the San Jose Sharks in a first-round series before ripping off 4 straight on their way to their second Stanley Cup in 3 years. So 2014 was the last time it happened where an NHL team was down 3-0 and came back to win the series. Prior to that, the 09-10 Philadelphia Flyers, this was the 2010 Flyers, came back to win 4 in a row against the Boston Bruins in an Eastern Conference semifinal. This was 35 years after, Andy, of course, as you remembered, your 1975 New York Islanders rallied against the Pittsburgh Penguins in their quarterfinal series. 75 Islanders led by the future Hall of Famer Dennis Potvin that season. And then, of course, most famously, your 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs rallying against the Detroit Red Wings, pulling off the impossible 4-win comeback in the Stanley Cup final. Your 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs, coached by the great Hap Day. Hap Day. Captained by Sil Apps. And their leading goal scorer, Gordy Drillin, that year, Andy. Second leading goal scorer, Sweeney Schreiner.
Yeah.
Your 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs. Don't forget the great Hank Goldup at left wing and Bingo Campman, their number 4 defenseman, along with Bucko McDonald.
We need to go back to old school great nicknames and all that stuff.
Their goaltender, Turk Broda.
Good old Turk Broda.
Turk.
You know, he was a real wall.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure he wore a mask. I'm pretty sure he didn't in the 40s.
No, I don't think he. No,
he
it was
stared
just,
down the puck.
Let me
you know, it was
my face
little
out there.
little known fact. He actually had one lazy eye thanks to all the pucks he took off the face, which threw people off as they were looking to aim up size up the net.
That would confuse a lot of people.
Is he looking at the puck or not?
Threw off a shoot. I don't know.
Which eye?
Oh, he's looking over there. I'm going to shoot it there. Oh,
you can't see it. I'm going to shoot. Oh no, wait, that's a good eye.
So it's been done.
Sure, it has.
It's humanly possible. I will tell you this. It has never been done before in the conference final round.
Right.
Teams that fall behind 0-3 in a best-of-7 series in the conference final round, 0-49.
Yeah, the problem here, too, is not only did you fall behind 0-3, you got 2 of the 0-3 were at home.
Yeah.
So you're trying to stave off elimination. See, most teams that I think find themselves in the old 0-3 hole are usually the road team that lost the first 2, then choked their first home game.
Right.
So at least they're at home to try to stave off the sweep.
No,
the Avs are in Vegas.
Yeah, you got to start this in Vegas.
Yeah.
You would have to.
Now, the good news is you can come home for game 5, but you lost both the games here.
And then you got to go back.
Then you got to go back to
Vegas.
Vegas.
You got to win twice in Vegas,
Yeah.
twice at Ball Arena.
Yeah.
It's a tough hill to climb.
And blow no leads.
Yes.
Much less another 3-0 lead.
And you don't have Andy. Let me tell you, there's no Bingo Campman walking through the door. Okay, Bucko McDonald.
Right.
I got to be honest, probably long since dead.
Sure.
So I don't think Bucko is lacing him up for your team.
And
unfortunately,
you got a better chance of getting Sidney Sweeney out there than finding that Sweeney person.
Sweeney Schreiner.
Yeah, good old Sweeney Schreiner. Although Sidney Sweeney may distract a player or 2 for Vegas.
Sweeney Schreiner, by the way, that could not have been his real name because he was born in Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably didn't want you to know that during those times. Although, I don't know. We're the 40s. I don't think we were Cold War time yet.
No. We were.
Yeah,
that was a little
not
bit
a lot
early.
of news, I don't think.
Yeah. So it probably should have been Sweeney Schreineroff.
Sure.
He's apparently in the Hall of Fame. I didn't
good
know
for
that.
him.
The Avalanche have 2 Hall of Famers. They're both hurt.
Yeah, that's great. One of them looks pretty serious.
One of them can't move.
I'm a little worried that Nate's knee injury may bleed into next year. the way that thing looked, because
I'm worried about both their injuries.
As PK Subban said,
Yeah.
when you get it in the area he got it, that's where the cartilage and the kneecap and all that stuff is.
Yeah, that's one of those where it's like, we see guys take that injury, and it's, sometimes you just you get kind of dead-legged from it.
Sure.
Obviously, it bruises on you pretty hard, and then it's like, okay, he goes to the dressing room. All right, you figure he's cooked for the second, but, after a break and some ice and all that, it tends to respond a little bit in the third period. There was no response from him last night.
No, not at all. Again, I heard Connor and John Michael Lyles were on the call last night, and they said, Nathan's returned to the bench, and he went out for his first shift, and Lyles just like, yeah, not good.
Yeah, he cannot move. Let's listen to Jared Bednar after the game last night on the Nathan MacKinnon injury suffered with just about 8 minutes to go in the second period.
Well, it's not easy, but you lose Nate and Val too, right? So you're running a shorter bench, and you're just doing the best you can to try and create a chance to win the hockey game. And they were hard to come by in the third, and that we obviously gave the one up off the rush. So, I don't know, how do you navigate it? You just put your head down and keep working, and you got 3 different lines or 2 different lines, and spot shifting your 10th guy in to try and give some guys a break, but not ideal circumstances for sure.
Yeah, 7 shots for the Avalanche in the third period. This is after they had combined for 28 over the first 2 periods.
Oh, they crushed Vegas in shot totals regardless by the end of the night, but really doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Right.
And again, the frustrating part for me is Carter Hart is coughing up rebounds, and nobody's there to create the chaos that seems to get created in front of not only just maybe knocking the puck home, but at least getting it out and cycling it again to get them running around. It is amazing to me how much Vegas has gotten the Avs defense to run around in the goals that they score.
Well, and it's like think of the Carlson goal last night. It was the second goal that they scored, and Marner just throws the puck on net, and it gets blockered down by Wedgwood, and it's like nobody clears the puck.
Nobody.
Parker Kelly fans on it. Malinsky couldn't get a stick on it.
Like they're panicked.
Right. And Carlson is just there to just pick it up and now throw it back on the net, and it goes under Kulak, and it goes past Wedgwood, and boom, it's a 3-2 game. But again, it's just like, okay, somebody has to help out their goalie and just get that damn puck out of there.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, again, and I think it's something that we've seen enough of this series now. Colorado fans can sense, I believe, I know I can, that when they blow a clear, and especially if they blow it twice, Vegas is probably scoring.
Yeah.
Because now you're all freaked out. You all go in, it becomes the sky's falling and everyone's rushing one way or another. Nobody knows who their defensive assignment is anymore. That's another thing that John Michael Lyles said. He said that too many times Colorado's getting caught back there trying to play zone defense. They had to get back to man-to-man coverage, and they couldn't do it.
Last night, Jared Bednar was asked about the boost the team got from Cale Makar's return. Yeah, they led 3-0 at the end of the first.
It's pretty cool.
That was fun, wasn't it?
That was a good period of hockey.
Oh, that Jack Drury goal, a shorthanded goal. You're just like, all right, they're back. Here we go.
Rock and roll, baby.
We're doing the thing. And then
Vegas gets a goal called back. You feel like the momentum's on your side tonight.
You're like, okay, you got the ref luck, you got the goal luck, everything's going your way. And then the second period starts, and Mark Stone scores 19 seconds into it, and then everybody just became ineffective. Bedsy talked about the boost they got from Cale's return last night.
Well, tonight it was tough, yeah. I mean, obviously, you get a 9-minute stretch, it kind of costs you the hockey game for me. Cale was good, though. I mean, he came back, and he, did the things that you kind of expect him to do in the areas that you know that he can help you. Ozone play, hanging onto the puck at the blue line, creating shooting lanes, attacking downhill. He was good on the defending side of it too, but in the puck movement out of the zone and on the regroups. But the biggest difference, like I noticed tonight for us, is that blue line ability and being able to help create some scoring chances against a team that's good in their coverage up top and make it difficult up top to find shooting lanes. He just has the feet to be able to, and the shot and ability to be able to help us in that area, which he did a lot tonight.
He's got all those things. He just right now, and again, broken record as the game went on, especially the back half of that game, his touch just wasn't there.
Well, his touch wasn't there. The power on some of the shots wasn't there.
Yeah.
He threw a couple. Look, Kale was in a situation where he gave you a few good shots from the blue line. He needed you to tip one home.
Yep.
Because he didn't have it all night in his bag, frankly.
No.
So,
but his movement, it does make all the difference in the world.
It creates more space for him up there, that's for sure.
Yeah. To your
Vegas
point,
backed
Andy,
off a bit.
With that version of Cale Makar, I like your chances of having one game too.
Yeah.
But we'll never know.
No, we won't.
Yeah.
Because he didn't feel comfortable enough to go out there, and you can't, look, the guys, it sucks. What are you going to do?
Yeah,
I wished he could have played. He didn't feel comfortable. What are you going to do?
Andy, it's just incredible. Like on the heels of the Broncos go to the AFC Championship game, and the quarterback breaks his damn ankle.
Yep.
And
the Nuggets go to the
postseason, and Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson.
Yeah.
And here are the Avalanche after the winningest season in franchise history, and an 8-1 start to the postseason, and now you're going into a game 4 with your two best players severely compromised. I'll be amazed if MacKinnon plays.
No, I'm with you. I don't know how he stands up. I don't know. Frankly, I don't even know how he got out there to try to do what he did at the end of the game.
Yeah,
or in that power play anyway.
Yeah. After when they pulled Wedgwood, he ran back out there, and like, what has he got left? I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't do the power play, but Marty Natchez, dude, we called for this last week. Marty Natchez needs to step up and score some goals. And I know, I heard the midday guys at one point talking about how it's tough because he scored a lot, or maybe they didn't say it, but I know Jesse Montano from Gorilla Sports says it's tough because he did a lot and he had a lot of points. Look, man, a lot of points don't matter. Goals are what matter when you're an $11.5 million player and you're one of the guys that led this team in scoring. And now you're not. To the point where they've had to bump you down a line. They used to break up MacKinnon and Rantanen just to spread out the scoring at times, but that's because you had scoring. Now you don't. You have no scoring.
Yeah, nothing's getting created out of it.
Brock Nelson, how many times you gonna miss the net, my guy?
Dude.
What are we doing?
Dude.
You are getting the looks. You've got to pot one or two of them.
You have to shoot the puck at the net.
Yeah.
Make him make a save.
Right.
Or and not a save by like you shot it directly into his midsection.
Right.
I mean, like you actually made him have to go and get a puck.
Make him move.
Just kept missing.
See if it bounces funky, but then guess what? Someone else has to be on the rush with him to pop it home when it does pop out.
No, Brock Nelson's slump is it's painful. I mean, he got all alone in front last night, late in the second, and doesn't finish.
Right at a time when you could have stemmed the tide and swung that thing back your way.
Yeah. You had an opportunity at that moment, and you desperately needed a goal. There was no momentum to be had back, and eventually Tomas Hertl would score the game winner last night, which...
Would you go back to Blackwood?
Might as well.
I'd at least make him look at a bigger goalie. Look, and I don't think Wedgwood's the main problem.
I don't think he's the main problem.
But I also don't think he's been as good as he was in Minnesota.
No, that's just
now, he's not giving up rebounds, but...
If the Avs are going to play like this, they need somebody to go nuclear.
Well, right. And look, you'd like to believe Blackwood would have stood tall and not allowed a couple of these goals to go in.
Right.
And again, I'm not knocking Wedgwood. I really am not.
He's not the biggest problem. He's a problem. Like, he hasn't been great in this series.
Well, you know what really, on the first goal, the one that it really bothered me, the one that Stone scored.
Yeah.
What I loved about what Wedgwood was doing in the Minnesota series, he was taking hard angles back to his pipe.
Yeah.
And that one, instead of like he drifted and left the corner of the pipe open, where if he'd have taken the sharp angle and just imagine him planting that skate on the
Zipped
pipe,
over there.
that room is not there.
Maybe comes up with it.
That
was also
now again, you're asking a lot out of him because that guy was dead to rights on the backside. But.
Also, all four of your penalty killers were on the opposite side of the goal.
Yeah, I don't know
what
they were.
I don't know what they were doing.
Well, the problem is, here's the other thing I think happens. Jared Bednar's trying to mix up so much stuff to try to get something going. Then now you got a bunch of guys that just aren't as used to playing with each other. So all this built-up chemistry throughout the year, because they weren't switching up lines a ton during the year. Well, now you got guys that maybe aren't so sure of each other. Maybe they're not even trusting each other because guys are hurt, not moving as fast. I don't know what it is, but they are all out of sorts, and it's the worst time of the year for it. You know what this is, though? This is post-Olympic hockey. This is what they did post-Olympics.
When Vegas scored 19 seconds into the second period,
you knew.
It was just like, uh-oh.
We're in one.
Yeah. Okay.
This is an issue.
Yeah, they
better get the next one.
Yeah. And
then they didn't.
They never scored again.
Nah, no, not at all.
Nope. Not a single other goal to be scored last night for the Avalanche. 5-3.
I did think it was funny because at one point they were trying to work it up and get it tied, and our guy, Sean McDonough, says, you could tell the crowd's tense in here. They want him to get the empty netter, and I'm like, why? What are you worried about?
Yeah.
Avs haven't had a decent shot, it feels like, in half the game.
Right.
But the crowd's nervous? What, are you nervous because you got money on the game?
Well, that's everybody at every game anymore.
No, but I mean, what, did you have like a 3-goal spread? I mean, what are you nervous about? I'll be nervous about the win.
So the Rockies do play tonight, Andy. Tanner Gordon will toe the slab tonight in L.A. against.
Is he back?
Emmett Sheehan. Yeah, Tanner Gordon is back, and he will start tonight.
They were saying yesterday they were going to go bullpen day for him, but I guess the early exit. Who was it, Quintana?
Yeah, Quintana was bad yesterday and got bounced out of that game. They had to go Brett Sullivan, position player, pitching yesterday.
I didn't make it that far. I'm not going to lie to you. I guess I went down to the Avs game, but
it's getting bad. It's
is it getting bad or is it just regressing to the means?
Well,
not to be a jerk.
No. It's yes, but also the pitching injuries are kind of like they're stacking up so bad. They might get Feltner back.
Sure,
that's something.
Can't wait.
Dollander, I don't think is supposed to touch a baseball for a couple more weeks, and now Quintana's got a bad elbow.
Other than that, it's going well.
Yeah, and Michael Lorenzen is dealing with the handicap of being Michael Lorenzen. So
he's got big popcorn muscles.
He does. He's very. They're
I
not.
Probably shouldn't say popcorn because I guess that's a negative connotation. Popeye, whatever. They're very large compared to his forearm, is what I'm trying to say.
They're not getting outs. I know that.
Well, they're not hitting in key situations. They're not, they're the Rockies.
It's almost like the worst team in baseball that really didn't do much in the offseason to improve themselves is still the worst team in baseball.
The Rockies. That's what they are.
Anyway, they will play tonight if you like baseball on your Memorial Day.
How late's that one? 8 o'clock?
7:10. 7:10 local time.
7:10, going early in L.A.
Yeah, going early in L.A.
Chavez
tonight.
Ravine?
Yeah, 7:10 tonight there at Dodger Stadium. Against LA, 33-20, leading the division. It's just when you look at this lineup: Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Pages, Tucker, Hernandez, Smith, Kim, and Hernandez. Oh yeah, all those players are awesome. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show at Altitude Sports Radio.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I still don't mind seeing a bloody nose for a Vegas Golden Knight, although I don't know that it's going to happen tomorrow, but we'll see. Anyway, let's talk about your sexual health. And if yours is struggling, then it's time to get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's summer, time for maybe that special relationship over the summer, little summer loving like they sing about in Greece. Or maybe you have a relationship that just needs a little work because you are finding yourself pulling away due to the fact that you are not confident in your performance. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help. Just schedule your consult today. They've got options for you. Treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%. First visit, $99. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, have a T and a PSA test, and if everything checks out, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, visit's free. You have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you can be ready for summer loving the day after the appointment, the next day. And it's supposed to be a pretty good summer week this week. They have 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado, including Fort Collins on the Springs, revamp location in Castle Rock. Give them a call today. One number gets you to all the locations. That is 720-440-7900, or just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I mean, the second period, they score one on the power play right away, and got a little sloppy going back for our pucks in D zone. Lost some stick battles in the D zone. Kind of allowed them some secondary chances. Obviously, they get it to 3-2, and then they tie it up on a play that should have been blown down for a trip, I think. But I also haven't seen a replay, so it doesn't matter. But nonetheless, 3-3 hockey game. We feel good about where we're at. Good spot on the road and a tough building. And I think we keep rolling it. But individual effort they score on, and then you throw everything we had at them and then bounce our way tonight.
Yeah, that was a broken man last night. Speaking of broken men, you can join Andy Lindahl and Altitude Sports Radio at Rhine House at 14th and Market tomorrow night as the Avalanche look to stay alive in the Western Conference Final. Nate and Andy, jerks, will broadcast live starting at 3. We'll have Nathan MacKinnon giveaways, including a signed stick, signed puck, signed photo, signed x-ray, along with great deals like $7 Rhine House Lager half liters and $12 liters. We'll see you tomorrow at Rhine House. Seriously, we're going to have fun tomorrow. Like, come hang out with us at Rhine House. Go do happy hour with us. Have a beer. Have some sausage. Get ready to watch some hockey. We're going to be hanging out. Hey, look. They're down 0-3, okay? It's a tremendous kick to the giblets, what we're dealing with right now. Like, the Bronco disappointment was crushing. The Nuggets disappointment was crushing. Now we are over here about to be crushed by Avalanche disappointment. I don't know. I don't know what we as a community did to deserve this year of sports heartbreak in 2026, but we did something because the bad luck, the bad injury luck has just absolutely swallowed us up here this year.
I don't think there could be a worse playoff stretch in history. Broncos lose to the Jacksonville Jaguars in 1996. You know what happened that year? Avs hoisted the cup.
Yeah, they won the cup.
So that worked out okay.
Sure did.
The Nuggets weren't really a factor then. I'm trying to remember.
The 96 Nuggets? I would say try not to remember the 96
Yeah, they were pretty
Nuggets.
bad. Was that the 11-win team?
I think that was the...
They were pretty bad regardless.
I believe that was the 96-97 squad.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yeah.
Trying to think of all the other... Okay.
Rockies had got the wild card in 95. 96, they did not.
Yeah, but that was one of those, hey, cool, Carl. We actually got some decent baseball to watch.
All right, 95-96 Nuggets. Okay, that was a 35-win team that didn't go to the playoffs. The next year was a 21-win team. Bernie Bickerstaff got fired, and then it was the 97-98 team, that was the 11-71 Bill Hanslick affair. And then they did 1 year of Mike D'Antoni, beefed up that win total to 14 of that season, although that was the strike-shortened year. They only played 50 games. The Nuggets would not go back to the postseason until 03-04, otherwise known as Carmelo Anthony's rookie year.
Which team you most worried about?
Still the Nuggets.
Okay.
I'm still more worried about the Nuggets.
Because the Broncos... feels like I can't now. You guys, it's like you just...
I know.
The Broncos! Programmed it in my head, thanks to Jim Nantz. Last year was like a pleasant surprise, right? I really did not think they'd make the AFC Championship, just being honest.
Yeah, no,
you know what I mean?
I mean, I did accurately pick them to win the AFC West.
You did.
But yeah, going to the AFC Championship game, you're right. I did not anticipate that, but they got themselves the bye. Unbelievable game against the Bills that everybody got to enjoy for like a half an hour.
Sure.
And then you found out that Bo Nix was done, and we talked ourselves into, I don't know. I felt like that week was the community trying to rally.
Sure.
I don't know about talk themselves into it, but it was just like, okay, awful luck. What are you going to do? Go get him Stiddy. And then Stiddy throws the backwards chest pass.
He does the one thing we were promised he wouldn't do.
Yeah. He
make the play that would cost you.
Made the game-breaking mistake, and then they were toast. But Did I think the Broncos would beat either Seattle or the Rams in a Super Bowl? No.
No, I'm with you.
No, I didn't.
See, that's to me.
Last year was that felt to me like a gravy year from the Broncos.
Well, and not only that, 303-504-0925. Feel free to weigh in. That's the text line. Ever read for that?
Shop Mazda
All right,
text line, one price, one person, 1 hour.
Sure. The Avs, I saw an article in The Athletic over the weekend talking about the Avs cap situation. More dire than I guess I realized. Don't love that.
Yeah, they went
for Kulak, holding on to Wah, holding on to everybody. It's going to be real tough.
Yeah, they went for it.
Right.
This was a we are selling out.
Yeah.
We have the best team in hockey, and we are the best offensively, we are the best defensively. We're getting great goaltending this year, maybe unexpectedly so, but maybe we can ride that. So the Avs went for it, which is what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I have no critique of Chris McFarland and what he did at the deadline this year. In fact, and that's, by the way, that is one thing I want every Avalanche fan right now. Put the kibosh on. I don't want to hear anybody whining about what McFarland did at the deadline this year when they get to the offseason and things are more dire and then they didn't win a Stanley Cup. No, what he did, what the Avalanche did this year is exactly what you, the sports fan, should want your team to do. The title is within our grasp, and we're friggin' going for it. And we'll kick the can down the road on some other issues, but those are later's problems because we have 2 Hall of Famers at their peak. That's what you're supposed to do.
I'm with you, but the problem is that I feel like it does create a big mountain.
When you don't win the Cup.
When you don't win the Cup, now you're going to have to make some real hard, and frankly, you're probably going to have to try to trade some people. I know that DMac said in our crosstalk, he didn't think a lot of these guys are tradable. Look, I do.
A lot of them are going to be tough to move.
They might be tough, but I don't think they're impossible. You got some pretty good players that you could put up, and that teams need scoring. Marty Nate just might be a guy you want to give a call about. I don't know if the Avs want to take the call. I don't know where they're at. They're probably like, let's not go getting crazy. But here's the big deal.
I wouldn't move Marty Natchez.
Oh, I'd take calls on anybody that isn't MacKinnon or Makar.
Okay,
but here's what they have to, I think, come to an acceptance of. You need some younger, bigger defensemen, and I know that this team is still largely built in the way that Pierre Lacroix built his teams, fast, skilled, puck-moving teams.
Yeah.
But they had the Rob Blakes. Ray Bourque may not have been the largest man of stature. You wanted no part of that hip check that he was throwing your way. Adam Foote was never any fun to play against. John Clem was an underrated guy that was not a lot of fun to deal with. They had Gooseroff. They had, Aaron Miller, on and on and on of guys that were just physical defensemen on the back end. You don't have enough of those right now. And I know they prefer the puck-moving defensemen. I'm not telling you to completely go away from that, but you've got to have more in the stable for what you're dealing with now. You've got 2 guys that are 5'5" and can't seem to move anybody. And I just think the Avs have to relook at some ways that some of their philosophy about how they're trying to do some things.
Isn't a part of this, though, just like, I hear everything, I hear everything in those critiques, but also Malinsky's hurt. He's really struggled in this series. And it's a shame, too, because I thought he played really well against Minnesota. But
he did.
He has really, besides the time he missed, obviously, but he struggled largely in this series.
But I'm not looking for Malinsky to be the guy that moves Kolasar or Jamie Benn or,
right,
Dorofeev or pick any of their. By the way, Vegas got some cap problems of their own. That's the first name they're saying. That Vegas may not.
Of course they do. Yeah, no, Vegas is another. Vegas
all the
is another
contenders
team.
are.
The Vegas has no assets.
Right.
And yet somehow every year they manage to add somebody else that's awesome.
Well, Colorado does a little of that too somehow too.
Exactly. And some of it is in this hard-capped sport, there are teams that are going for it, and when teams are looking to sell, they end up settling on lesser assets or lesser returns simply because they wanted to do something. Because they're like, well, we didn't want to pay that guy anymore, so we got to get him out the door. And teams like Avalanche and Vegas can sit there and pounce.
All right, we got to hit our break because I want to give you full time. I am curious why the Nuggets are still the one you're most worried about. So let's maybe talk about that after the top.
All right, we'll do that on the other side. We are we're doing autopsy radio.
Well, we're
today.
in a weird spot because the season's not over, but it sure as hell doesn't feel like we're gonna get We're waiting for the decision. You know what I mean? The machine's holding the body on. What are we gonna do?
Again, Hap Day ain't coaching this team. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. I've actually been talking to Jerry Jones recently about getting some seat covers for my son in his truck recently. If you need anything for your truck or 4x4, even a Mustang, Jerry's actually the president of the Mustang Club. He was telling me they were looking to do some more stuff to Mustangs if you want some custom work there. He can do it all over at Colorado Off-Road. This is a great long-time Colorado business. I believe they're celebrating 20 years or 25 years in business now. But they've done a great job for a long time. They've been around this long because they know Colorado. They know what's good in this weather or good for your truck or whatever. I've trusted Jerry to make the decisions on a lot of the brands that I've went with, and it's always worked out well for me, including my bed cover. If you want floor mats, if you want something to tow the fifth wheel or maybe a camper top or anything for the off-road adventures you're looking to have over the summer, the KC lights, the lift kits, the leveling kicks, the shocks, struts, tires, whatever you want, he's got it there. I think he even saw one of those little mattresses that blows up in your bed if you, the bed of your truck, if you want to do a little truck camping as well. Find Colorado Off-Road 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Yes, we do begin hour number 2 of the show. We're going to talk to Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Maybe Jeff Legwold will breathe some levity into today's show as the Avalanche are down 0-3.
I doubt it.
MacKinnon's hurt. Nichushkin's hurt. Kale's still hurt. Vegas is rolling. The Avs are in trouble. They're not playing like a team that looks like they're capable of beating the Vegas Golden Knights for 60 straight minutes.
Yeah. And he becomes like my friends that just want to call and complain about hockey to me. That's what Leggy becomes. He's not been happy with their net front presence either.
I mean, a part of the problem, Andy, is like, okay, if the Avs, maybe they drop 2 of these games in overtime, and you're like, okay, they're right there. It feels like they've been dominated for basically all of game 1. Third period, they were better in game 1, but they were desperate.
They got dominated in the third period of game
2. Game 3, they were dominated in the second and the third. Vegas is just one way. Like, they not only have they been better, like they've won the periods, they've been the dominant team for more periods.
Yeah. What's so sobering about this is you had to have that yesterday. You got up 3-0. We thought the real Avalanche had shown up.
Yeah.
A matter of fact, there was some coach back for CU that used to say, remember who you are.
Was it Dan Hawkins?
No. I don't remember who it was. I asked Johnson. He couldn't
It's the Big 12!
But the bottom line
he
is...
remembers what conference
Well,
he
it
was
was funny because I asked Johnson, I go, which coach said? He goes, I can't place it right now. I go, never mind. By the time he texted me, Mac, I said, never mind. The Avs remembered and they forgot already.
Yeah, no, they're well aware.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, never mind.
Okay.
But anyway, it's... They just look like the old Avs, and then all of a sudden they didn't. They looked panicky. They looked old. Like, all this, what I didn't expect, as I said earlier, was for the Avs to look like they were the old team. Most of the year, every team they played, other than a couple of Ducks games this year, Chicago when they wanted to get going, the Avs are faster than every team they faced. The Avs are the ones that, oh boy, the famous, oh boy, here comes MacKinnon, and all the defensemen talking about that's what they say. And matter of fact, another guy reiterated it in an interview with EJ earlier in the year. Might have even been a Vegas defenseman. I don't know. But the reality is, it looked like our guys going, as soon as Eichel got going or Marner got up ice or any of that.
Vegas has skated with him.
Yeah, they're not afraid to do it.
And Mitch Marner's been the best player in this series.
There's no doubt about it. He's not missing Toronto one bit, is he?
That guy's good. Yeah, a couple of passes that he made last night that were just absolutely phenomenal. And Dorofeev is a problem.
Oh, yeah.
That's a really good friggin' hockey player, man. I take nothing away from the Vegas Golden Knights. As much as we lament the disappointment in the Avalanche, Vegas deserves to be up 3-0. They've been the better team in this series.
Listen, if they'd have changed Tortorella mid-season, they might have been the ones pushing the Avs for the President's Trophy.
Yeah.
We don't know. This is a very talented team. We shouldn't be too shocked, and they made good deadline moves as well. All right, after all this, because we laid it out, the Avs are going to have some cap problems. It certainly doesn't look like they'll be raising the cup despite all the go all in that they've done.
Yeah.
Why are the Nuggets still your biggest concern of all these playoff teams are talking about?
So you probably didn't flip over to NBC last night?
I saw a couple minutes of it, but no. I largely missed what was a dominating Spurs win.
Those two teams are why the Nuggets are my biggest concern. In and of themselves, the Nuggets are good, but the Spurs exist, the Thunder exist. The Timberwolves still exist.
Yeah, they're still built to beat you.
Yeah, exactly. And the Nuggets' problems, like none of them have gone away yet. Is the brain trust gonna spend their way into the repeater tax? Are they gonna be are we passing aprons? Like, is there going to be an aggressiveness of like, okay, if you trade Cam Johnson and re-sign Peyton Watson, are we going to look at that and call it good? If that is the case, like I have to do voodoo on Aaron Gordon's hamstring, and I have to do voodoo on Christian Brown's game, and I have to do voodoo on Jamal Murray being able to stay in front of anybody, and I just have to hope and pray that aging core of basketball players is going to find the right health. Again, like, health continues to be the story of this series of the Western Conference Finals. Last night, no Jalen Williams, no AJ Mitchell again for OKC. Everybody's just trying to find whatever bodies that they can put out there. But unfortunately, the Nuggets just seem to be able to sustain injuries as well as some of the other teams. Like the Avalanche, I firmly believe, as long as you have Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar, you are a contender for the Stanley Cup year in and year out, as long as you have those two dudes on your team. I don't think that Broncos defense is going anywhere. I would like to see the offense take a nice step forward, and I'm hopeful that Jalen Waddle can do that for the Broncos. But for the Nuggets right now, like, this thing needs a reimagining in a sport that it's tough to do that, where the rules are prohibitive for you to be able to do that. And a part of it is the Nuggets they've spent aggressively, they've gone after it aggressively, and this CBA, if you don't load up on picks like you're the Thunder or the Spurs, it hurts you. And that's what the Nuggets are at right now. They don't have a lot of options for how they can improve this thing. Now, you got to hope, and I haven't given up hope that this team will get into July, we'll get closer to the draft, and moves will start happening, and some things will open up, and some teams are going to be aggressive, and other teams are going to be not so much, and that can create situations by which you can move guys. Bennett Durando did a good work. There was a good piece in the Post this weekend about teams that could potentially be looking to add an Aaron Gordon or a Jamal Murray should the Nuggets look to make one of those moves. But this requires a dramatic shift in what is happening right now. I don't think the Avalanche or the Broncos are a dramatic shift away the way I think the Nuggets are.
See, I'm not so sure about the Avs. Because
you're sure you're not being a prisoner of the moment?
Yeah, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because I knew you were going to ask me that.
Yeah.
I was prepped for this as I thought about bringing this up to you.
Good.
And honestly, I thought we might not be doing this till Wednesday, but what the hell, Wednesday's Monday, whatever. The Avs keep losing to the same kind of team.
Yeah.
And at what point, and I told you, it's Dallas
So do the
style.
Nuggets.
It's Vegas. Fair enough. But it's the Dallas style.
But it's the same team.
It's the Vegas style. It's the bigger team
Yeah.
that is going to make you play a more aggressive, less pretty style of hockey in order to get past them in the playoffs, and they keep failing. Matter of fact, even when you go back to the Cup year, they did not have to face a Dallas or Vegas style team. And think about it. This is I'm assuming, and maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse, but really since the MacKinnon-Makar pairing got together, this is going to be the second time Vegas has gotten rid of them, because I don't think they're coming back in this one.
Yeah.
And 3 previous times, Dallas has dispatched them with this kind of style of hockey. And I feel like the Avs have to look at what they are, and you've got to find more physicality for the playoffs. I said this. I heard Tyler Polumbus was talking to DMac about it. He didn't know, what are the Avs? He was like, maybe they're Buffalo, maybe they're. I think the Avs right now are starting to look a little bit like the Peyton Manning Colts of the 2000s, where in the regular season, every record's broken. The MVP trophies are won. You're there at the end, a ton of Pro Bowlers and all that other kind of stuff. But when you got to the playoffs, you showed up against a run the ball, punch you in the mouth, either Baltimore Ravens or New England Patriots style team, and you couldn't get past them. And the Avs, again, seem to have that problem when it comes to Vegas or Dallas.
Is it that, okay, so if you're lacking the physicality, the 3 guys that do the job that you're talking about are Gabe Landeskog, Arturi Lehkonen, and Val Nichushkin.
Sure. And Nick Waugh, I was a Nick Waugh stan. Nick Waugh has kind of decided he didn't want my love, and I don't know what's going on this series.
But it's those 3. And those are the 3 that you have a significant investment in. I mean, you're paying Landeskog $7 million. You're paying Nichushkin $6 million. You're paying Lehkonen $4.5 million. Like,
yes.
you are paying for aggressive physicality out of those 3 players. And the question is, are they not good enough, or is there simply not enough of those players?
Well, and guess who gave you low-key physicality back during the last Cup as well? It was Nazem Kadri.
Sure.
So I think
he scored last night.
He did. That was good to see.
That was good. That was a pretty goal. I like that goal.
I think we all hate talking about this, but Gabe's just not Gabe anymore. And
Right.
I love Gabe to death, and I hate saying it. But Gabe, I told you, I've got concerns about Gabe's knee, because this is one of the strongest dudes on that team who couldn't seem to hold his balance or fight off his matchup last
And he's
night.
the only human being that's ever come back from
Right.
that injury and played in the National Hockey League
and knows
before.
what it feels like at this point in the season,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, even who's the basketball player?
Lonzo Ball.
Yeah, even he doesn't seem to know. Val Nichushkin's not been Val Nichushkin for at least a season and a half. I
Yeah.
have no idea what's going on there. And Leckie, I think, is hurt. Leckie's a playoff performer. I love Arturi Lehkonen, but he got hurt. He came back. He's just not looked himself. But it's not just the forwards. Yes, I'm talking about the forwards. Yes, I'm talking about net front presence. Well, let's go back to when they did win. Jack Johnson was a physical defenseman. Eric Johnson was a physical defenseman. A 4 years younger Josh Manson was part of what you had going on. Who was the other defenseman on? I mean, Devon Tays had a little more physicality in his game, and Cale Makar was not afraid to throw the body around.
Yeah.
Okay? You got a Sam Malinsky who's not really hitting. Matter of fact, my biggest disappointment, although I don't know how to feel about it now after watching MacKinnon get his knee blasted, but I wish Malinsky on the winner on Friday night would have put more of his body in front of that shot, and he didn't. When that Barbashev that just launched it over him got the game winner. So I think Malinsky's got to add a little more physicality to his game, but Josh Manson looks older and slower. As much as fun as the Brett Burns story has been, he looks like he's feeling his age, especially now come to this time of the year. They're deciding between Ashawn and who's the Blankenberg. Thank you, the Nashville guy. They're both under 5'8". They're not moving anybody from Vegas. They're not getting Kolasar out of the way. You don't have the same physicality on your blue line you once had either. And again, it's where I go back to what the 2001 Avs had. They had big physical defensemen despite the forward group that maybe like to play like this Avs team does.
You know what's interesting, though? I don't feel like it's been bodies in front that have been the issue for the Avs against Vegas. It's been getting beat to the puck.
Well, again, that's where you just look. This is where
to your point, that's a form of physicality, of like being able to move these guys.
Well, if they muscle you off and get down there. But Nate, they look, again, you and I have talked about it twice already. They just look older, and it's shocking to me because these guys did not look this old. And maybe Manson's still hurt, doesn't feel right. I don't know what's going on. But again, the guy's 4 years older than he was when you won the cup.
But this is where I stop for a moment and I go, okay, like. All of this cumulative injury stuff that has hit the Avalanche at this time of year. But if they had just had 60 healthy minutes of both Cale Makar and Nathan MacKinnon for every game of this series, I don't think it would be 3-0. They might be down 2-1.
I'm with you, but
I don't
still not
think it's 3-0.
I agree, but that doesn't mean I think they would have totally won the series.
Right, but also like
because again, this is a Dallas-style team that tends to be their stop sign.
Yeah,
when it comes to playoff play.
And Marty Necas is not scoring goals. I don't think he's playing poorly, but he's not scoring goals.
Yeah, see again, Marty Necas is here's what sucks for Marty Necas moving forward. At $5.5 million, I love what you're doing. At $11.5 million, I got to have more, and that's just the reality of like you and I talked about a hard cap sport where because now you're eating up $6 million is another player. That's another whole forward. That's a Gabe Landeskog type. So I need you to be awesome for that money. And when you're not, you're going to hear about it, unfortunately. Now, I realize his extension doesn't kick in until next year, but that's part of the problem, man.
Yeah, it's going to be kicking for a while. Kreckman and Lindahl, Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final between Montreal and Carolina. That series is knotted at a game apiece. You can listen to Game 3 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame at 5:30 tonight with puck drop shortly after 6 o'clock. Okay, on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Get to roller.bid/altitude. Do it right now and get registered to bid because the June 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction is going to be opening up at Roller Auction. It opens up on Wednesday, goes for a week. SUVs, sedans, pickups, utility trucks, vans, trailers, other municipality equipment, and so much more. This is the best place, guys, to get a used car. Used car prices are out of control. not at Roller Auction. Get to roller.bid and check out this auction. These are vehicles straight from government service. They are well-maintained, used vehicles. Get your next daily ride right there. Do all the buying process online. Don't have to deal with a salesperson or a dealership or all that rigmarole. You just go to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up to bid. And just for signing up, we enter you to win tickets. Our next giveaway is for Rockies Pirates tickets. That's a 6-spot of ticks for Rockies and Buccos. You want to be there? Get to roller.bid/altitude and sign up. But do it quickly because the June 2026 Government Fleet Vehicle and Equipment Auction opens this Wednesday, 2 days from today. Get on it. Yeah, let's jump right into it with Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. We talk football with Leggy every Monday and Friday here on the show. Leggy, there are parallels right now when you get to the round before the championship and then don't win and then you're finished and you head into an off season. So there are parallels between what the Broncos did this past season and what we're about to experience with the Avalanche. Not to completely throw dirt on them yet, it just feels highly unlikely. So I ask you this, Jeff. The Broncos this offseason, their approach has generally been run it back. They got aggressive on the Jalen Waddle move, but the outside free agents, they didn't do. They re-signed all of their own guys. The Broncos looked at a 14-3 season and a 1 seed and a trip to the AFC Championship, and they said, no, we're really good, and we failed because of bad luck. To a certain degree, the Avalanche could kind of make the same argument. Well, we're really good, but we failed because MacKinnon and Makar got hurt. Okay? They can try and make that justification. You've covered sports forever. You've covered good teams. You've covered terrible teams. You've covered good organizations. You've covered bad organizations. Sometimes the same organization has been good and bad in your lifetime. But I ask you this, Jeff, like, what are the pitfalls of this, of getting right there and then falling short that teams have to try to avoid?
Yeah, I think I would say, I think in terms of development and where they're at on the, sort of that flow chart, I think the Avs are in a spot where the Broncos would be if they don't get it done this year. I think that's sort of where I would put that, where they're at, what I know of the Avs contractual situations and all of those things. Waddle was a big trade, but to me, the most significant thing the Broncos did this offseason, and we don't know if they've really done it yet, was for Sean Payton to say someone else has to call plays. That is an enormous thing. Now, the question remains is if he's just going to install everything he wants and make call sheets, the way he would and have a very heavy hand in all of this, then they have simply run it back with Jalen Waddle as an add-on. And then I think you're wrestling with big-time questions at the end of this season if you don't at least get to the Super Bowl, let alone win it. But I think it's always the toughest thing for general managers and roster builders in any sport to determine. I mean, the Nuggets have gone through it. When you're good, how much do you keep everything together that has been good, and then how much do you look to change and to keep it going? And what does that take? That the thing football has that the other sports don't, I think, is football gets perishable a lot faster. Like the players age faster, the careers are shorter. They're thinking their windows are a lot tighter than the other sports. And I think hockey, because guys can go way into their 30s and be very productive players on a more average or a more, numerically high basis. They're a lot more productive 30-somethings, I think, percentage-wise in the NHL than there would be in the NFL, for example, in terms of top-tier talent. So I think football forces you to make those decisions quicker, but they are the toughest, and they're the toughest for teams like the Avs and the Nuggets and even, to the Broncos now. But the Avs and the Nuggets have the best of the best, on their roster somewhere. And it's tough to sort of determine what the cash should be around that and what will get it done. I think in hockey, it's goaltending and strength up the middle. And in football, it's the quarterback. Those are the sort of the foundational things.
Jeff, what do you think of how late we're going until we get some real on-field work? Are you what are you thinking of this off-season schedule? I'm so thrown off because it's Memorial Day. We have not seen one on-field practice yet. That's a little wild to me.
I think he's, I think he's made a calculated reasoning for all of this. I think, the cluster sort of remains the same. He gave them a week before and took away a week later. And I think probably if they went to the Super Bowl, he'd do it again, type of thing. I think he believes this is the schedule you should do if you go late in the season now. And honestly, I think some of what we were just talking about factors in. You're bringing back everybody essentially with some rookies thrown into the mix. You're not, the installs are going to the same guys, and Jalen Waddle's played enough football where that's not going to be a problem. So I think if this team was a little bit younger or the turnover had been higher, I think you would have been tempted to do it the other way, like we always have. And there would have been something, this week or this past week. But I think the combination of playing so late and the group he has coming back, they feel pretty comfortable with that.
I want to ask you an AFC West question. I don't think we talked last week since the news that Rashee Rice is going into the clink for 30 days, and the NFL is going to have to, decide whatever they're going to decide on all of that. I don't know. Can they suspend again for a parole violation? Like, he already has served the suspension. Is there a double jeopardy thing going on there?
When I read the policy, it gives the commissioner an awful lot of discretion to suspend guys for a lot of things.
Yeah.
So. Now I think the Chiefs would lobby against that under what you're saying. Hey,
right.
Punishment's punishment. And there is some thought, on the, now, we live in Colorado, so it's a lot different. It's still a parole violation on that level, but
yeah, legally it's a problem. The NFL doesn't care.
Yeah. What we would, now it used to be, coaches and people, it used to be if you had any sort of drug infraction, you got suspended and had to stay away. You couldn't go to meetings. And there's people who've been argued that in the past that you should at least let the guy have some structure around him while he deals with all that stuff. But this kind of thing is different. And it is completely in the commissioner's purview to get him again, as a multi-offender. I think that comes up in the policy as well too, that you're looked at more harshly if they're doing this again.
Jeff, when you look at what Kansas City has done this off season, and obviously it is all dependent upon getting Mahomes back, but I didn't think much of the Chiefs going into last year. And I'm still not fully sold on them. I think the Broncos and the Chargers are the class right now of the AFC West. What's your read on it? Are the Chargers better? Are they a threat in the division?
I think everybody's gotten better as the Chiefs have been forced to do what you do.
Yeah.
When you have the franchise quarterback, and the Broncos and their team got old. I mean, they they had a great run. Very few teams have that kind of run. And the quarterback gives them a chance to sort of keep it going. But they've gone to a bunch of Super Bowls. They've won multiple Super Bowls. And, what we were just talking about is true. The clock ticks in the NFL, and they've tried to hold it together. I think they could have done better on their draft side of the equation throughout. I think if you're going to keep things going, like the Patriots had a multi-decade run, you've got to bring it pretty strong on the draft side. And the Patriots lost their way a little bit when they weren't as strong as the years went by. So I think the Chiefs have sort of stayed status quo, and everyone else has gotten better. Or, even if the Broncos stay status quo, that's pretty good. 14 wins last year. So I think the division has toughened up around them, and I'm not sure they've blipped. Now they're banking on the one thing you bank on.
Sure.
Their quarterback is the most proven big game, big moment guy in the league right now, and if he's healthy, you're instantly in the mix, and it just doesn't matter. And the coach is pretty good at managing those things. So, but a lot of it is you got to have youth coming through, and they have not, in my opinion, have not had enough youth coming through the lineup.
All right, week from today, we'll be talking to you at this same time. Will A.J. Brown will you be a Patriot or still an Eagle, or will it finally get going? What? And not just A.J. Brown, who are some other guys that could finally get some action next week because it's post June 1st, all that?
Well, everybody's kind of watching that one, Andy, honestly. Whatever else would happen would be, there was a time when people thought, Deshaun Watson might be but that does not look to be the case anymore. But Brown is the one, and I think that's the domino that has to fall before anything else happens. And I will just tell you, I don't know anyone in the league who doesn't believe he's getting moved. I have had some people tell me they don't think it's a given it's the Patriots, but that is still the most likely landing spot.
Is it possible, Jeff, simply because of eyebrows being raised about some head coaches' relationships with certain insiders and reporters that may or may not have been splashed across the tabloids over the last few months, that's one of those deals the NFL would go, you're not doing that one. That's a bad look.
Yeah, I don't know how much they would really intervene. We've always heard rumors through the years, all of us, about how much they would get involved in certain things.
Yeah.
Al Davis.
I was about to say, John Elway to the Raiders.
Yeah, Al Davis, for one, never let that go, and always believed there were many other instances when the league intervened. So I don't know how blatant and overt it would be.
Yeah.
I certainly think. I think that's a tough onboarding for the Patriots at this point, because they've tried to keep everybody under the radar, and they've tried to cling to this hope that it would somehow go away. But whatever you do, whether it's mini camp or training camp or whatever, or this trade, it's going to resurface, and then it kicks up again, and you need a plan for how you're going to deal with it. But I think it would raise some eyebrows around the league, and I think the Patriots, at least, look, I'm not around them. I'm not speaking because I know of it, but I'm just saying in-house, you'd have to have a conversation about how you would handle that publicly, because people are going to say there needs to be a tampering investigation. And I can't imagine that every single executive with every single team in the league would just be okay with it.
Yeah, I think Roger Goodell's phone would be ringing a little bit if that were to go down. He's Jeff Legwold, everybody. Go to ESPN.com, read Jeff Legwold's Broncos coverage. We'll be talking to him on Friday this week and all summer long as the OTAs are clicking along. Leggy, well done as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, good stuff right there. Andy, leagues have called trades off before. David Stern said, no, Chris Paul, you can't go to the Lakers. This has happened before. It's not without precedent in pro sports. This one, especially given that, this is the story of the offseason.
That the NFL would like to have go away.
Yeah, Vrabel and Rossini is the story of the offseason. And while it's the salacious part of it is fun to laugh at from the outside, there are people inside the league that have very real, like Jeff talked about, are you tampering? Is there competitive concerns right now? Is there information getting leaked in various ways to try and skew trade values, etc., when it comes to A.J. Brown and the New England Patriots, especially given the amount of reporting Rossini did on that very story, that the league would just go, we'd rather not. We'd rather skip all of this than having these kind of suspicions brought up regularly within our trades.
Yeah. It's
and it's one of those things where, again, there'd be several owners on the phone with Roger Goodell immediately going, "What are you investigating this? I'll spearhead the thing. Give me subpoena powers."
Don't you feel like Jeffrey Lurie's probably already said, have you looked into?
Yeah.
Now, here's the funny thing about it. The word is the Eagles seem to want to move on from A.J. Brown. Though,
Sure.
Right? So,
sure.
But if they don't.
But they don't like the idea of anyone trying to get over on them.
Well, and if they don't think they get proper value in return because of all the stuff going on, with the he's upset, he's this and that.
Yep.
Just to try to paint a clearer picture for people as to how could a reporter skew the value. Well, if you're reporting stories because you heard this and you heard that, and the guy's a locker room headache, and you got other teams going, well, yeah, I don't know if we want to deal with that.
Damages value, and then teams are offering
and even
less.
if it's not real, you could still accuse it if the Eagles are not happy with what they think they're getting offered by the league.
Yeah, because A.J. Brown in a vacuum is a first, like you trade a first rounder to get A.J. Brown. He's good enough for that.
They gave up 2, did they not, to get him?
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably would like at least 1 back. And all the reporting has been probably a second rounder, right?
Yeah.
Now, again, I don't know. I feel like everyone's gone quiet on this situation
But
for a
is
while.
that because the player's rep has been nicked up by whatever is getting reported by a reporter who seemed to have been in a personal relationship with the head coach of the Patriots, who was once the head coach of the Tennessee Titans?
And who clearly wouldn't mind getting the player back on his new team.
Join Andy Lindahl.
That's me.
That guy right there. And Altitude Sports Radio at the Rhine House, 14th and Market tomorrow night as the Avalanche look to stay alive in the Western Conference Final. Just win a game, guys. Don't get swept. Nate and Annie get a broadcast live starting at 3 o'clock. I love those guys. We'll have Nathan MacKinnon giveaways, including a signed stick, a signed puck, a signed photo, a cracked tibia, along with great deals like $7 Rhinehouse Lager half liters and $12 liters.
With Leder Hosen.
We'll see you tomorrow at the Rhine House. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the Avalanche coming up at 5 o'clock, as well as prime cuts at 5:20. Guys, we're going to exhume the corpse of that game from last night, and we're going to look at it, and we're going to examine it, and we're going to figure out where it all went wrong. Spoiler alert, second period. You're going to want to really tune in for the first part of prime cuts today. It's going to be great. Yeah, the front third of this movie is outstanding. I wouldn't stick around for the end. But you should. Be a loyal fan and stick around to the end.
Did you go see Mandalorian, by the way?
I did. Yes.
Any of what you said apply to Mandalorian? Would you stay for it all? Would you?
Yeah, it was great.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. You know what it was?
I've heard mixed reviews, but I feel like people people go to a Star Wars movie and then get shocked it's a Star Wars movie. And I'm like, oh, well, what did you think you were getting?
It's, you know what this movie is? Like I went into it thinking like, oh, we're gonna get all these like answers to these questions about the characters. It answered no questions. Spoiler alert, you're not going to learn anything new about the characters in this movie. All you're going to see is a bunch of characters that you like in a cool adventure.
Good.
Like kicking ass and fighting with monsters and all kinds of stuff. And it's great. If you were hoping to go and watch like brilliant sci-fi and a reimagining of the genre or anything else like that, you're not getting that in this movie. You're just getting cool characters kicking ass.
Okay, is it like did the X-Files movie really answer anything to like you could watch the whole series and not have to catch the movie, right? That's what you're telling me here.
You don't need to know a thing.
Just go see the movie.
Just watch lasers getting shot.
Get some popcorn.
Yeah.
There's a baby Yoda, no matter what they want to name it.
He's funny. Mando is cool.
Yeah. It's a different colored Boba Fett.
Like
whatever.
I won't lie. Like I went into this movie thinking like, oh man, I'm gonna get some real answers. And then I didn't get any answers. But you know what? 2 hours ended, and I was just like, yeah, you know what? I was entertained. I didn't look at my phone for 2 hours. I thought that was a good time. That's all I needed.
You got the Costanza, though.
What's that?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Other than, you know what? I was entertained, which isn't that what I want out of a movie?
That's really all you went to the
That's
movie
really
for.
all I want out of a movie.
You were like, give me my money back.
I liked it. The kids liked it. Good time was had by all. So, yeah, don't go whining because the great mysteries of the universe weren't solved by the Mandalorian and Grogu.
Why does he gotta be Grogu? Why can't he just be Baby Yoda?
I don't know. They named him. I don't know.
Does he live on Dagobah?
No. He's flying around with Mando all the time.
I know. I saw the beginning.
They're on it. It's like a buddy action flick.
Sure.
It's like
Starsky and Hutch. Only one Hutch is really small.
It's like Lethal Weapon without the anti-Semitism. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, amidst the crushing Avalanche disappointment you may have missed over the weekend, Nikola Jokic, unanimous first-team All-NBA. Joker and Shea, both unanimous. Wemby, Luka, and Cade Cunningham joining Joker and SGA on first-team All-NBA. Second-team All-NBA, Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, Donovan Mitchell. Third-team All-NBA, Tyrese Maxey, Jalen Johnson, Jalen Duren, Chet Holmgren, Jamal Murray. So all said and done, Jamal Murray got the 12th most votes or points in the voting in the All-NBA. I believe that Jamal Murray was one of the 10 best players in the NBA this season. I would have put Jamal Murray ahead of Kevin Durant and Jalen Brunson, but maybe that's just me. Jamal Murray, third-team All-NBA, first All-NBA honor for Jamal Murray.
To be clear, these votes were cast before any playoff action was played. Right? So nobody could say it's just because.
This is 100% a regular season award. Yeah. I don't want it to get lost in the sauce of the postseason disappointment that Jamal Murray had an all-time great season. And I'm glad that he got All-NBA. Again, I thought he was one of the 10 best players in the NBA this year, but not everybody necessarily agrees, and that's okay. He averaged 25 points, which was a career high. He averaged 7 assists, which was a career high. He shot 48% from the field, 43.5% from three. He was nothing short of brilliant this year. First All-Star honor, first All-NBA honor. He had an absolutely fantastic season, and then he got into a playoff series against the Minnesota Timberwolves and couldn't hit a shot to save his life. And Jaden McDaniels gets the credit for what he did, but also Jamal has been a tough shot maker his whole basketball life, and he wasn't in that series. It doesn't take away, Andy, that he played 75 games this season, and the Nuggets don't come close to sniffing a 3 seed without his brilliance this year. So I want to make sure in all of our lamenting of the failure of the playoffs, let's acknowledge Jamal had a great freaking year.
Yeah, he did. Why his value may be high enough that you actually get interest in a trade.
Yeah.
Certainly, I mean, again, it feels like we may be having some interesting discussions about both teams, and frankly, I didn't think we'd be having the ones about the Avalanche, but here we are. We're going to throw out names whenever we get to the postseason, like you said, the corpse.
Yeah.
And again, you throw a Jamal Murray out there, not because he sucks. It's because you got to pick guys with value that actually are going to get you something in return.
Because they're like if you turn Jamal Murray into 2 really good productive players, then that can change the complexion of what you are as a basketball team and reimagining.
But he gave you the season everybody wanted in his first year of the extension.
Sure did.
This is what everybody said.
Yep.
All-star season, third-team All-NBA.
Yeah. And also, Andy, if they don't get a deal done, if Jamal returns next year, the worst thing that happens is you have a third-team All-NBA guard on your team. That's pretty good to have.
Yeah.
I want to hit Jokic really quickly here. 8th All-NBA honor. 6th time getting first-team All-NBA. That moves Joker into a tie with Kevin Durant, Dolph Schayes, and Akeem Olajuwon with 6 first-team All-NBA honors.
Nice.
Yes. If he can do it again, he will tie Wilt Chamberlain at 7. If he can get first team 2 more times, he would tie Shaquille O'Neal at 8. So we're talking about, again, putting him on the list of the luminaries of the all-time great big men to have ever played the game. It's funny, going over this list, I saw some things like Joker just passed Charles Barkley. Chuck, 5-time first-team All-NBA. Here's a couple of names, Andy. Listen to this. This is a group of guys that only got it 4 times. Dirk Nowitzki, Steph Curry, Chris Paul, David Robinson. First off, I couldn't believe that Steph was only first team 4 times.
Yeah.
But he was. But yeah, that is your list of guys making first team All-NBA. Of course, the all-time leader, LeBron James at 13. I don't think Jokic is getting there. Kobe and Karl Malone each with 11. Kareem, Tim Duncan, Bob Cousy, Jerry West, Michael Jordan, Bob Pettit, Elgin Baylor, all with 10. The Big O, Oscar Robertson, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, 9 first-team All-NBA apiece. Again, Shaq with 8, Wilt with 7. Joker is now at 6.
All right, since you mentioned it.
Also,
how many more do you think he's got in him?
At least 2. I think
So
he's
he'd
got
get
at least
to
2.
8.
I also want to point out really quickly, they changed the rules for first-team All-NBA. They made it positionless.
Because, of course, they did.
Because of Jokic.
Yeah.
Because he got second-team All-NBA the year that Embiid won the MVP.
Because he was not a true center,
Right.
if you will.
Well, no, it was because they were both centers and because you could only name one center. So Embiid won the MVP and got first team. Jokic was second in the MVP and barely got edged for the award and yet gets knocked down to second team All-NBA. Fortunately, they looked at that and were like, this is stupid. We shouldn't do this anymore, and so they did away with it.
Well, I'm glad a change finally helped the Nuggets.
Right. But, well,
versus aprons and repeater taxes.
But that's just it. If they had changed it sooner, or if they had just been positionless the whole time, Joker would be a 7-time first-team All-NBA guy now instead of 6. But
here we are.
Just pointing out, again, the absolute brilliance of the man and what he has been as a basketball player. 8-time All-NBA, 6-time first team. And, again, that puts him into a tie with Hakeem Olajuwon. Just for the record, LeBron James, 21-time All-NBA, 13-time first-team All-NBA. 21 All-NBAs in 23 years in the league.
That's a lot of hardware. They give you...
No one's ever touching
What do
that.
you get? You get a certificate?
Great question.
You get some recognition of some type?
I would hope they mail him a plaque or something.
That's a lot of plaques, Nate.
That's 15.
What do you do with all those? Does he make an office in his home just to hang plaques?
Well, you know,
he probably doesn't need an office.
You know when you go to the doctor and you're like, wow, that's a lot of degrees up there on the wall.
That make you feel better?
I would assume that's like LeBron's office. It's like, wow, that's a lot of All-NBAs up there.
Again, does he need an office? Does the man need, do we all need an office? I don't need an office.
LeBron needs an office.
To do what?
LeBron's a billionaire. Like
with a mahogany desk.
Yes.
It's really large and really heavy.
Yeah, LeBron owns like production companies and like LeBron takes calls.
But he's got people.
He has people, but like he's in charge of the people.
With the modern phone, does anybody need the big desk office?
And he needs $25,000 skylights, okay?
Well,
he's got to have.
Wow. And you pointed to ours.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show here with you on a beautiful Monday afternoon. Happy Memorial Day. Prime Cuts. That's right. We're breaking down what happened in Game 3 coming up next. All right, hour number 3, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 3, Eastern Conference Final, Montreal and Carolina can be heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, pregame at 5:30. So stick around for another half hour to get to that. Right now, it's time to, Andy, I'm using the term exhume the corpse of Game 3 from last night. The Avalanche falling 5-3 at the hands of the Vegas Golden Knights to fall down 3-0 in the best-of-7 series. Let's give you the highlights with Connor McGahey on the call. We call these prime cuts. They're brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it is what is for dinner. And we hope you are out by the grill right now, grilling up some fantastic Colorado beef and about to get into some prime cuts. You may have been watching our new friend, Sean McDonough, yesterday on ESPN. You may not have heard our buddy Connor McGahey on the call, so a chance to relive what was a very good first period. By the way, Andy, right away, Nathan MacKinnon on a turnover got stopped point blank. 2:30 into the game. I thought that was going in.
I did too. I was like, man,
yeah,
Nate's got to get off the schneid.
Yeah, bad stop. But about a minute later, Devon Taves beat Noah Hannafin to a loose puck and then did this.
Taves chugging after it. Can he get there ahead of Hannafin? He can. Devon Taves towards the net. Hook down to the ice. Rebound. They score! Oh, captain! My captain! Follow your shot, follow your dreams. Landeskog has the goal, and the Avalanche have a crucial 1-0 lead. It's all set up by Devon Taves.
Yeah, that was all him, man. Just beat Hannafin down the ice. Penalty on Hannafin. Taves' shot bounces right to Landeskog, crashing in. Boom, 1-0. Okay, good start. Good start, Andy.
Second straight game, scoring the first goal.
Yeah, finally beating Vegas down the ice. That was something good to see. Avalanche had the first 6 shots on goal of the game. 7:03 mark, second period. And this looked like regular season Avalanche hockey for a minute there. This was where, if you're a Vegas fan, you had to be going, what the hell is wrong with our team? Spoiler alert, not much. But this is a Nazem Kadri goal. Here we go.
Shot 6-1 Avalanche. They lead 1-0. Marty Necas on the stretch pass. Leaves it. Here's a shot. They score! The Kadri man can! Nazem Kadri, his 3rd goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the Avalanche are up by a deuce in Vegas.
Great 3-line pass by Manson from deep. Necas spin. The Necas pass was awesome as well. Spin, backhand over to Kadri. Boom, goal. 2 great passes. Kadri beats Hart, blocker side. Okay, the puck is moving.
We got one more.
The Avalanche,
before the tone of the voice changes,
are good. Dorofeev had a power play goal, waved off. Andy, what did you think happened on that play?
Honestly, here's what I think happened. I don't think it hit the glove. I think it hit the tape. But I do think they determined that it was above the crossbar on a high stick. So I don't think, because again, people have to remember, I was talking to Jesse was there and Mark Springer. I was saying this to the table. I was telling the table. Round of chips and whatever, for the round of sausage for the table at Rhine House tomorrow. It's not the NBA. Only the NBA really allows you to go back, look at the full play, decide, did we get this play right?
Yeah.
Not just the one call, but the whole play. I think they realized it was tape, but it was also ice stick. That's not a goal. Just call it inconclusive. Right? Didn't I say that to you, Mark? I think when we were sitting there. So I think they just called it inconclusive, kept the call the same, because they had the great shot from behind the net where the puck was above the bar.
Yeah.
And that's, I believe, the high stick. So,
see, I thought it was that the puck was like, it was hit from the crotch between his glove and the tape.
Sure. Could have been that too. But
which is inconclusive.
It was. I do believe.
Waved off on the ice.
I felt like he was more high above the crossbar than the other, but whatever. They didn't give him the goal. You thought things were going the Avs' way.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, they weren't.
So the Avalanche are killing a penalty. And Jack Drury comes, he sees that Parker Kelly's got the puck, and he takes off up ice.
He joins his mate.
He sure does. And Mark Stone pinched in a little bit too far, and suddenly this happened.
And now Parker Kelly will.
Uh-oh.
He'll try and do something, I tell you.
And now Parker Kelly will take the backhand to it. Up and out, short-handed. Here comes Jack Drury on the breakaway. Drury, backhander. He scores! You're on Drury duty. Get shorty. It's 3-0 Colorado in Vegas.
By the way, did you hear after the Drury goal, our buddy Sean McDonough got to drop his anecdote that he shared with us off the air the other day?
He did.
Yes.
About how he wasn't even the best athlete in his family.
Jack Drury's mom, All-American lacrosse player at Harvard.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
No, come on. You think I ever thought about going to Harvard? I followed the lacrosse teams of the school. I wanted to go to North Carolina. They were like, well, you can go to the old junior college first and give it a go there, Rudy.
Andy, I want you to take a step back for a moment. There is no planet in which I thought you considered going to Harvard.
No, I get that.
What I was asking was, did you know that Jack Drury's mom was a lacrosse player?
I had no idea anybody in his relations was a lacrosse player.
Okay,
no.
okay. At no time did I have delusions that you would turn down an Ivy League education.
No. I'm just telling you.
At
I
no
don't
point
follow...
did I think, well, I was gonna run a Fortune 500 company, but I thought, I'll do afternoon drive in Denver.
Look, you snarky. I went to MIT, punk. What you gonna say about that?
For what?
I went to MIT for broadcasting. That's where my degree's from.
What Metro Intercity
in town? That's what we called it. I was like, you know what, you got there.
There
you
it was.
got there.
It was there. Yeah.
Yeah, they were like, somebody told me that. I was like, that's pretty good.
You know Tom Nalen, offensive line coach at MIT.
Where? Metro in town?
No, the actual.
Really?
Yes, MIT.
But he's a Boston College guy.
Oh.
I didn't think they crossed over.
Well, I
thought they were too snooty for each other. I thought those were gang lines you just didn't cross.
Oh, trust me, they are. I don't think Tommy had that good of a time at Boston College. I don't think he feels a lot of a lot of.
He doesn't got the Justin Simmons warm and fuzzies.
No. If you were to ask Tom Nalen, he would tell you Tom Coughlin robbed me of my youth.
Yeah,
that's what he would tell you.
Why would you go agree to do that, Tommy?
Well, Again,
it was not the transfer portal days.
You take
Tom Coughlin would not have made it in college long.
I wouldn't
the transfer
think so.
portal, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
I'm glad we covered all that. Okay,
it extends out prime cuts. Because let's be honest, we could just stop after that. And that's the end of the game. Nothing else happened. Join us right house tomorrow.
So Brock Nelson gets called for tripping with 41 seconds left in the first period.
Yeah, that was fantastic. They at least killed off the first period part of the penalty.
They sure did. That they did. It was 3-0.
They did that.
At the end of the first period, Avalanche outshot Vegas 16-7 in the first. It was all going great. And so Vegas
then
gets
the rest
to
of the game showed up.
Begin the power play here in the second period, and this is how it went.
Fired around, Vegas with it, centering feed up top, ton of room, and they score right off the hop. Mark Stone back into the lineup and gets the Golden Knights on the board. It's 3-1 Colorado. 19 seconds into period 2.
We had a lot of aggressive horn work last night. I don't know if you noticed that.
They're a little over the top, and I'll give them credit. They do a Vegas presentation of Vegas hockey. But yeah, they were over the top last night. That's a great pass by Marner to Stone, sitting on the doorstep far post.
That was ridiculous. He practically shot it for him too.
All four Avalanche penalty killers just watching on the left side of the goal, and Stone and Dorofeev were just chilling over there.
Yeah, they were like,
either one of them could have scored on that play.
Me, you. Okay,
yeah.
I'll go.
3-1,
and you can hear it in Connor's voice. Even he was like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah. Vegas flat out dominating the play. No shock. They have the puck again. And once again, the guy that has the puck is Mitch Marner.
Vegas had a lot of success in that regard the first two games. Now Marner sends it through. Blocker save made by Wedgwood. They can't clear. And now they score short side. 2 quick goals by Vegas. The Avs couldn't get it out of their zone. It's Carlson's first of the playoffs, and it's 3-2, not 5 minutes into the second period.
Marner throws puck on net. Wedgwood blockers it down. Parker Kelly with
swing and a miss.
Carlson whacks it in. Neither Kelly nor Malinsky could get a stick on the puck to clear it. Went through the legs of Kulak, went past the glove of Wedgie.
And then Wedgie took that tight angle when it just was, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is where you're like, oh, we got a problem.
3-2. This was the 9 minutes of the game that Bedsy really lamented afterwards. Shortly after this, Brent Burns got called for cross-checking for taking out Dorofiev. Vegas was on the power play, but a good kill by the Avalanche. Vegas almost scored on a scramble in front of the Avs net.
This felt like they reestablished a little bit.
Yeah.
But not so fast.
Yeah, Vegas was just the more desperate team in the period. Cole Smith got called for a high stick, put the Avs on the power play. Landeskog, MacKinnon, Makar all had high danger chances, but nobody scored. Then MacKinnon blocks a shot with his leg and is hurt and is down.
Can't get up, can't get to the bench.
And then Vegas scored, and it was their fourth line that tied up the game.
Colton throws down into the boards, and now it's pushed ahead by Kane and Korczak. Boy, that should have been interference on Kolesar, on Josh Manson. The puck comes high in the zone, and it's tipped off the post, and they score. It's Kolesar. Boy, he got away with that one. High in the zone, he ran right over Manson. A missed penalty on Kolesar and the interference. Wow. And that's so bad. He gets the goal. It's his first point of any kind in the playoffs, and Vegas has tied it at 3 with 7:14 to go in the second period.
I don't know, Andy. Sure, they could have called it. It's the playoffs. They're not going to call that.
I know.
Kolesar's trucking up the ice. He's going hard.
Yeah, I know.
It's a regular season penalty. It's not a Stanley Cup playoffs penalty.
Yeah, and not only, like you said, he goes down, and there's no Avs jersey to be found other than that of Wedgwood by Kolesar. Nobody else is down there by him. How did that happen?
I mean, rebound to Coughlin. He throws it on net, and Kolesar, to your point, he's just hanging out. He tipped it. It hit the post, and then he had time to knock it in.
He spun around and knocked it in because Wedgwood wasn't even sure where it was because he couldn't see any of what was going on because Kolesar had his entire body in front of him with no other Avs player even trying to get him out of the way of the net.
3-3.
And this is where you go, life has changed.
Had another Brock Nelson whiffed right in front, so that was cool.
That sucked.
Yeah.
Just sailing the net.
At one point, MacKinnon skated a 10-second shift and then left the ice, so that was
he
great.
Couldn't go. Yep, that was fine.
He's not on the bench to begin the third period.
I'm pretty sure Kale fumbles a couple of pucks in this time.
This is where he was throwing interceptions out there.
Yeah. He had one where he tried to rip it, and it was just lightly tapped, it felt like, and you're just like, all right, cool. The two top guys in the league are done.
Emily Kaplan said MacKinnon still being evaluated to begin the third. Mark Stone got called for slashing on Wedgwood, but then Colton got 2 minutes for roughing, so the Avs couldn't even take advantage of it.
Yeah, it was a 4-on-4.
Yeah.
They got the open ice they needed, got a couple of shots, still can't solve. And look, they were getting shots.
Without MacKinnon at 100%, you kind of suck at 4-on-4.
Well, but on top of it, but they were getting some shots and the rebounds popped out, and there's just no one around to rebound anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, Carter Hart is giving up rebounds. You're just never there to knock him home.
Avs go like 10 minutes without getting a shot.
Yeah, that was great. They took a shot at like 17:29, didn't get another one until I think under 5 minutes.
Cool.
And in between that time, they had a power play.
And then Vegas scored this goal.
Up in near wall, Drury digs it loose. Wants to go to the point. Just worked free by Tomas Hertl. The Avs were winning all the puck battles in the first period. I feel like it's been a struggle since then. Hertl trying to dangle Malinsky, and he scored.
So I told you, I leave our watch party because I was like, all right, I got to go lock in.
Okay.
You know what? I'd given away the prizes. We shook a lot of hands, kissed some babies. So I hit up Scotty. I go, let's change the energy. I'll come to your house to watch this game. That goal got scored. I turned right away and went back to my house. I did not continue on to Scott's house. Scott later hits me up with the don't bother. And I was like, dude, the moment they scored, that goal right there, I went home.
So assist by Stone and Korczak. The Mark Stone touch pass to Hertl was pretty good. And then Hertl just, Tim Hardaway killer crossover on Sam Malinsky and beats Wedgie with the backhand. That shot was sick, too.
Yeah, and Connor described it perfectly. The Avs were winning puck battles in the first period. They had not won a single one, it felt like, since that time.
Yeah. 4-3.
And you knew trouble was a brewing. Now, the power play came after that because, again, Lyle said it. What was it, a slash or a high stick or whatever?
It was a trip on Mitch Marner.
And Lyle said this is going to be the Avs' last power play. They better take advantage of it because they're not calling another one.
They didn't get a single shot on the power play.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, MacKinnon could barely move. Eventually, they pulled Wedgwood, and Brett Howden scores the empty netter, and this is how it ended.
MacKinnon towards the net. Save made by Hart. Rebound pushed aside. MacKinnon back with it. Nate just can't get it. Vegas. Brett Howden. Howden the distance. He scores.
Shots on goal, 35-23 for the Avalanche. Didn't matter. Hits, 35-18 for Vegas. Vegas winning more faceoffs, and they were 1 for 3 on the power play to 0 for 4 for Colorado. Vegas, 21 blocked shots last night, 11 for the Avalanche. As Betsy said after the game, good team we're playing, and the story is getting to our game and sustaining our game for a full 60. The problem is Vegas keeps taking away your game.
Yeah, the issue is your game never seems to play against Dallas and Vegas. Again, in the bubble, 2020, Dallas knocks you out. 21, Vegas knocks you out. You win the cup. Frankly, a little bit of a Dallas light, Vegas light, Seattle team takes you out of your game. First round, knocks you out. Dallas the next 2 years, and now it looks like Vegas is about to do the same.
You know, the LA Kings were one of those teams, too. They're just incapable of scoring goals.
They don't have a Marner or a Barbashev or
they don't
Eichel
have,
or
skill.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were lacking
they've got
good players.
Andrzej Kopitar, who was staring at retirement.
Yeah.
And they you know what? They were sailing the net the way, frankly, Brock Nelson has been doing all playoffs.
Jared Bednar, after the game last night, he talked about ending up in this situation where the team is at, and talked about kind of what changed between what's happening right now against the Vegas Golden Knights and what happened in the previous round when the Avalanche dominated the Minnesota Wild. Here was Jared Bednar last night.
Well, it's not stunned from one goal, especially when you're up 3-1. They came out with a hard press at the start of the second period. We didn't handle it well. I mean, if you kind of look at the efficiency of our puck moving out of the D zone, like first period we were winning races, battles, puck was moving simple but effective. Like there was nothing fancy there. And there was a stretch in the second period where I felt like just because they won a few races and a few battles and created a few chances, we were still in a good spot. But it seemed like we overcomplicated it a little bit. The firmness of their game for those 9 minutes, like we didn't answer and mirror that intensity. And so they get their 2. And then, like I said, at the TV timeout at the 12-minute mark, you know, we had a talk, and then I thought we responded. You know, there's some good chances in there from 12 minutes to the end of the period, but we didn't capitalize on them. Like, we get a big power play, we earn it, we get Landeskog at the net, Kadri at the net, we get, you know, a breakaway from Nelson, another partial breakaway from Nelson. I think one of them goes off the crossbar, but like that's a sort of a big stretch in the game where it would have been nice to capitalize on one of those big chances and sort of calm things down a bit. And in between there, they score the third one, right? So, yeah, it just was not a great period for us, especially for the first 9 minutes.
I mean, Brock Nelson's got it. You got to put the puck on net, dude. You got to score.
Yeah.
You got to score.
No, well, the bottom line, Brock's got to score. Tay's got to score. Nate had to score. He couldn't. He won't.
Couldn't do it.
We'll see what happens.
Probably not scoring anymore.
Yeah, he's probably hurting out. Be nice if Makar could get one in there.
Yeah.
You know, where have been the tips from Parker Kelly and Jack Drury off the shots of Brett Burns? Like none of that's going on anymore. You know why? Vegas is not letting you just fly in front of the net.
Yeah.
And
your shots aren't getting through.
Yeah, and so when you say that you're not forcing your type of game, again, you never force your type of game on this type of team, period.
Betsy was asked last night, how does he think his team will respond in Game 3, which you will listen to tomorrow, or excuse me, in Game 4, right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
This is the ultimate crucible. How do you expect your team to respond?
We're not there yet. I don't know. Everyone's down and in the dumps right now. And we, like I said, that's what the next 36 hours are for, to get our team back to where our focus is in the right place. And Seems like a tough hill to climb, clearly, obviously, especially against a team like Vegas. But, I mean, you just got to break it down, shift at a time, 5 at a time, period at a time, game at a time. It's kind of what we've been talking about for the last couple because of those stretches that we're having that are hurting us. And then just answering, like, if they have a push, that we have to be able to push back, and you just got to break it down now. You got to chip away at it.
All right.
The ultimate crucible.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was quite dramatic.
I know, right?
That was after last night's game. Word from Morning Skate, courtesy of all our friends that are out there, Guerrilla Sports, DNVR, everybody, talking to Jared Bednar and getting the reaction from the locker room or whatever. It sounds like the plan was go to dinner. The guys are going to go to dinner. I guess Josh Manson said they're going to try to hang out. They're going to try to do their thing. We'll see. We'll see.
I mean, it's kind of all you can do, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? We were all kind of raising an eyebrow when Tortorella decided not to practice his guys leading up to this series and coming to Denver late and all that stuff, and they couldn't be more relaxed. Maybe what you need to do is just send them into the casinos and go have at it, boys, and show up tomorrow and we'll see what happens. I don't know.
Yeah, this feels like a
grinding tape and skating around and all.
Is that going to help anything?
At
right
this
now?
point, you know what you've got to do. You know what I mean?
You know what they're doing. They know what you're doing.
You're not changing up strategy. You need to get your rear end in front of the net, have a
Yeah.
few goals that look like Colasars, and get this thing done.
Yeah.
And then play your D. That's the other thing. You know what's been crazy? You get the 3-0 lead, and you can't go into lockdown D mode like Brett Kulak was talking about like you did against Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
This team is so off and screwed up right now. I don't know how we got here, but we are.
Canadians and Hurricanes, Game 3 as that series moves to the Bell Center in Montreal. We got that coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Of course, the Rockies will be in action tonight in L.A. against the Dodgers. Andy, opening up a series against L.A. Memorial Day evening baseball on your television.
Gotta love it. By the way, you know what's 49 years old today?
I don't.
Star Wars.
Is it really?
Episode 4, A New Hope.
Star Wars came out 49 years ago today.
Yeah, according to Twitter, which maybe I shouldn't trust.
Oh,
but I trusted the tweet.
I mean, it came out in 77.
May 25th, 1977.
Makes sense. Came out in 77.
Little snorkel sound.
I got to go to the Tachi station and pick up some more power converters.
Where'd you find that old relic?
I love wet behind the ears.
You know that was
pubescent
on
Luke.
yesterday.
We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Enjoy the Eastern Conference Finals coming up next. Good night, everybody.